You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
Off my jeans, froze chillin'. Both them must get busy. I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like I'm Whitney. Yo, bitch with me. Nah, boy, she ain't missing. Hold up, who you dissing? I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, what up, fool? Today is 1/28/2026. It is 9:42 p.m. Eastern time. How y'all doing? How y'all darn? So, we've got a whole new list of dumb propaganda out today. The people, when we have mountains of evidence against Donald Trump or somebody on the right, where anytime we have like just as much evidence and proof as one could possibly want for something, they'll still make up some reason for why you can't know that. You can't know this. You can't know. You can't know for sure.
Aram Sound tipped $25. No lube, we're just hoeing deep straight off jump. Grit your teeth, fools.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat for Aaron M. Sound with the $25 dono. Right off the rip. Straight from Jump Street. That's what the kids say. Make the switch. I used to only wear those. When I lost a lot of weight, after like starting to take Adderall, my head is a bit smaller, so. Wait, Tommy, can you pick up a quick call? Are you calling me Tommy right now? Did you just call me Tommy? No. No, I cannot. No, I cannot. No, I cannot pick up a quick call if you're calling me Tommy. On my phone? On Discord? Like, where? Okay, hold on. Anyways, as I was saying, there's like whenever a conservative is accused of something, the MAGA will always do this like, well, you can't know that. You can't know for sure. We can have mountains of evidence that Donald Trump knew that the election, that he lost the election. We can have mountains of evidence. We can have people saying that he admitted it. We can have evidence of him wanting people to go into the Capitol. We can have evidence of him refusing to call the National Guard. We can have, they can have zero evidence that the Speaker of the House has ever had any authority over the National Guard, yet they'll still try to pretend that Nancy Pelosi somehow had some authority over whether or not the National Guard showed up. They will have, like, they will cope their ways into anything at any time, whenever they want. You can't know that. But some stuff comes out about Alex Pretti, and they immediately say, oh, we know exactly what happened here, when they don't know what happened. They have no idea what happened. They have no fucking idea what happened, but they all just immediately say, oh, we know what happened. We know what's going on here. We can tell you exactly what happened here with zero evidence. Zero fucking evidence. They have no idea what the fuck is going on or why any of this happened. So we'll We'll get to that in just a little bit. We're gonna go over some news that I missed yesterday, and then we'll get to this. Let's see.
It's not SpongeBob, you assholes.
Oh.
Are you ready, kids? I can hear you. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? A torrent in yellow and porous is he. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, then drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Gave permission. He can't give permission. The president of the United States cannot give somebody else permission to be the commander-in-chief. He can't do it. He is just the commander-in-chief. He cannot tell somebody else you're allowed to be the commander-in-chief now. He's not allowed to do that. Not allowed. Sorry.
Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob.
Okay.
Was it appropriate for the ICE agent to push that gentleman onto the ground?
This is a bunch of shit of just ICE officers escalating and shoving people for recording them. Generally, that's what it looks like. It looks like because most of these people are not wearing body cams, they are now shoving people for recording them. Hey, I have notifications! I've got notifications, boys! We're fucking famous! We did it! We fucking did it! Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Was it appropriate for the ICE?
What the fuck? So you can already see these ICE officers are driving in the bike lane. They're driving in the bike lane, so they're already not even driving in the fucking road. They're driving in the bike lane. That second car doesn't have any lights on. And they just pepper sprayed everybody standing there. They just pepper sprayed everybody standing there. This is how we know that MAGA is not in favor of the First Amendment, is because every time something like this happens, they all defend it and say fuck around and find out. But these are just a bunch of people standing there protesting, and they're defending ICE. These people are defending ICE, just pepper spraying folks for using their First Amendment rights. This is how we know. This is how we know for sure. You guys are just like, this is that, not that this is like the proof. This is just one more thing amongst many things that we can use as evidence for that. But this is just another on top of the you know, thousands of pieces of evidence that kind of proves that they don't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hillary. Hillary. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somebody gotta tell me.
These ICE officers are just constantly randomly assaulting people and like shoving people, pepper spraying people. They are just a bunch of violent thugs. They are just a bunch of violent fucking thugs. I don't know how the fuck anybody can defend this. Brad Palumbo's actually been pretty based on this one.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law and incite violence. We will, of course, always protect your First Amendment speech. And if you peacefully protest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. But you have seen a trend here, not just in Minnesota, but across the country, in these protests turning into violent scenarios and people attacking law enforcement. That's when you go over the line, and that's when law enforcement steps in.
What on earth is this dude babbling about? Everything he just said has literally no bearing on the death of Alex Pretti, which is what he was discussing, because none of that happened. Alex Pretti did not attack law enforcement. That's a lie. He maybe shouldn't have stepped up and tried to shield, and he put his hands up and stood between an ICE officer and a woman that that ICE officer had run up and shoved to the ground, but he didn't attack the officer. And then you actually are totally allowed to carry a firearm out in public, including out in terms of a protest. That's completely legal. And it is not inciting violence. He did nothing to incite violence. So I'll read you the community note that got fact-checked on this viral clip. Under the Second Amendment and Minnesota Statute 624714, permit holders may legally carry firearms in public, including during protests. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that public carry is a constitutional right. Carrying a firearm does not legally constitute inciting violence. So call me crazy, but I actually think it's really bad and really dangerous for the FBI director to go on national television in the aftermath of the death of a U.S. citizen at government hands and blatantly lie about what happened and totally misstate the situation and federal law and our Second Amendment rights. God forbid we expect our top law enforcement to actually know how our Constitution and laws work before running their mouths.
I mean, bro, when Trump's the president and he's the one who's hiring all of these people, there's absolutely no reason to think that any of these fucking minions would have any idea what's in our Constitution. There's absolutely no reason to think that anybody who he hires would know what's in the Constitution. These people aren't being hired based on their loyalty to the United States. They're not being hired based on their loyalty to the Constitution. They're being hired based on their loyalty to Donald Trump. That's it. That's all they had to be. They just had to be loyal to Donald Trump. They had to be a fucking yes man to Donald Trump. And that's it. They are being chosen for these things for being a bunch of fucking dick suckers.
Stream. I got these guys fucking with my fucking shit. Oh, okay. Alright, what's good? Oh, yeah.
So this is a streamer who drove past a bunch of ICE officers and said, you know, I'd kick y'all's asses or some shit. And they're like, all right, pull over. And he pulls over. And this is them showing up.
Stream. I got these guys fucking with my fucking shit. Oh, okay. Alright, what's good? Oh, yeah. You just gonna punch me in my car? Let me out, bitch. Let me out and fight fair, motherfucker.
Get out the car, nigga.
Yeah, let me out,
motherfucker.
Bitch is
hurt, right? Them bitches hurt, right?
Yeah, let me.
Get out the car.
You gotta
get out the fucking car.
You just gotta sucker punch me, motherfucker.
Get out the car, nigga.
All right, move back.
You told me to pull up.
Yeah, I did.
What
What's
you got
up?
on hands?
No, bitch. Hey.
Get your bitch ass up. Yeah.
Just comply, dude. Just comply, bro. Just comply. Just comply, dude. Just do what you're told. Just comply. Why would you fight back, dude? You should just comply, bro. I mean, generally I would just say just comply. In the 90% of fucking scenarios, I tell people to just fucking comply. But these ICE officers are not acting like officers of the law. They're not acting like they're people who are actually enforcing the law. They're not acting like people with any sort of authority. They're acting like people who are just a bunch of fucking thugs who are out here to start a fight. That's what they're there for. They seem like they're there just to make things more intense. That's it. This can't be real. I mean, I've waited for a fact check on this. I've looked for fact checks. I've tried there's no community note here. Okay, wait, here's something. The post shares 61-second video from a first-person perspective inside of a vehicle depicting a masked individual in casual clothes, grappling with the camera holder amid shouts of physical struggle, falsely labeled as ICE agents assaulting a Minnesota streamer for exposing operations. In reality, the footage captures conservative kick streamer Waxiest IRL being attacked by masked anti-ICE protesters during a Minneapolis rally on January 25th, 2026, confirmed by the streamers. Oh, okay. All right, so it's literally the opposite, apparently. That I don't know why this doesn't have a community note on it. 'Cause it's got the 2.2 thousand fucking likes on it. And almost 55,000 views.
Got these guys fucking.
When did they post this? 9 hours ago. Okay. So yeah, this just got posted. Because yeah, this was not here yesterday when I got this. So yeah, okay. That is not real. Those are not ICE agents. This guy is an ICE agent though, and this has been confirmed.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You
Yeah.
said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yes. I will tell you this, brother.
I would like to see longer video from this, but this has been confirmed by many news agencies that an ICE officer did tell somebody, if you raise your voice, I will erase your voice. So Tom, you gotta tag people in your tweets. Like what? Oh, Tim Pool. Yeah, I probably should have tagged him.
The agent then turns. It appears he's only holding the grip. The gun goes off.
He is fucking lying. Did not go off.
It appears that what happens is at some point as they're trying to pin him down and he's actively fighting them, they notice he's armed. It appears he has a gun in his back waistband. This agent, an agent in gray, then pulls the gun out and someone yells, "Gun, gun." Now, the interesting thing here is this was a SIG P320. I believe that's what it's called.
Don't do it. 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 Don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. He's gonna fucking do it. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, bro. He's gonna say, because it's a SIG, it's going to go off. It's just gonna randomly fire. That's what he's gonna say. This is such a fucking bullshit narrative.
And when the agent then turns, it appears he's only holding the grip. The gun goes off. Listen.
It did not go off. It did not go off. He is fucking lying. It did not go off. He just says, listen. If you watch the other fucking angle, you see the other officer is Yeah, this is on my Twitter. Go give it a like. Here's the link in chat. Would somebody likes beanies? Glenn Beck on the shooting of Alex Pretti.
This is compelling video because what this BBC reporter is saying is true. It's absolutely true. He is getting in between him, the police, and somebody else the police are shoving. He is only holding a phone. He is down on the ground. He is resisting arrest, but his hands are down on the ground. His head is down on the ground. Then another agent reaches over on top of the other agents who are closest to him on the ground, reaches into his back where he sees an exposed gun, pulls the gun out, and then walks away with the gun. So he's no longer armed unless he has two guns, and they don't claim that he had two guns, only one. And pulls it out and walks away. Right after that, somebody yells, "Gun, gun, gun, gun." That's when the police officer fires at him. Now, the other police officer did not know that somebody reached in and took his gun. It might have been somebody who was saying gun, might have been saying it because they saw the other guy.
Now, you can see in this video, that's not true. Already shooting. You see, he is shooting. All of the shots sound exactly the fucking same. So this officer right here, he's the one who shoots. It's him. He shoots. Okay, look, he's pulling his gun right here. This guy has the gun. He's moving away with it. He's gone. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. It's him. It's him. It's just him. He's pulling his fucking gun right here. Pull the gun. Pull the gun right there. He's pulling the gun right here. Pointing the gun. So this is how we know that this is not the SIG that's being shot. Right here. Pointing the gun. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. You're telling me this is another fucking gun. Bullshit. But the main thing is that as this officer is grabbing the gun, the guy who shoots first has the best angle of this. He has the best angle where he is looking right at where this is happening. He is looking right at where his hands are as he's pulling the guns out. He is looking right in there. He's looking, and then looking. This guy has the gun in his fucking hand now. He has the gun out of the holster in his hand and is turning and running away as he's pulling this gun. Gone. He's gone. Now he starts shooting. There's no fucking gun there. He watched the guy take the fucking gun out. He watched him take it out of the holster. He watched him undo the holster. He watched him pull it out. He watched him move. And then he starts shooting. He's looking right fucking at it. There's no way you can act like this is the SIG going off. There's no way you can act like that. Because my first theory was, okay, somebody. So yeah, so that's how we know. This guy did not hear gun, gun, gun and think, oh, somebody has a gun, I'm just gonna start shooting. This is how we know that's not the case, because he's looking right at the other officer who is taking the gun out of the holster and running off with it. This is like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that he thought that that guy had a gun in his hand just because somebody said gun, because he's watching the other officer take the gun out of the holster. And then this also shows that Pretti was not reaching for a gun at the end. So yeah, you can watch that in the video.
Because he's not marked as a federal agent. The other guy pulled the gun out and walking there with a gun. So somebody might have seen him with a gun and said, gun, gun, gun. All the cops think that it's Pretti, and they shoot him. Okay. This is not something that you deal with as, you know, an 8-year-old. This is a conversation for adults to have. And I'm not hearing the adults. First of all, what Noam said is not true. He didn't approach. If you want to say technically he approached carrying a 9mm, He did, but it was holstered and in his back. And you have a right to carry a gun at a protest.
But yes, this is why, like, over and over, we keep talking about the fact that they're just being insanely manipulative with the way that they keep talking about this, saying he approached officers carrying a 9mm. That makes it sound like he's walking with it in his hand. That makes it sound like he is walking up with a 9mm gun in his hand. It is so fucking manipulative.
I don't think that makes you smart, but it does. It is perfectly legal and constitutionally protected. So I'm sorry, just because you have a gun in your back, if you reach for the gun, if you pull for the gun, then you could probably be expected to be shot if you are pushing the police around. But if you have a gun and you don't have your hands on it, you should not be shot. You have a right to carry that gun peacefully. Okay. The minute you start pointing it at people, you're in trouble. He did not. He did not. So this idea that, he was foolish for walking into, this protest with a gun. Well, you have a right to carry it.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not.
In some ways, you're blaming the victim here.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents. I'm not blaming the Border Patrol agents. The victim.
This guy looks like, fuck, is Freddy here? This guy looks like he used to be like a big, alt-right content creator. He's got like a fruit or like a food or something like that in his name. I keep wanting to call him Bad Empanada, but that's not his name. But he's got a name like that. Like it's like bad something. Fuck. What was his name? You guys know who I'm talking about? He looks a lot like this. He wears those glasses all the time on stream. He's there was a debate between Destiny, Rose Wrist, Nick Fuentes, and that guy that I was supposed to host a while ago. Him.
I guess so. I just want to hear Nick say. I want you to.
He has his name is Pog Collector. Fuck. But anyways, you see, they do look alike.
Are the Border Patrol agents.
The victims are the Border Patrol agents? Which one's the victim? The one that shoved the
Yes, Baked Alaska. Yes, that's
woman to the ground? The one that was pistol whipping him in the face while there was 6 guys on top of him beating him? The one that executed him in the back of the head from point blank range? Maybe the agent that emptied his entire clip from 3 feet away while he was already lying on the ground lifelessly. Maybe that's the victim that you're talking about.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple.
You can bring a gun to a protest. The administration that paraded around Kyle Rittenhouse after killing 2 people at a protest is telling you that you cannot bring a concealed pistol to a protest.
We will, of course, always protect your First Amendment speech. And if you peacefully protest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that.
That's what he was doing! He had his phone in his hand. Please, federal government, can you define the most convenient, cozy way for protesters to protest? What would be most...
Oh, he said cozy. It is Baked Alaska. He said cozy. He wants them to do it in a cozy way.
Convenient for you guys. If you cannot protest in public without being labeled a domestic terrorist, there is no First Amendment. If you can be shot in the street for legally bearing arms, there is no right to bear arms. There is no Second Amendment. Hey, NRA, do I have a story for you? Hey guys, you there? Has anybody heard from Gun Owners of America? It's like a wise man once said. MAGA is now...
Wait, I thought the NRA did come out on this. Trump breaks with NRA as he faults Alex Pretti for carrying gun. Yeah, the NRA was out like immediately on this, dude. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. NRA clashes with Trump as he says Pretti shouldn't have been carrying a gun. Yes, the NRA was very quickly out this time. They actually this time were very quick to be like, yo, y'all can't fault this guy for having a fucking gun.
Arguing common sense gun laws after decades of explaining away children getting murdered in elementary schools. The right went from, we should arm teachers with assault rifles, to, carrying a gun is actually pretty dangerous. He didn't have his ID on him. What's the charge for not having your ID on you with your legally licensed firearm? Thanks for asking. It's a $25 fine and firing squad on the sidewalk. Guns don't kill people. Bad guys with guns kill people. Yeah, guess you guys were right. All these don't tread on me tough guys that spent decades saying people need to carry guns to protect themselves against government tyranny, and as soon as somebody carries a gun,
Yikes, discredited? Nah, he's based as fuck. Based as fuck. Let's
to protect
go,
themselves
dude.
against government tyranny.
Against what? What was that? Government. What?
Decades saying people need to carry guns to protect themselves against government tyranny.
Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Yes, he mispronounced it wrong. He did mispronounce it wrong. You are correct. He mispronounced it wrong.
And as soon as somebody carries a gun to protect themselves against said tyranny, they side with the government tyranny. Weak, scared, tiny, whittle, bootlicking bitches when confronted with actual tyranny and deciding, you know what? I actually don't like the Second Amendment.
They say, I have the most loyal people. Did you ever see that? Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
Yeah, it's like incredible.
In some way.
Well.
No, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law.
So it was never about don't tread on me or don't tread on anyone. It was, I want to tread on you. He was never against the boot, which represents, government crushing people's civil liberties. He just wanted to be the one wearing it. Yeah, that's kind of a mask off moment, Tim, for you. It really is. Shows that you never cared about these principles and you just wanted to leverage power yourself.
And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying you're coming in and enforcing laws we didn't vote for.
You're wearing the boot right now, my friend, but you won't always. So if you want to get comfortable with the idea of ICE officers or Border Patrol officers violating people's civil liberties or shooting someone just because they're armed and they panic, well, eventually that might be you or your not you literally, but yours.
The video of Tim saying that has gone ultra viral. It has gone ultra viral with everybody just shitting all over him for this. Oh, I'm wearing the boot. That's my boot.
Supporters or people on your side of the aisle, when you have a Democratic president and they're enforcing their agenda in some way, it's really not hard to understand that precedents you cheer for and establish will inevitably be used against your side. That's why it's like, actually, you're supposed to stand on principle for things like free speech and due process and civil liberties for everyone, not just when it's your team that's being targeted, because if you allow it to fester and spread just to own the libs, well, those powers and those precedents are going to inevitably be used against you, not just to say nothing of the fact that it's still just immoral and wrong to do. And he's trying to say, oh, well, where they're just enforcing federal law. Obviously, there are some people that truly object to that and just don't want any immigration enforcement. But that's not a lot of us. A lot of us are concerned that in the process of rounding people up to deport people, they are violating the law in different ways. different people's civil liberties, legally unjustified use of force. And so to just characterize it, they're just enforcing the law. No, the point is that we think they're not in some cases, that they're going too far, that they're doing things that are illegal, that do violate people's liberties, like demanding to see their papers, like snatching people's phones and destroying them for recording them, these kinds of things. And so when you just say, oh, they're just enforcing the law, you're not honestly reckoning with the situation at all. But I can't say I find that surprising from Tim Pool.
Yep, we watched that on the last stream, and it was ultra cringe. He's just going off about how it's his boot. I'm not a bootlicker. It's my boot.
This is one I've been thinking about for a while. My alarm's going to go off because it's going to go overtime, and I'm on my break, and I need to get back to work here. But I've been thinking to myself, because I was a right-wing wacko conservative radio talk show host.
I was just about to say, dude, this guy's voice sounds so fucking familiar. He sounds like a radio show host. I was just about to fucking say that. He sounds like a radio show host.
For over 25 years of my life. I'm almost 55. And I was a very, very antagonistic right-wing radio talk show host. And I remember when I was against big government. I remember conservatives back in the early 90s, mid-90s, late 90s, 2000s. We were afraid of what's happening now. We were so afraid of tyrannical government taking over the United States of America, our own government. We feared our own government. But I guess we feared it at the hands of a Bill Clinton or an Obama or a Biden. And it's been bothering me because I'm wondering, like, what happened to Republicans? What happened to conservatives? We used to fear what Trump's doing right now, militarizing the police, militarizing ICE, militarizing all this stuff. We were worried about that. So get a load of this. I hope you'll stay to the end. Let me know if you did. A former FBI undercover agent just exposed something wild about far-right groups, and it's honestly terrifying. For decades, these anti-government militia groups operated in the shadows, right? They used to detest the federal government. They detested the feds. I remember, and I was one of them. I called them jackbooted thugs. I was alive for Ruby Ridge and Waco. I remember where I was on a college campus watching the television as the United States government went in and burned Waco down. Some of you weren't even alive. Some of you don't even know what that is. But something changed. That was under Bill Clinton, by the way. And we were fearful that Bill Clinton was using the military and forces like that against its own citizens. Mike German, who worked undercover for the FBI through the late 80s, 90s.
Yes, the conservatives used to always have a fear that Democrat presidents were being, like, directly involved in day-to-day processes with the FBI, the CIA, with, you know, any sort of federal law enforcement, and that they weren't allowing, like, these separations to exist so that the people that they put in charge were actually running things, that instead it was going to be somebody who's a politician who's going to make these things political and who's going to use these armed forces in a political manner. They were all terrified that this was the case. Even at the end of Biden's administration, I kept hearing from conservatives all over the place that they were, for radio show hosts, were telling them that there was a good chance that Biden was going to send the military to every state and implement martial law to stop Donald Trump from being able to take office and implement Kamala Harris instead. And that they're going to have Kamala Harris sworn in, and then they will remove the military from all these states. This is a theory that was being pushed around for the last 6 months of the Biden administration. Before Trump had even won, they were saying these things. And then once Trump won, it started to ramp up more and more people started saying, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen. And I kept saying, this is ridiculous. Like, Biden has been very clear that he is, like, you know, trying to be antithetical to Trump. That's something that only Trump would do. And now that Trump is in office, he is using the armed forces using a bunch of federal police as a political weapon, and they don't give a fuck. None of them give a fuck. They don't care at all. This is something that everybody's always been against, and no other president has ever done, and now Trump is doing it, and they all keep saying, yeah, it's normal. He's their boss. So, normal
He's
shit.
in early 2000s, said he used to call them anti-government militants. There's my alarm. I knew it was going to go off. But around Trump's first administration, he realized that wasn't accurate anymore. So Trump's first administration, 2016 to 2020? They became Trump supporters. They became pro-militarized police. They became pro-state, pro-heavy federal government. The same people who were warning about jackbooted federal thugs kicking in our doors.
Well, and they all pretend that they're in favor of small government. That's why they all cheered on the Elon Musk thing. That's why they all cheered on, taking, like lowering the amount of taxes that we have to pay. They all still pretend that they're in favor of small government, but they're not. They're not. And even the things that like Democrats were saying that we were in fear of when it came to releasing like private information and crap like that. I don't know if you guys heard, but today pretty big stories came out about the fact that there were numerous Doge employees who were getting private information on U.S. citizens and were sharing it with people they were not supposed to be sharing it with. Numerous Doge employees sharing in Americans' private information with other people and maybe even other corporations that they were not supposed to be sharing it with. So,
are now cheering them on, kicking in our doors. I'm glad somebody else is validating this because I thought I was in an alternate reality, an alternate universe. A Georgetown law professor put it perfectly. She said it's not surprising that people are fine with police, even militarized police, cracking heads when it's people they don't like, but not okay with it when it's people that they sympathize with. And I've been saying this all along. I've been saying this. And then to hear, experts and FBI informants and law professors and all these college professors, like they're just letting me know I'm not crazy. So here's the pattern. The Southern Poverty Law Center confirmed that when there's a Democratic administration, these so-called patriot groups grow. When there's a Republican administration they agree with, they shrink, they pull back. They're more in the shadows and on the periphery. So they're not anti-government. They're just anti-government that they're not in control of. I've been saying this. Laura Ingraham, I used to work for Fox for 7 years. I'm not a fan of Laura Ingraham. I never have been, and I'm not now. Laura Ingraham called IRS agents under Biden the new Gestapo. But under Trump, she said it's borderline illegal to even criticize ICE agents. She said,
bro, I gotta find that clip. What? I did not know that. I gotta find that.
that. The hypocrisy is stunning. It's unbelievable. These groups are not about principles at all. They're about power. Don't you ever forget that. And now they feel that one of their own is in charge. They know he's in charge. So now federal law enforcement, militarized police, militarized thugs on the streets with barely any trainings and big pew-pews and wearing masks. That's suddenly fine for the right wing, for MAGA. They're totally fine with it because their guy is in the White House calling all the moves. So the danger isn't about left versus right anymore. It's about who gets to wield government force and against whom they're going to wield that force against. And that should terrify you. It explains why MAGA is such hypocritical group.
Oh no, I found it. Oh no.
Passing legislation to fund this new Gestapo at the IRS.
No shot. No. No way. No. No, she did not. No, Laura, no. It can't be. Sheesh.
Shows how the regime media is in complete desperation mode. They go to him, trotting out this guy who sounds like a, I don't know, a casting call reject from a Donnie Brasco. You know, that's like, what a buffoon. The regime made a bad miscalculation here on the heels of passing legislation to fund this new Gestapo at the IRS. The organization is going to be used in the same abusive, corrupt manner as the FBI and the DOJ have been used. This is a powerful argument they've handed to every Republican running across the country, House or Senate. And the Mar-a-Lago warrant drama completely took the focus off Biden's new spending bill, thus again emphasizing that the Democrats care more about hurting their political
on to the
opponents
Ingram angle,
than
finally.
actually fixing the economy. The damage that the Biden administration has done to our government, including the Pentagon, the FBI, the CIA, the DHS, and much of the civil service, I think it's impossible to calculate at this time. But it seems likely that many of these agencies will never recover, at least not their reputations in our lifetime. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Wait, is this the same guy?
ICE militarizing.
It is.
Militarizing all the stuff we were worried about.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a video of her complaining about the left calling ICE Gestapo.
Group of voters right now, because this is the stuff, and I remember it. They don't want you to hear from people like me, because I was not one of them, but close to being one of them. I was as right-wing as many people could get. And I was on the radio. I was like a Charlie Kirk on talk radio. I was on the airwaves. He was doing a podcast. He was doing college campuses. I was doing talk radio around the country. 7 years for Fox News. And I remember being so against government doing what it's doing today. And I was wondering what happened to the Republican Party, what happened to conservatives, and now we know. When it's their guy in power, and as long as they're kicking in doors and knocking in skulls that are the doors and the skulls of people they don't like, they're totally for it. Let government get as big and as aggressive and as militaristic as it wants to be, as long as their guy is in power.
Laura Ingram.
Anti-ICE insurgents in Minneapolis are getting more violent. The insurgents, I don't call them protesters. Look what happened over the weekend. Insurgents besieged a hotel in Minneapolis. A Chinese propagandist on TikTok is telling insurgents here to start compiling lists. Then you must do everything you can legally to oppose the efforts of the insurgents who are stirring up violence against the president and his team. The more you surge into the community, the more they surge, insurgents into the community.
Tom, that's not Sean Hannity. What? Who's not Sean Hannity?
She's really trying to sell that last one.
Yeah. It seems like she's trying to get Donald Trump.
Is that the same guy? Yeah, it was the same guy. right here. This video, Afro Think Tank. This video is the same guy that we just watched here on TikTok. Same guy. Same as who? It's the same video. It's the same exact video on YouTube and on Twitter. It's the same fucking video. Same guy. Same video. I just showed you 2 different videos. One was on YouTube. One's on Twitter. It's the same guy in the same video. If you're watching the screen, you see me clicking on it saying this is the same guy as this guy.
Now says Security Administration now says members of Elon Musk's Doge team working at the agency last year accessed and shared sensitive data. In a court filing earlier this month, the Trump administration amended what it had previously disclosed, writing that one Doge employee at SSA signed an agreement with an unnamed political advocacy group to analyze voter rolls to, quote, find evidence of voter fraud and to overturn election results in certain states. In another instance, a Doge member shared personally identifiable information of 1,000 people in an encrypted email attachment, though the government says they aren't sure what specifically was shared or whether it was accessed. And SSA also said Doge shared data on third-party cloud servers that are, quote, outside SSA's security protocols, so the agency doesn't know what information was shared.
It's crazy. It's as if tons of people were saying this was gonna happen. Only somebody had told us that this exact thing was gonna happen. Oh man.
Or if it still exists on the server. The latest disclosures seem to confirm some key concerns first raised in a whistleblower complaint last summer filed by the agency's chief data officer. That whistleblower, Chuck Borges, involuntarily resigned from government in August and filed a retaliation complaint late last year. I spoke with him earlier alongside his lawyer, Deborah Katz. Welcome to you both. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So, Chuck, before we get into the details, these new details, this new filing rather, confirms what first you shared when you came forward in your whistleblower complaint months ago. What did you think when you saw all this, especially after months of government denials?
I'll be honest, I was pretty disappointed. This is a situation where the public loses. My disclosure essentially outlined 3 concerns that I had. The first was that Doge employees had inappropriate access to our data. The second was that they violated a temporary restraining order. And that the third was that they had uploaded sensitive Social Security data to a cloud server without adequate security controls. In all 3 of those instances, the public state is at risk. So to have validation of those first 2 concerns is disappointing, especially in light of the fact that these could have been investigated and uncovered months ago.
Well, speaking to that timeline, Deborah, the court filing was on January 16. There were a number of corrections to the previous testimony
She's nuts.
from agency of...
True.
There are a lot of people out there right now who think that this is staged.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
So during a
Not gonna lie, it does look staged. I can't fault people for thinking it looks staged. That guy goes up there so awkwardly, initially heading right towards her, then heading backwards from her, right towards a guy who just wraps him up and lays down with him as she's walking up like she's about to punch him in the face. The whole thing, like, it's so awkward that it kind of looks staged. I can't fault people for thinking it looks staged, but there's like, that's not enough reason to think it's actually staged. It does look staged.
town hall is staged.
and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
So during a town hall in Minneapolis, a man rushed to the front of the room and sprayed Ilhan Omar with an unknown substance using a syringe. As you saw, he was immediately restrained, arrested, and he was later charged with third-degree assault, which is kind of fishy, and I'll get to that. Now, police have said that she wasn't injured, and staff tried to get her to leave, but she refused and continued the event. She actually called them effing a-holes. But it took less than 10 minutes after this video came out for every apparently conservative who hates Ilhan Omar to say that it was staged, it's fake. If this were staged, and again I'm not saying it was, the most effective move politically would not be to immediately return to the podium. The most effective move would be uncertainty. They would have...
Oh yes. Oh yeah. You want to play it up? You want her to cry? You want her to be shaken? You want her to disappear for a while and let everybody talk about it? The reports will start popping off everywhere. Twitter will go fucking wild. Ilhan Omar was sprayed by something from somebody in the audience and hasn't come back yet. Like, we don't know if she's okay. Maybe even cancel the thing altogether or come back later and give a speech about like right-wing violence and how they're out of control and shit like that. Like, yeah, there's so many better ways to like handle that. If you're trying to do a publicity stunt, you make it, you know, publicity. You really play it up. You don't just like go right back, act like it didn't happen, and just continue your speech.
Rushed her off stage. There would have been a medical concern, and there would be a period where, you know, nobody would know what's going on.
Yeah, have her taken out on a stretcher.
Create that kind of buildup, that anxiety. It is a fact that that window of confusion is what drives headlines and social media panic. People will post, oh, Ilhan Omar rushed out after attack, condition unknown. That's how you generate maximum attention. And if that's what they were shooting for, I don't think Ilhan Omar would have, you know, wanted to go back to the podium and finish her speech.
Problem, Tom. Love you take risks that win in video games you'd never risk in real life. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. When I go jump on top of those Rocketeers and plant bombs on them, I don't think that I would actually in real life go jump on top of a Rocketeer and try to plant a bomb on top of it. When I run at people who are shooting at me and continue shooting at them, because I can get hit with like 50 bullets before I die, I don't think I'd do that in real life, because I don't think in real life I'd be able to take 50 bullets before I die. It's something I should work on. Something that I should definitely work on. I should get over that.
I think if people were cynically planning this, they would delay it. They would let, you know, it stew. They would let the speculation build. And then they would issue a statement later saying that she's okay after evaluation. But that didn't happen. No, she went right back to the microphone. And if you watch the footage close...
It sucks when you get downed in real life. Yeah. Yep, I hate it when they fucking punch me out in real life and I have to go back to Speranza.
She's visibly shaking. Her hands are shaking. That doesn't really look rehearsed. It looks like somebody whose adrenaline is still spiking. And that's why I say I don't think it was staged. Is it theoretically possible? Sure. You can imagine almost anything, but probability matters.
Yeah, I'd have to heal. If I took 50 bullets in real life, I'd have to stop for a second and heal up.
And this doesn't line up with how a staged political incident would normally be handled. And like I said earlier, there are so many people out there who are trying to find every excuse to explain how this was staged. A lot of people talking about the attacker's politics. Some are saying that he's a leftist, his family leans left, his children are like trans or something. Therefore, this doesn't fit the narrative. No way he's a, you know, Trump guy. But there's a lot of actually conflicting information. People are saying that he was recently divorced, family issues, maybe he's politically isolated, maybe he's angry. We don't know. And guessing motive based on half-formed internet sleuthing is irresponsible. Can we stop doing this, please? The only thing that makes me skeptical and that bothers me is the response from the system, because like third-degree assault, what is that? This wasn't a bar fight. This was a physical attack on a sitting member of Congress during an official event. I don't care who the member is. I don't like Ilhan Omar at all. I don't care what you think of her. You don't, assault elected officials, period. This needs federal involvement, and the DOJ should be stepping in. They should have already stepped in. Political violence cannot be brushed off as this low-level offense, because once that standard drops, it doesn't just drop for Ilhan Omar just because you don't like her. It drops for everyone.
I've been looking for a video that has almost entirely disappeared from the internet, but I finally got a copy.
When Donald Trump was president, life was a lot better. He's been clear. He does not support a federal abortion ban, and that's why I'm with Trump.
Okay, so why did someone put a bunch of effort into scrubbing it from the entire internet? That's the first thing I want to find out. It's time to print some paperwork. In October of 2024, someone spent around $20 million on digital media, like Facebook ads, Instagram ads, supporting Donald Trump. Meta publishes data about this spending. In one of those reports, we see that they spent around $350,000 to show a version.
We went over a couple of different groups that were spending a bunch of money on Facebook for like bullshit campaign ads where they were pretending to be Kamala Harris, but it was paid for by Elon Musk. It was insane. They were like trying to make it sound like she was like, I'm pro open borders. I'm going to let all of the illegals in for equality. We should take away everybody's guns. Like, it was just the most bullshit fucking narratives that they were putting out as pretending to be Kamala Harris campaign ads.
Version of this ad targeting mostly women under 44. And focusing almost entirely on Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton did it through Russia.
Carolina and Wisconsin. Okay, we're getting somewhere, but who paid for the ad? Well, these ads are required to disclose who paid for it. And right here in the video, you can see that it was, quote, paid for by RBG PAC. PAC stands for Political Action Committee, and RBG is Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the liberal pro-choice Supreme Court justice. So did she pay for it? No. She died in 2020, 4 years before this ad ran. Okay, let's go to rbgpac.com. Unsurprisingly, it doesn't exist anymore. And thank you, Wayback Machine. Here it is. Trump and RBG side by side. Great minds think alike. Okay, let's look at their disclosure paperwork. The only name on these documents is May Mailman. Who is May Mailman? May Mailman. She's a prominent Republican lawyer, frequent guest on Fox News. It looks like she's had a bunch of prominent jobs in the government. But none of this suggests that she has $20 million to burn on Facebook ads to elect Trump. And it looks like journalists have asked her before about this, and she hasn't wanted to respond. Okay, but they are required to disclose like how much money they've gotten, and here on their report of receipts and disbursements, it's a bunch of zeros. 0, 0, 0, 0. According to this paperwork, these people haven't received donations or have any cash on hand. Which that doesn't make sense. How do they spend $20 million on Facebook ads? So if we were in the election season of 2024, this is where the paper trail ends. We would not be able to know who paid for that ad. And the reason for that is that federal regulations say that any money received after October 16th doesn't have to be disclosed until December of that year. That's a month after the election. So anyway, the ads ran, the election happened, Trump won. And then, a month after the election, RBG PAC has to file its disclosure on who gave them all this money. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I see numbers, lots of numbers, big numbers. $20 million donated from, drumroll please, Elon Musk Revocable Trust.
Crazy.
Mystery solved, I guess. So what is...
Do we have to do this big long like video to like really stretch out that Elon Musk spent more money than anybody ever on the last election?
Elon Musk Revocable Trust? Well, it's Elon Musk's like personal legal entity where a lot of his wealth sits. Like, it's actually this trust that owns a lot of his Tesla stock, and this is what he used to funnel 20 million of his dollars into RBG PAC to make and distribute ads like the one we saw.
When Donald Trump was president, life was a lot better.
By the way, $20 million was like kind of a flash in the pan for Musk. In total, he spent around $290 million on the election, which is like, I think, an all-time record. And after the election was done, new paperwork was filed dissolving RBG PAC. The website was deleted, the YouTube channel was gone, the Twitter account is deleted. So at first, this doesn't seem that far out of the ordinary. RBG PAC looks like just another election season ad campaign to influence.
But he said earlier that they tried to sweep like that initial video off of the internet. Yeah, I don't see it. But that doesn't explain yet why they tried to get rid of it.
Voters. In this case, trying to convince women in swing states that even if you support abortion, you can still vote for Trump. But what all this paperwork shows me is that this is actually a way for one rich man to pour a huge amount of money into influencing the election without anyone knowing it was him. And
everybody knew it was him. What is he talking about? This isn't news. This isn't news that like Elon Musk spent more than anybody ever on the election. This isn't news. Everybody knows this. This isn't like, oh, I went and dug through all this paperwork and looky here, look what I found, guys. Elon Musk was behind all of these ads.
And none of this was illegal. Followed all the rules. Oh, and Musk was one of several rich Americans who funneled.
I'm pretty sure there were some things that broke the fucking laws. I'm pretty sure some things definitely broke the laws. Like, again, the fact that they were pretending to be Kamala Harris in some of these ad campaigns, I'm pretty sure that broke some fucking laws.
For $50 million into this election cycle, and coming from both sides of the political spectrum. In total, almost $15 billion was spent on the 2024 election. But how much is $15 billion? Like, is that a lot? We have a pretty big country. What happens if you control for population? Whoa, okay, yep. We spent a lot of money on elections here. And what's crazy is that even during these divided times, we all seem to agree on one thing, which is that there should be limits on how much someone could spend.
Well, you shouldn't control per capita. You should control for the GDP, not per capita. That's stupid. The scale of U.S. election spending wait, did that other one just say U.S. election spending exceeds GDP of numerous countries? Well, that's okay. That's expected. Total cost of U.S. elections. The amount of money spent in U.S. elections eclipses annual total economic output of some small countries. Again, kind of expected. 2020 election cycle was forecast to smash previous spending records, with the Center for Responsive Politics estimating it will cost U.S. $11 billion. That would be comparable to 2019 GDP of Equatorial. Okay. Yeah, none of this.
To influence politics. Even when you split this out by party, it still is
Why is that more relevant? Well, because obviously we know that the United States is the richest country in the world, and it's not because we have the most people. It's like we're actually the richest per capita as well. So, like with that in mind, we already like assume we're going to be spending more. Like that's already just assumed. You already would just say, yeah, obviously that's going to be the case. But with like, if you're like in a poor country, the per capita doesn't matter all that much. It's the GDP that you have. If you have a very, very low GDP, yet you're spending $11 billion on a fucking election, that would be fucking news. That's fucking insane because of the GDP that you're getting, not how much money per capita. We're not the richest per capita. I thought we were with the, let's see. I could have sworn I just saw something the other day that said that the value of the dollar made the United States richest per capita, but maybe I was reading something. Maybe I read it wrong. Luxembourg, Ireland, Switzerland. Okay, US is 7th. Okay. Yeah, like the GDP is what would make it make a lot more sense, especially because like per capita, it's not like all of the people all over the United States are spending the money, right? It's going to be like a small percent that have a lot more money. They're the ones that would make a lot more sense. Like we're really just looking at like a few people who are spending by far the majority of the money on elections, and so per capita doesn't mean much. It's going to be the GDP that matters because the GDP is, again, also going to a small amount.
It's the same. So we all agree this should change, but it's not. And there are limits. How is it that some people are spending tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars?
This is just like a thing about PACs.
So I've been talking to people who understand this issue on all sides. Some who think there's too much money in politics.
I think it's profoundly dangerous for people.
Okay, I don't care about this. I did though, while we were watching this, I saw something from Rob North. It says Fulton County raid. Fulton County is here. That's where Atlanta is, here in Georgia. I'm just outside of Fulton County. It's the next county over.
Where we continue at this hour to follow breaking news. It is coming out of Atlanta. FBI agents are executing a search warrant at the Fulton County, Georgia election offices in Atlanta.
Is this 7 hours ago? Okay. I thought this was from the 90s. What the fuck? Anybody else see this and think, whoa, why did Tom just pull up news from the 90s?
Another indication that the White House continues to maintain the 2020 election was...
Like, it's not just this guy, but it's also the background where they have the color bars in the background, like we used to have for televisions back in the day, where we had the... they had, like, emergency signals that they would test all the time, and then on top of that, the sound, they have horrible fucking background sound in the fucking background. Like, this the little live thing here, like this all just screams 90s cable news.
Offices in Atlanta. Another indication that the White House continues to maintain the 2020 election was stolen. Georgia officials continue to say it was not. Let's go right to our Scripps News legal affairs correspondent Avajoy Burnett, who's tracking the developments from Atlanta. And Avajoy, tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing.
Yeah, this is something that really caught many people off guard. We're now hearing, as you mentioned, that the FBI has executed the search warrant at this facility in Georgia, Fulton County, Georgia. And many people may remember Fulton County as being the site where former President Donald Trump, along with at least more than a dozen other people, faced criminal charges, accusations that they tried to interfere with the results of the 2020 election. You're seeing a video, you're seeing a piece of video right now out of Georgia as FBI agents walk around this particular facility. It's Georgia Fulton County Election Office. And the really quick note that we got as confirmation from the FBI about the search, it's really...
You remember earlier when I was talking about the fact that in the past, Republicans were always afraid that Democrats were going to use federal law enforcement as their own arm, as for like a political cudgel, that like there's reasons why we wanted separations between the president and like the head of the DOJ and the head of the FBI, that like we wanted some separations there because we didn't want the person who's the president, a political a political person, using these entities as political arms of his campaign. We don't want them using these for political means. And now here it is again. Here it is again. So fucking disgusting.
Quick note that we got as confirmation from the FBI about the search. It's really simple. They said they can confirm that agents are executing a court-authorized law enforcement action at this particular facility. You see it says it right there, registration and elections. And as I was mentioning, Dale, Fulton County is a significant place, really, in the history of the United States, because that's where the district attorney, Fani Willis, back just a few years ago, brought state charges against Donald Trump. Donald Trump at the time was running to be president once again, and Fani Willis made accusations that he took steps to interfere with the 2020 election results. There were several other people who were named on that indictment. It was so wide-ranging. It was a RICO indictment. There were people like Rudy Giuliani who were named as co-defendants there, Mark Meadows, for example. And that case took many twists and turns because District Attorney Fani Willis was eventually disqualified from continuing with that prosecution because of accusations that she had an inappropriate relationship with a special prosecutor who she put on this case. And then in November of last year, the new prosecutor who was put in charge of this case said that they would not continue with any criminal charges in this matter. So that matter was effectively dropped against the former president, a big win for him. His attorney at the time sent out a simple message saying that it was good that that prosecution was dropped against President Donald Trump. And if you thought all of this was over, we now see this matter bubbling up again, where it appears as if the administration wants to continue to look into the possibility of election interference in Fulton County. But now the tables have turned. Now it seems as if they are going against the local officials there, the election officials there, continuing with allegations that there was election interference because the president did not win that state in the 2020 election. We must note, Dell, that the previous Attorney General for the United States said that there was no finding of wrongdoing in Fulton County. But even so, we now see that this new administration is moving ahead and possibly will continue with some sort of investigation into Fulton County after really a long-standing back and forth.
Liberals always appeal to normalcy while ignoring precedent. Okay, so when did another president go send the FBI to raid a polling center to prove that they won an election? Ask Google for a brief history of FBI investigating the polling centers. I didn't ask if they've ever investigated polling centers. That wasn't my question. You're talking about precedent. I'm saying there is no precedent. Nobody's ever done this before. And you're just making it, oh, well, why not? Why not just even make it more general? The FBI investigates things, guys. It's literally called the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Like, they investigate things. So what? They investigate stuff. Like, that's the precedent, is that the FBI investigates. Let's just make it as general as possible. No, it's not general. Precedent is a specific thing. It's specific on, like, specific aspects of a thing. Not very general. Oh, they investigate polling centers. That's not how that works. It's very different.
And accusations that local folks in that jurisdiction did something wrong, even though we saw in previous findings that that was not the case. Dal?
And Ava Joy, we are now starting to get some sound coming out of Fulton County, Georgia.
You got some sound coming out of that fucking background, homie. What the fuck?
Let's take a listen to what officials there are saying.
Which I'm a part of, we're extremely alarmed by this. I have to stress what I know so far is unconfirmed rumors from officials talking to each other. But what we've heard is that the main FBI office, not the local FBI office, has been dispatched here.
It needs to fit my super specific heavy biased framing. Why do you keep saying it's biased? What about that is biased? What about that is biased? I asked you a question. I asked, when have they ever done this? You could just admit they've never done it, but you won't because you're biased. Because you won't even say, yeah, that's never happened before. That's not a thing that ever happens. But you won't say that. You instead just immediately move the fucking goalposts and start to fucking cope about the fact that you can't answer the fucking question. Because you are too biased to even admit that you know that is not a thing that has ever fucking happened. Because it's fucking retarded. You know it's fucking retarded. I don't know if they've ever done it specifically. To your framing. Stop saying it's my framing. Why? Okay, again. If when the IRS goes after, under Obama, goes after a bunch of churches, and Republicans start saying that Obama is using the IRS to go after, like, religious groups. If I turned around and said, oh, yeah, like the IRS never investigates tax, never does audits on people for their taxes. Like, come on, dude. Like, come on. Do you really think that would be, you really think that would make sense as a response? Or do you think it would be more specific to the circumstances with the churches and the religious entities? Like, do you think it would be more specific than that? Not just like general, just like, oh, but they do audits on churches sometimes, guys. Why don't you ask? Because that's not at contention here. Nobody is contesting that. It's not contested. Literally nobody is contesting it. That's why. Is that specific enough? No! No, I literally just explained why that's not specific enough. I literally just finished explaining why that is not specific enough.
To try to collect 2020 ballots. Again, ballots from not the last presidential election, but the one before that. And famously, Donald Trump has made Fulton County the object of his ire throughout the country. It's made Fulton County, national news for all the wrong reasons, because he has pushed these baseless conspiracy theories that the election was somehow, quote, stolen, and that Georgia was the epicenter of this. And unfortunately, Fulton County officials have paid the price. If we recall that there were county election workers who were harassed, who had to bring defamation lawsuits, who were under physical threats, needed security because of the lies and conspiracy theories that Donald Trump.
And they sued people part of the Trump administration and won those lawsuits, defamation lawsuits, for claiming that they tried to steal the election.
Has been pushing, and here we are. It's January 2026, and now Donald Trump is dispatching FBI officials from Maine FBI, I guess in D.C., to try to disrupt county election administration here in Georgia. Now, warrant. We know that
Yep, that was the claim, Fad. Yep, that's the claim. You're not completely straw manning what I said and just being as bad faith as fuck. That's what I said. You're so correct. That's spot on. You're not being a bad faith piece of shit at all. That's totally what I said. I said that they're not allowed to investigate polling centers. Yep, that's what I said. That's the thing. You're totally right, bro.
Eva Joy, as we listen to what he was saying, the thing that seems to leap out more than anything else is that this is a red state. It is Georgia. Fulton County is a Democratic stronghold in Georgia. But you can hear the anger of people saying they don't want to look back at 2020. And also, a lot of campaign officials here in Washington, D.C. continue to maintain that they don't want the president to look back at the last election and instead focus on the economy. That does not appear to be the case based on what we just heard.
Yeah, the person we just heard from, his name is Josh McLaurin. I just looked him up, and he is a state senator there in the state of Georgia. And we do know that there were so many people who were divided really along partisan lines on whether an investigation against President Trump should have really happened. And as you mentioned, now many people want to move forward. But the forward here, Del, in 2026 is the midterm elections that are coming up. You mentioned the fact that Georgia overwhelmingly in some cases, it is a red state, but in that core area, Fulton County and the suburbs of Atlanta, they vote blue. They vote for Democrats. And so this is perhaps why we see this movement to go ahead and continue to look at these voter rolls, even though we have seen the conclusion of investigations that said that there was no wrongdoing in the 2020 election. By the time we get to November of this year, it would have been 6 years, but yet still, as you mentioned, we are continuing to see these investigations pop up. This one in particular, it's something that was really unexpected. This was on no one's radar until just this afternoon when we got this breaking news alert that there is now a search that is going on at this facility, this voting facility in Fulton County, Georgia. Del?
Eva Joy, before I let you go, so that people do not confuse the issues, Fani Willis is no longer in charge of any investigation right now in Atlanta. That investigation, for all intents and purposes, was taken away from her by the state. So even if people wanted to say this is Donald Trump going after Fani Willis, this does not appear to be that case. This appears to be Donald Trump once again relitigating what you heard, the official you heard quoted just a moment ago, saying that he is relitigating whether or not the 2020 election was stolen. And you have repeated over and over again, citing several different sources legally, that everyone has looked at it and said, nothing to see here, move on.
That's absolutely right. In fact, District Attorney Fani Willis hasn't had a direct hand in this matter for a very long time, even before the case was dismissed, because as you recall, there was a challenge to her ability to continue overseeing this particular matter. And while that challenge was working its way up through an appeals court in the state of Georgia, she really had to step away. Her hands were tied. She was unable to continue with any prosecution in that matter. One of the biggest RICO cases that the state of Georgia has seen, Fani Willis, when she announced this indictment against President Donald Trump and more than a dozen other people, it really made headlines because many people were wondering, how can you use RICO in this matter? And then she really, in those indictments, showed people what she planned on doing until that big splash came that she had a relationship, a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade. And many people said that that was a conflict of interest. When all of that came out, there was now this side case that was going on, which halted the main prosecution against the president and more than a dozen others. And then the focus then turned on Fani Willis and whether she had the right to continue with this prosecution. While we waited for some sort of outcome from the highest court there in the state of Georgia, everything was on pause. And then eventually, when she was disqualified from continuing with this matter, there was a secondary attorney who came in and ultimately decided that they will not move forward with prosecution in this matter. So everything was dropped. And I was able to pull up a quick statement at the time in November when this happened from Steve Sadow. He was the attorney who was representing President Donald Trump, and he sent out a simple statement. He said the political persecution of President Trump by disqualified District Attorney Fani Willis is finally over. This case should never have been brought. A fair and impartial prosecutor has put an end to this lawfare. This is an email that was sent to me on November 26th. So this matter, this legal matter against President Donald Trump really was...
Just to be clear, the prosecutor who dropped the charges was very clear in saying he was not dropping the charges because the crime did not happen. He did not drop the charges because he thinks that Trump is innocent. He did not drop the charges because of a lack of evidence, that he thought that it was very sad and wrong that the charges had to be dropped. But he was dropping them, one, because they couldn't find a prosecutor who was willing to actually investigate and proceed with the case. And two, he was dropping the charges because it was going to have to take another 4 years to keep the case open, and that he did not want the taxpayers of Georgia to or in Atlanta to have to continue paying for something that was going to take 4 years, that was going to be like a very long and drawn out process, because they had to wait for Trump to get out of office in order for them to actually continue. Now, they are dropped like to the point that they can pick them back up if they want to, but they still did convict 4 other people of these charges in the same RICO case. And so they did get 4 of Trump's lawyers to plead guilty in this throughout this process. So it's not as if they were innocent. They were very clear that they weren't innocent.
Put to bed last year in November. So the fact that this investigation and the search is now happening there in Fulton County, it really...
Guys, make sure you look up Operation Wetback so you can know basic history, since Tom is scared to talk about it for some reason. Scared to talk about it? What the fuck are you talking about? Just can I just bring up random shit that you haven't mentioned and just say that you're scared to talk about this now too? Like, what the fuck?
Has no bearing on the former prosecution of President Donald Trump and the people, his co-conspirators, his alleged co-conspirators, because this matter is no longer a live legal matter, Dell.
Scripps News legal affairs correspondent Avajoy Burnett updating our audience on what is going on in Atlanta. An FBI spokesperson saying agents are executing a court-authorized law enforcement action, their words, at the county's main election office in Union City, just south.
Yeah, I don't even think we got a reason for the raid. Like,
tonight, this video shows federal agents raiding an election center in Fulton County, Georgia. The county says it was served a warrant for a number of records related to 2020 elections, with the FBI calling it court-authorized law enforcement activity. All afternoon, a steady stream of local and state elected officials arriving at this sprawling facility.
This is so fucking weird, bro. Like, why not just request the fucking records? Like, why not just request the records? Why not just get like a subpoena, or even just request them? Why do a fucking raid and put on a whole fucking show about it?
Trying to observe the agent's work. One state senator who went inside posting this video to social media that he says shows agents removing boxes of ballots.
This is an order from on high to try to disrupt Fulton County's election administration just because Donald Trump is still mad that he lost the 2020 election.
President Trump has long falsely claimed the 2020 election was rigged, something he brought up just days ago.
It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did.
In the months after the election, the president asked Georgia's Republican Secretary of State to help him find votes to overturn the results. And Fulton County District...
Hey, I part of me is glad that he's doing this, because there's been so many people who are like really upset, who keep saying, we voted you in to prosecute the people who stole the 2020 election from you, who engaged in lawfare against you and us and the January 6ers, and who, like, they want like them going after Democrats. They want them to do all of this shit, right? I'm glad they're fucking doing it, because now we actually get to go through court processes and actually get to prove all of these motherfuckers wrong, which is something that I keep saying, like, over and over and over. I keep saying there will never be charges. There will never be a grand jury indictment. Like that when they all kept saying the stuff about Obama, you know, engaging in lawfare with the Russiagate shit. Okay, who wants to put money on the fact that there will never be a fucking indictment for this? Who wants to put money on it? Anybody? Anybody want it? There will never ever be an indictment for this. Some of the stuff when I debated Rob Noor on this shit, he kept saying like, you know, this happened and that happened. Okay, then why isn't Trump doing anything about it? It's like, well, you're right. Yeah, he should do something about it. So, well, okay, so yeah, so you don't have any evidence of this. You would have evidence if Trump would just investigate it and if he would just do so, but he won't, and so now you just can't have the evidence, but you can keep claiming that it exists. You just don't have it. Okay, cool.
Attorney Fani Willis charged the president with interfering with the election. That case was dismissed last year. Tonight, the FBI not commenting on what it's looking for or why. The FBI co-deputy director arrived here from Washington just a short time ago. Meanwhile, those court documents detailing exactly what the FBI is looking for.
Correct, Tom, he does have to answer for J6ers who are all running for office now. The majority of them went right back to fucking prison for something else, dude. Well, I don't know if it was the majority of them. I think it was like 30%. How many... Where we have 1,600. This is only 33, so that's not even that much. That's not that. At least 33 pardoned insurrectionists face other criminal charges, but many are now going free. Oh, wait, this is... Okay, this is still pertaining to January 6th. 5 years after January 6th, dozens of pardoned insurrectionists have been arrested again. Charges range from possession of child pornography to sexual assault, child molestation, and aggravated kidnapping. What we would expect from J6ers, bunch of pedophiles.
Looking for remain under seal. Tom?
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Tom types whole books into Google. Yeah, you gotta get as many keywords in as possible. So yeah, so we still don't have a reason for the raid.
I know our Larry Spruill's working to get information about what he saw and heard. Let's listen in.
Missing person here. Shit, they're right by me. I get these Amber Alerts on my phone all the time, and it's always for places that are just nowhere around me. This one's actually right by me.
And it seems like he's interviewing someone, so I want to hear this as it
only a
unfolds.
guess. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that it has to do with documents that have previously been subpoenaed.
Is this shocking to you that this is happening right now?
There's a new video of Alex Pretti. Yes, it's literally the title of the stream.
Hey, it's shocking that we have a beautiful day in Atlanta and we don't have to fight the weather. So yeah, I think it's definitely was not on my bingo card for today.
When you found out this was going on, what was going through your mind then?
It was kind of disbelief. It's been a long time in coming, I think, and getting a lot of the answers that need to be given. So I'm going to...
For those of us who came late, could you tell us your title? What were you doing here at the building?
My name's Sally Grubbs, and I'm a state election board member.
I got you. G-U-R-B-B-S?
Yeah, S-A-L-L-E-I-G-H.
And what kind of answers do you want to see?
I just want to see. Well, this is not my circus, not my monkeys. This is, belongs to this procedure belongs to the FBI. I don't know what they've requested. I don't know what they've asked for, and I'm hoping we'll just get more answers.
Could you talk a little bit about the 150,000 ballots that?
I can't really speak on any of that at this point in time.
But why do y'all want to see them?
I need to get in the back, so that'll have to be an answer for another day.
Thank you. Okay, you are listening to an election.
All right. It's literally the next thing up, so congratulations. Here we are. This is a video of Alex Pretti, the guy who was just shot by ICE officers the other day. This is on a different day, at a different protest, on a different site, where yes, he is wearing the same jacket and very similar clothing. Also, believe he does have the gun on him in the holster again this time.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
Sheesh, dude. Bruh. This motherfucker took Taekwondo or some shit. What the fuck?
Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received...
So again, this is a little odd, but we'll
a tip
we'll
that
get to
federal
this. Is
agents
odd.
were blocking a street at the corner of East...
Yes, this is confirmed to be him. Yes.
East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10.
Remember, we already had reports that he had just gotten into a fight with officers a week before. We were told that he cracked his ribs, and so yeah, we did already know that there was a scuffle, and now we're just now getting the evidence or the video of this.
Corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
That looks familiar. That looks very familiar.
During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Pretti was wearing.
Wait, this isn't Alex? Yes, it is. That is Alex.
On the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband. What appears to be a gun.
Yep, there's the gun in the holster again. On the back.
Gun is also visible above his waistband.
Why did you say it's not Alex? Who's telling you it's not Alex? Whoever it is that's telling you guys this isn't Alex, stop watching them. Who said it's not Alex? Did they not notice the gun? Yeah, if they had seen the gun, they would have just shot him, right?
Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims...
So again, they just go beat him up and then leave. No arrest, no report, nothing. They just beat him up and then leave. It was weird as fuck, dude. Weird as fuck. It's exactly what they were doing to the woman when... So if... For the other officer who got dragged by a car before he decided to shoot good, then, sorry, I meant to put this is Alex like a question. Oh, okay. Yes, that is Alex. Yes. The other officer who got dragged by a car before he decided to shoot good. If you guys get to include that for some reason in why he would shoot good, then do we get to include this when ICE officers, or this isn't even ICE, the people who shot him weren't ICE either. I think they were CBP, but do they get to, does he get to use that for how he was acting on that day?
Pretti, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Pretti was holding a phone, not.
And yeah, they literally just start shooting tear gas and shit at people just standing there for no reason. For absolutely no reason. This a libtard channel? Is it a libtard channel? What are you, from 2014? Yes, this is a libtard channel, buddy. This is a real libtard channel. Them damn little libtards always knowing shit and having facts and knowing about stuff. Bullshit.
Not a gun when he was pinned to the street.
Yeah, libtard would read a book. Fucking educated fucking libtards. And yeah, they just get back into the fucking car and drive off. Just get back into the car and drive off. They just got out to beat him up a little bit, rough him up a little bit, and then head out. Did you watch the video of the news anchor holding his phone like a gun? Yes. Yes. He goes, look, watch this, watch this. Looks like a gun, right? It looks like a gun. It looks like a gun. It looks like I'm holding a gun. It does. These people are coming up with the fucking dumbest excuses. And the funny thing is about it, this is shit that nobody is saying. They are coming up with whatever it is that they can. That even fucking DHS and like CBP, Kristi Noem, none of them are saying this shit. None of them are saying we saw his phone and we thought it was a gun. None of them are saying you know, that Alex's gun went off when they took it, the SIG. None of them are saying the SIG went off. None of them say any of this. But all of these people are just they know that the shit that Kristi Noem and the government are saying is bullshit, and so they have to come up with their own fucking excuses, their own reasons. They gotta find their own cope to figure out a way to try to justify this bullshit, because nobody else is saying this stuff. And so they know that, yes, what it is that they are saying, what it is that the government did say, none of them can repeat that shit. None of them can say, because they know they'll sound like fucking idiots, so they have to come up with their own bullshit.
Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that, we left the scene.
He was a known rioter. Now they were all calling him a rioter the entire time. And so now they actually get to have some justification for calling him a rioter, because there was no evidence of him rioting in the first videos that came out. So now they finally get a reason to actually call him a fucking rioter. Oh my goodness, finally. So a week before he was killed, he had a gun and attacked federal agents. There you go, buddy. Yeah. He was holding a gun again? Prohibited locations, demonstrations, and rallies. Minnesota law prohibits carrying firearms at public demonstrations, rallies, or similar events. This includes both open and concealed carry. Is that true? While some states' laws restrict guns at protests, Minnesota has no such law in place. The Director of Legal Research and Education. Or wait. Yeah. Nope. Nope. I don't know why people keep saying this. It wasn't a protest. It's an armed insurrection. Why do people keep saying this? It's not a protest. It's not an organized. Yeah, it wasn't organized, but it's still a protest. Like, people are there protesting. People are there protesting the fucking shit. Like, I don't know why people keep saying it's not a protest. It's a protest. There are people there in large groups protesting. It is a protest. It's not an organized protest. It's not a licensed protest, but it is a protest.
Everybody watching this now can. So Priscilla, tell us exactly what we see there. I think everybody watching this now can recognize Alex Pretti there kicking that tail light, but tell us exactly what we know happened and any context that you've learned.
We see that fucking third-degree black belt kick. We know that's Alex Pretti.
Yeah, Aaron, and as a reminder, this is a physical clash that happened between Alex Pretti and federal agents over a week before he was fatally shot in Minneapolis this past weekend. So let's walk through that video. You see him there shouting and also kicking a tailgate on that vehicle as it drives away. There you're seeing the tackling of the federal agents. This whole interaction only lasts a few seconds. Now, you'll also notice here in a bit that there does appear to be a gun that is tucked in his waistband. It's unclear, however, if the agents notice it. There you see the gun tucked into his waistband. Now, they do not disarm him, and as we see later in that video,
they should have shot him. If he has a gun, they should have just shot him. Why didn't they just shoot him? They had him on the ground. They could see his gun.
The agents walk away. It is unclear, Aaron, however, what happened before this video and what happens afterwards. I am told, however, that the Department of Homeland Security is reviewing this video. Recall that they are part of this investigation.
I keep seeing stuff where they said that he spit on ICE agents. That first off, again, these are not ICE agents. Secondly, he didn't spit on agents. He spit on a fucking car. But and he kicked a car. Not good. Not endorsing it. Not great. This is not peaceful protest. But definitely a lot of misinformation going around about this one.
Into the fatal shooting last weekend. A few other notes of context, Aaron. This was filmed less than 2 miles from the scene of the deadly encounter this past weekend, and as you can see from his attire, he is wearing similar clothing as he was again this past Saturday. Now, Aaron, your viewers may remember CNN previously reported just yesterday that Pretti did have an encounter with federal agents a week prior to.
Is this an attempt of character assassination? Yes. Yes, that's literally what all of this has been. What yesterday, if you watched, we went over Tim Pool or 2 days ago, we went over Tim Pool just talking about the fact that he's a part of some groups that organize people going and recording ICE agents as they're doing this shit. And they kept saying that because he's part of this group, that this means that he is now like part of an organized insurrectionist group against the government, and these are insurgents who are trying to stop the government from doing their jobs. And it's just like this is all they're fucking doing. It's just coming up with as much that apparently there's a claim from his parents, but this hasn't really been verified. From what I've seen, it's like some small nobody newspaper who came out with this, but because a bunch of people started saying that he got fired from the ICU, that he had been fired from the veterans ICU, and that he was like no longer working there, and that he had gotten fired for like getting a bunch of reports of inappropriate behavior. And they in that same article that's kind of put this out also said that they had quotes from his parents saying that within the last couple of weeks he quit his job and was acting weird. Well, we know that he was still working at the ICU when he died. We know that now. We know that now that he was still working at the ICU when he fucking died. So there's all these people repeating the shit. Tim Pool repeated some of that. Like I've seen Fox News repeat this stuff. Like people all over the place are repeating this one little article that just put out bullshit, dude. But it's being like, screenshot and posted all over the place, quote tweeted all over the place. It's every fucking where. And it's bullshit. It's just complete bullshit. I don't think that because if his parents said that he was acting really weird in the last couple of weeks and that he had just quit his job, well, if he was still working at the ICU. So what job did he quit? Like what? There's no way that this is true.
Saturday where he suffered a broken rib. It is unclear, however, if the video we're seeing here is of that incident. And Aaron, we are continuing to review additional footage of what unfolded here. But again, this is a physical clash between Alex Pretti and federal agents over a week before he was shot by U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents on Saturday in Minneapolis.
Well, no, the article came out like days ago. The video of him fighting ICE officers or like kicking the car is not fake. This is him. It is real. It is verified. Does come from like a real source. Tom, what's your stance on the abolish ICE position? I do think abolish ICE is probably a bad term. Because it does come from a lot of like open borders type people. That is like kind of where it originates. Am I okay with the act of abolishing ICE? Yes, like that's fine. But like the term, the slogan, it's got a little bit too much baggage. So Tom watched the video. When he kicks the taillight, not only does it seem impossible to kick out the casing, but the dealer logo disappears.
January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Pretti interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
What logo?
Federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
What logo? What are you talking about?
Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 90s.
This is from the BBC. Like, this is not AI. I'm telling you, this is not AI. This is verified. I've checked all of this shit before I put it in my fucking title. This is real. This is him. He did do this. Abolish ICE will be a winning message next election cycle. I don't know. Again, I think the term is probably not great, but his actions here are irrelevant to what happened on the street. Yeah, of course. Pretty based, if you ask me. Like, currently, yes, the polling is very high for abolishing ICE. Like, the majority of Americans are, it's not even majority, I think it's something like 45%, 46% of Americans are in favor of abolishing ICE. But that is asking them about in action. Again, the slogan, abolish ICE, just probably not great. Probably not great, and we need to have something a little bit better. But we need to see if this lasts to midterms. Oh, it will. It will. This is listen. Americans are sick of like the chaos. They're sick of the bullshit. Like today, the Trump administration raided an election office, a polling office in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, they raided the Fulton County election office. The FBI raided the Fulton County election office. This is just nonstop. The Trump administration is just getting more ballsy, getting more brazen, and they are not going to stop. They are going to continue doing more and more shit and making things worse and worse and worse. Americans are sick of this shit. They are already sick of it. The Democrats have been winning and outperforming across the nation. This is just going to continue. We are when they got their red wave and, you know, their big win, they all kept running around saying Democrats are never going to win again. That's it. The Democrat Party is over with. DNC is done. Democrats will never win another election. And they are probably making sure that the Republicans are not going to win again. They are probably making sure that the Republicans are not going to win again. MAGA will not win again. And this could be, truly, I didn't think this was possible. I did not think this was possible. At this point, the amount of people who are coming out against Trump and Noam right now.
10 saying Americans will forget. I want it back in November.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Oh, you were saying it's no. They're not. Nobody's gonna forget. Nobody's gonna forget. No. Nobody's gonna forget. Fuck that shit. Nobody's gonna forget because, like, we'll forget about this instance. Yeah, we'll forget about this just as we've already forgotten about good because there's too many fucking things happening every single day. There's too many things happening every single fucking day. There's too much shit. Everybody's forgotten about Epstein. Everybody's forgotten about Venezuela. Everybody's forgotten about, like, because, yes, they do too much fucking shit. They fuck up too much. They fuck up too much. And when even right now, you have tons of mainstream Republicans coming out against the Trump administration right now. You did with Venezuela. You did with Epstein. You did with Iran. You did with Israel. You did with, like, tons. Like, this is becoming a bigger and bigger split. You know, tons of people were upset with Trump with the way that he criticized the guy after he died. I can't remember his name, but there was the producer guy who died, and Trump came out and said he died because he had TDS. Like, the splits that were happening with, like, you know, Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, and then the, like, diehard MAGA people, like, those splits really were, like, just the beginning. There's more and more splits happening now. There's more and more splits happening now. And so this is becoming like much bigger. And there's more problems now where the Trump administration is anti Second Amendment with a lot of the shit that they're saying. Trump and Noam and tons of people in the Trump administration are all coming out saying you can't bring a gun to a protest. What's wrong with you? And, like, saying shit like this. Like, they're being very anti Second Amendment. Even what's his name? I'm blanking on the Texas senator's name. Ted Cruz came out against the Trump administration and what it is that they're saying. We're just seeing, like, tons and tons of Republicans who are not standing with the president's narrative here. And then on top of that, not only is no commentators are standing with the commentators, or sorry, no commentators are standing with Trump's narrative and Kristi Noem's narrative, but they're also coming up with their own, like, bullshit narratives to try to explain this away, and they're all looking like fucking clowns right now. Like, this is creating more terrors. And it's sad the amount of people who have to die for Americans to wake up. But it is happening. Like, this is what's happening here is actually giving me some hope that, like, the GOP is going to look at this and say, yeah, we got to go back to fucking neocon shit. after this. This is the end of that. You got Brad Palumbo, who's like outspokenly against this. You got like pretty much everybody. They're all loudly against this stuff, and it's not pretty much everybody, sorry, but there's like the fact that it's not everybody is part of like what's good about this, is that when it came to like the Epstein files, right, it was pretty like across the board that MAGA was pushing back on Trump, to where there was still a base of MAGA, right? There was still a base there that had like their narrative and their message was still like a singular message. In this, there's not, and that's almost better. The fact that there are some people like who's the fucking dumb bitch? What's her fucking name? Hold on. I forget the chick who she was, one of the chicks who was holding the Epstein binders. Really dumb looking blonde chick. Is that really him? Yes, it's him. It isn't. It is confirmed. It is definitely him. Bondi? No. Here, I got it. Liz Wheeler. So Liz Wheeler posted this on Twitter the other day. She said, guarantee many of the conservatives clucking that a violent agitator who was resisting arrest and reaching for his gun was met with lethal force by the law enforcement officers he threatened are vaccinated. Not saying this as an ad hominem, just noting you've demonstrated your embarrassingly poor judgment in the face of commie propaganda before. Just to be clear, commie propaganda is Donald Trump. Just to be clear, commie propaganda is Donald Trump being the one to get that mRNA vaccines, to like push for them to get out fast, to push for everybody to get vaccinated, to come out with to roll out a vaccination plan, to like that is Donald Trump, okay? Donald Trump, when she says commie propaganda, she's talking about the Trump administration. Just so everybody knows. Yeah, here's you might want to sit this one out, sit out the poor judgment conversation. Here's a picture of her holding the Epstein binders and doing her photo shoot there with everybody. This person said, what did you watch? Do you have eyes? I'm on Trump's side, but I have eyes. He didn't attack ICE. They killed him. He was holding his phone. This one was too easy. Never forget. There's her again, holding the Epstein binder. Goodbye. Don't tread on me. Comply or die is our new motto. Then here's another one. LOL, this idiot decided to show the entire planet what a bootlicking fraud she is. You're done. People will literally piss on your grave. Your own kids will pretend to not know you. The fact that you think this comment is anywhere near sane tells us how fucking dumb you are. Here's another one. Never forget. Her holding the Epstein binder. Here's another one. Liz, with all due respect, it was a bad shoot. We don't have to tote the line every time, no matter what. Sometimes shit happens, and it's okay to occasionally say this was wrong. This is the majority of the fucking comments. She is getting torn to fucking shreds on Twitter right now. We got see. Here's Matt Walsh, where he said, gotta love that particular breed of, or sorry. Here he is. An armed leftist went out with a gun to deliberately interfere with legitimate law enforcement operations, and I'm seeing some, in quotations, conservatives on this site claim that it might be ICE's fault that the guy is now dead. Insane. some of you people will never fucking learn. Like, he is getting fucking shredded by conservatives for this right now. By conservatives, he is getting fucking bent over and spanked right now. This is something that I'm telling you, this is actually creating more fucking tears within MAGA. The MAGA cult is starting to tear at the seams. It is not going well, okay? It is not going well. Like, normally, and I understand for a lot of people, they're like, oh, come on. Like, nobody ever remembers. They always forget. Like, this is blah, blah, blah. We don't normally see things like this where they are not in line. Not since, so in Trump's first administration, everybody was happy to be critical of Trump. It was fucking nonstop. Every fucking time you talk to a conservative, they would always be, oh yeah, I'm not in favor of the way that Trump talks. I don't like it. I'm not in favor of the way that he did that. Yeah, no, I agree. He does a lot of fucked up shit, and I'm with you there. And it was always this half-hearted like criticism of like, oh yeah, I'm not really with Trump. I don't really like him. I voted for him just because he was the nominee. I voted for him just because I thought he could win and stop Hillary, but I don't really like that was the shit we heard all through Trump's first administration. This time around, we don't ever hear that fucking shit. This time around, we don't ever hear that fucking shit. All we hear is, Trump's the fucking best. Trump's got it. this is what I voted for. This is all we fucking hear anymore is just nonstop fucking dick sucking. Ever since everybody all of a sudden, like, when January 6th happened, the majority of conservatives, the majority of Republicans were against Donald Trump. The majority of them were upset with him for that shit. It was clear the majority of them were upset with the way that he handled that. And then, yes, they forgot about that. And it became very, very cultish. The more that we went after him, the more that we tried to charge him for the crimes that he committed, the more that he got indicted, the more that he had to go to court, the more they all became very, very cultish in this mind frame that, like, oh, everything that he does is right because all the Democrats do is lie about him and call him a Nazi and try to kill him and try to arrest him. So that cult became very uniform at that point. This is not uniform. This is not uniform. Like, this is breaking down. This is a big difference from what it is that we've been seeing this entire time. This is a massive difference. And so I don't know that this is going to last. I don't know that this is going to make a big difference. Because Trump actually is making the right moves right here. Like, after everything else, after he fucked up with the Epstein shit, he made the worst fucking move, turned around and said, if you're still on about Epstein, you're not part of MAGA. You're not America first if you're doing this. You're not part of my movement. You're not with me if you're still talking about Epstein now. The worst fucking move he could have made. After the Charlie Kirk shit, when everybody was saying that, like, oh, we're conservatives, we would never make fun of somebody after they died, and then he made fun of fucking Rob Schneider or whatever his name was, Rob Reiner, like he did the worst fucking thing, and got some pushback for that. But this time he is making the right moves. He pulled out the guy who's been running ICE. He had a call with Walz. He's like complimenting Walz and saying he's doing the right thing. We had a perfect phone call. We're working together now. Like, he is doing the right thing here, and it's actually it's not good. Like when and he's being quiet about this shit now. So I will say I've got some reservations because yes, he is doing the right thing right now, and that's fucking scary. Like, but it also says he knows shit's tearing at the fucking seams. Like, for him to actually, he didn't think shit was tearing at the seams with Epstein. He didn't think it was tearing at the seams with Israel. He didn't think it was tearing at the seams with Iran. He didn't think like all of the other fucking shit that was happening. He didn't think the movement was tearing at the seams. This one, he saw this and had to make a drastic fucking shift in the way that he was dealing with it. So it's, you know, it's a little scary that he's actually making the right moves right now, and we'll see. We'll see how this goes, but
Look at you! Pepper spray, bitch! Fuck you, motherfucker! Fucking fuck you guys! Fucking trash! Fucking trash!
oh wait, maybe he did spit on an ICE officer. Oh, he did. Okay, my bad. Yeah, earlier I said people kept saying he spit on an ICE officer. Tom, they pulled Povino and replaced him with Homan. Yes, okay. I get it. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like, it's kind of fucking wild, but is what I said yesterday. But this is like, it's at least, it is different. Like Homan is not as aggressive and as like brazen as Bavino is. Homan is obviously a fucking monster, but he's a bit more tactical with the way that he deals with things. He's a bit more professional. He's a bit more like, you know, he's not this like drill sergeant out there in front, you know, screaming and yelling. He's very more like political with how he deals with things. And that's what they're looking for now. Like they did the put your head down, just run and gun with Bavino, but now they're getting some consequences and some pushback, and so they're moving in a different direction. And that's what I'm saying, is where I'm saying like they're doing the right things, is they're actually making changes to try. And that, like, I'm not saying that that's what we care about. I'm not saying we care about this. I'm not saying that we're gonna look at this and be like, oh yay. I'm saying MAGA is going to look at this and say, oh, okay, he hears us, he cares, like he's making changes, like they're going to I'm not saying we're gonna fucking care. Yeah, apparently. Okay, so he did spit on an ICE officer, or a CBP officer.
Look at you! Pepper spray, bitch! Fucking motherfucker!
Now again, we don't know what led up to this. He's saying, assault me, pepper spray me, bitch. Like, we did see that as soon as they got out of the cars, they started pepper spraying and tear gassing everybody in the crowd. So like after he kicks the taillight, they get out of the car, they start tear gassing everybody and shooting pepper balls at them, and then and none of those people did shit. Like they didn't do anything, and they immediately start tear gassing them and pepper balling them. It's fucked up, dude. And so it could be that that's what they did here, that they just randomly assaulted him by throwing tear gas and pepper balls at him and shit like that. Like, we have no idea what led up to this. So, just putting that out there, we have no fucking idea what happened before this or why this was happening. And this is all we got. Trump and White House are scared of Melania wrath. No, I think the Melania thing is part of that shift. I think the Melania thing is part of them like trying to put out a softer face right now. I think that they're Melania movie flop. I'm probably gonna go watch it. You're not serious? Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it. Yeah, of course.
Where for the most part you have other states where the number of ICE detainees is 10, 11, 12 times higher than in Minnesota, where there is zero incident. Texas, more than 10 times more ICE detainers in Texas, yet 0 incidents. No one's getting shot.
There are 200 undocumented immigrants, non-citizens, in Minnesota prisons. Is that what you're talking about?
1,361 detainers.
Okay, that's
of people that were actually arrested at some point and then released. I'm not saying who's in jail
what
now.
exactly do you want the governor to do? You want the governor to go to those people's houses, take them out of their homes, and hand them over to ICE?
As they
what
were
would
arrested,
you like them to do?
An ICE detainer means as they were
over
arrested.
the course of what period of time?
Over the past
Joe?
year, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, don't you think that's relevant information?
It's working in Texas.
1,300. Hold on.
In Texas, they got 17,696.
I'm just concerned about the factual information here. You're talking about a list of 1,300 people. There are only 200 non-citizens in the prisons. The Hennepin County Jail, which doesn't cooperate with ICE, has a max capacity of about 600 people. So where are these 1,300 people? How long has it been since they've been in some form of prison? And what exactly do you want the Governor Walz to do about it?
I'm more familiar with here in New York, just being a New Yorker. Rikers Island has about 3,000 people at any one time.
I'm talking about Minnesota.
In the course of a year,
what do you want
30,
the governor to
40,000 people go through a jail.
Do you want the governor to go door to door and pick up people who had committed crimes years ago?
Now, let's understand that there's a difference between
let's not
state prisons and the county jail.
Yes,
okay,
but I think my point is, here's my point, real quick. This is important. You can't throw out that number and say, there are 1,300 people that are in prisons and they won't let them have it. That's actually not true at all.
There are 1,300 people who were at one point detained by the police departments in Minnesota.
At what point?
At some point, I forget when the statistic
could have been 10 years ago, could have been 20 years ago. At what
Let's go to my statistic. In Texas, in this year, 7 operation.
It's cliff in terms of the possibility of America sustaining itself as a social experience.
Okay, so based on your resume, it seems like you are a perfect fit for the job. I see you spent a number of years disappointing those around you. Is that correct? No hobbies, talents, special interest. Amazing. Okay, and I see right here it says you've never touched a woman? Ever? Okay. No, yeah, that's great. That is exactly what we're looking for here.
Wow. Okay. We know that the ICE officer or the CBP officers before killing Alex Pretti did shove a woman and try to beat her up. So that was they do touch them sometimes.
One thing that stands out to me is your lack of self-worth and how instead of addressing those feelings of inadequacy and powerlessness and seeking self-improvement, you have instead chosen to blame the world around you and let a deep hatred fester in the depths of your soul like a disease. It's really impressive. Okay, so no therapy ever. Amazing. I am seeing that you are a member of several concerning Reddit communities and Discord servers. Love that. How many holes have you punched through a wall? Impressive. Do you know what empathy is? No. Great. How would your friends describe you? You don't have any. That is the answer we're looking for. Okay, well, based on everything I've seen today, you seem like an incredibly unstable and disturbed individual who poses an imminent threat to society, and we would love to give you a gun and welcome you to ICE. Welcome to the team. We are really looking forward to seeing how many innocent lives you destroy. Okay.
I don't know if you guys saw this. This is fucking amazing. This is fucking amazing. This is Thinking Monk. You guys should go follow this guy. He puts out really good shit on Twitter. If you're on Twitter at all, check him out. He puts out really good shit, but he's one of Destiny's editors, and he's always putting out like a lot of really good clips, not just from Destiny, from lots of shit. He took a break for a while from Twitter and just came back, and I'm glad he's back because he puts out a lot of really good stuff, including moi, you know, the little bit of engaging in a little bit of tomfoolery. Fuck. He tweets too much. It's too much. Slow down. Chill. Sheesh. Okay.
Jacob Fry and other.
Go.
For weeks, Governor.
There we go.
For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Fry and other elected Democrats were spreading lies
True.
about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal.
True. Risking their lives, guys. Risking their lives. It's so dangerous. Oh, man.
Aliens from our streets.
Wait, real quick. Can somebody in chat give me, over the last 5 years, real quick, I'm just trying to get the numbers on this. How many ICE agents have been murdered in the commission of doing their job? Can somebody give me that stat?
So I actually checked this the other day. And then happened upon this, like right after, like a day after, that it's two officers have been killed in the line of duty. Two. By other people. Two. Not in the last 5 years. No. None have died in the last 5 years in the line of duty. None. Two have died ever in the line of duty. 2 ICE officers have ever died in the line of duty. 2. So dangerous. So hard. So hard for these guys. Ooh-wee. 2.
Real quick, does anybody know what the numbers on that is? Honoring our fallen ICE officers. There are few more noble professions than service as a federal law enforcement officer. The officers and agents who protect our communities each and every day have devoted their lives to public service. They have sworn an oath, dedicating their lives, sometimes at the expense of their own, to ensure the safety of our nation and our communities. Even in the face of hostilities from those who reject our nation's rule of law and throughout evolving adversity, the brave men and women of this agency continue to demonstrate unwavering courage and devotion to our mission. Let's see. Sorry. Oh, God. All right. Let's just go through the first 12. Assistant Special Agent in Charge Joseph Joe Love died October 19, 2024 from complications of multiple myeloma. That's a cancer, I guess. He performed recovery work after the 9/11 terrorist attack in the World Trade Center and served the American public for 32 years. Okay, so cancer. Robert. Courageous battle with cancer, deemed to be a direct result of his brave execution of official duties in Ground Zero. Okay. Rachel. She contracted COVID-19 while performing her officially assigned duties. At the time of her death, do you think she was vaxxed? And she died of COVID-19 in 2022. Dog, it's COVID-19, not COVID.
Well, so in 2021, I think it was like November of 2021, Biden put out a mandate for all federal officers to be vaccinated. So depending on when did they say when? July of 2022. So yeah, so they had to be vaccinated at this point if they were still ICE officers. There were, yeah.
COVID 2022. COVID 22. Fuck, I fucked that up. Okay. Pete, what did you get? Oh no, another COVID-19 death. Wait, how many of these guys were vaccinated? Okay, hold on. In 2022. When did Delta come? Wait, the vaccine was available at the middle or end of 2020, right? The first mRNA shots?
Of 2020? No.
No?
It would have been like end of 2020 to 2021, right?
When was Pfizer shot available? December 11th, 2020. Okay, so end of 2020, early 2021. How are these guys dying of COVID? That would have been like past Delta, no? Okay, whatever. Okay, so that was Pete. So we've got 2 cancer deaths, 2 COVID deaths. Brian, complications related to COVID. Okay. William, okay, complications related to COVID. David, COVID? Bro, what?
Guys, remember, nobody dies from COVID. It's just people with like severe health problems. It's only the weakest and the sickest among us. It's only old people, guys. It's not, you know, it's not people who are like, you know, ICE officers or anything like that. It's only the old people and the weakest among us that nobody else dies from COVID. Come on,
what
guys.
The fuck? Rosa? COVID?
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
COVID
Bradley? COVID? Olivia, COVID? Wait, what the fuck?
And the first like 3 that they read were fucking cancer.
Roberto? COVID? Miguel? COVID? Wait. Hello?
This is not a like, he's not just happening upon these, okay? Just so everybody understands. He is not just happening upon these, okay? AI overview that I got the other day. As of late 2025, 15 U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers have died from COVID-19, accounting for a majority of the 29 total in the line of duty deaths recorded by the agency since its inception in 2002. COVID-19 has the majority of in the line of duty deaths. The majority of ICE deaths. A majority! These deaths, including cases in 2021 and 2022, were documented among personnel who contracted the virus while performing official duties. COVID-19 impact on officers. Data indicates that COVID-19 was a significant cause of death for ICE personnel during the pandemic years. So you guys remember, there were a bunch of videos coming out when Biden put this mandate into place. There was a bunch of videos on on Twitter, on YouTube, all over the fucking place of ICE officers recording themselves in their cars crying, saying, you know, doing their like last goodbye, I'm out, like, adios amigos, I'm not getting the vaccine, so I'm leaving. You know, and they're crying and they're upset. And this was it was a common thing. Like, we had a lot of ICE officers who were quitting over the fact that they refused to get the vaccine. I wonder, one, how many of these happened before the mandate was put in place? And two, I wonder if there were other ICE officers who were high-ranking in that division who were not actually like checking their ICE officers' shit, like who were not actually making sure that they got vaccinated. Like if they were like, you know, getting a fake COVID cards or something like that to help them pretend that they got the vaccine. Because ICE is like rampant with fucking corruption, with people who break the rules, who don't want to follow laws, who don't do their jobs correctly. Like, it is rampant with the shit. I wonder, because this would be an insanely, we're talking about people who have to be vaccinated, they would have like 100 times the amount of the regular public with vaccines dying from COVID. They would, this group right here, they would have like 100 times per capita. There's no way. There's no fucking way this many people died from COVID after being vaccinated. There's no way. It would be fucking impossible for this many. 100 times the general population amount. No fucking way, dude. China has 3 times more electric cars and really are technologically savvy, but they aren't a big military country and they have huge military. But they're USA greatest ally. They've helped USA numerous times. China is not our greatest ally. They are a good trading partner, but Trump is ruining our our trade with them. They're a good trading partner. They are not a good ally. They're not our greatest ally. They are one of our biggest enemies. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but that is just not true. I don't know who the fuck told you that shit, but that is not true. They have engaged in tons of like cyber warfare against the United States. They have spies. They have tons of like they have hacked our military and our government agencies and stolen confidential information. Like they are not our friends. Okay, that China is not our friends. They're somebody that we put up with. But speaking of electric vehicles, I saw somebody earlier today who was talking about the fact that they're like, it's really depressing that in the United States divorce between the left and the right, it somehow turned out that liberals ended up with guns, football, and freedom of speech, and conservative and Republicans ended up with unsaturated fats and like healthy foods, electric vehicles, and I forget what the other thing was, but it's fucking hilarious, dude. It really is. It's fucking hilarious how the turntables really is. But yeah, that's one. And then this is the other that says key findings on agent safety. Minimal violence related deaths. Reports indicate that very few ICE agents are killed by criminal violence. In the agency's history, only 2 officers have been murdered in the line of duty. One in 2005 by a US-born fugitive and one in 2011 in Mexico. Low per capita risk. Despite the dangers of law enforcement work, immigration enforcement is often cited as having a lower mortality rate compared to other police roles, with an annual chance of death of about 1 in 9,250. So they have an insanely low mortality rate in the line of duty, except when it comes to COVID. And if it's true that it turns out that like there are people who are part of ICE who are actually helping people get through without actually getting vaccinated, that's because of the bullshit propaganda that MAGA was putting out. That means that MAGA is the biggest killer of ICE agents. It means that MAGA is the biggest killer of ICE agents. MAGA is the #1 reason for on-duty deaths of ICE agents.
Can we talk about the real killer of ICE here? Wait, what the fuck? Ronald, what happened to you? COVID? James. Something different. Okay, he died after sustained... Okay, fatal gunshot wound to the chest.
Cancer is the #2 cause of death for ICE agents.
As a result of an accidental discharge of his service weapon.
Saturated fats is a MAGA thing. No, non-saturated fats is a MAGA thing because of the RFK now they're all health freaks and, you know, against against all that shit. So yeah, so they got electric cars in the divorce. They got non-saturated fats. They got health food. They got oh, and Nicki Minaj. That's the other thing. That's right. They got non-saturated fats, electric cars, and Nicki Minaj in the divorce. And liberals got guns, the First Amendment, and football. Based as fuck. Based as fuck. Let's go.
He killed himself.
Accidentally. Remember, guys, what do we say in the gun community? There are no ADs, only NDs. There are no accidents, only negligence, okay? Bradley, COVID. Lewis, cancer after 9/11. Danny.
I don't think it was the First Amendment that was the other thing. There was something else. Maybe Richard Spencer. I don't know.
COVID. Juan. COVID. Ronald. COVID. Dennis. Cancer. Timothy. Dengue fever. Oh, he was an...
Destiny just doxed all these dead people. That's so fucked up.
Experiment in the best sense. Edge cliff in terms of edge cliff edge cliff in edge cliff in edge cliff in edge cliff in edge cliff edge cliff edge cliff edge cliff edge cliff edge cliff in terms of the possibility of America sustaining itself as a social experiment in the best sense, or just becoming an empire full of might and force. So when you niggerize a whole country, you start treating all of your citizens the way black folk have been treated for 250 years. So when I see the police killing these two precious folks, Sister Renee and my dear brother Alex, and I've had so many partners killed by the police growing up on the chocolate side of town, right? What has been the response? Thank God for Martin King. How do we learn how to love in the face of this hatred? How do we learn how to fight for freedom for everybody in all parts of town in the face of all of this terror? And America now has the blues. If you don't learn something from the best of the blues people, we're going to lose the democracy. So this is not just about meticulous details. We're talking about something huge at stake.
It does seem that we are at a critical moment where there's a real question about whether ICE needs to be reined in. That's a question being asked by Republicans and by Democrats. And if so, how? Let me play what Elizabeth Warren said about what Democrats need to do in this moment.
Democrats are ready to rein in this rogue agency, but we need Republicans in Congress to stop this violence as well. And I know that there are Republicans right now who are seeing what we're seeing in Minnesota, and they know it is wrong. It is time to speak out. Silence is complicity. Grow a spine, show some backbone. Being disturbed doesn't change anything.
Some Republicans are speaking out, whether it's Tom Tillis or that candidate who was running for governor in Minnesota who dropped out of the race over this issue, to the top appropriator in the House who's basically saying, yeah, we do need to reset the situation. Is that right? Is that the right place to be right at this moment? I mean, do we need to rethink what ICE is really doing in the streets of America?
Well, clearly, the president thinks there needs to be some recalibration, right? He replaced the leadership in Minnesota with Tom Homan, a change of sort of the direction at the top. You saw him pull back and ask for these DHS agents to be investigated. Ultimately, though, the president's goal, and I think Tom Homan's mission, is to get compliance in the jails, in the system, in the prison system in Minnesota. Right? This is not a crisis of anything but a crisis of cooperation, where for the most part you have other states where The number of ICE detainees is 10, 11, 12 times higher than in Minnesota, where there is zero incident. Texas, more than 10 times more ICE detainers in Texas, yet zero incidents. No one's getting shot.
There are 200 undocumented immigrants, non-citizens, in Minnesota prisons. Is that what you're talking about?
1,361 detainers.
Okay, that's
of people that were actually arrested at some point and then released. I'm not saying who's in jail
what
now.
exactly do you want the governor to do? You want the governor to go to those people's houses, take them out of their homes, and hand them over to ICE?
As they
what
were
would
arrested,
you like them to do?
An ICE detainer means as they were
over
arrested.
the course of what period of time?
Over the past
Joe?
year, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, don't you think that's relevant information?
It's working in Texas.
1,300. Hold on.
In Texas, they got 17,696.
I'm just concerned about the factual information here. You're talking about a list of 1,300 people. There are only 200 non-citizens in the prisons. The Hennepin County Jail, which doesn't cooperate with ICE, has a max capacity of about 600 people. So where are these 1,300 people? How long has it been since they've been in some form of prison? And what exactly do you want the Governor Walz to do about it?
I'm more familiar with here in New York, just being a New Yorker. Rikers Island has about 3,000 people at any one time.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Minnesota.
In the course of a year,
what do you
20, 30, 40,000 people go through a jail.
Do you want the governor to go door to door and pick up people who had committed crimes years ago?
Now, let's
I'm just saying, let's not
state prisons and the county jail.
Yes.
Okay,
but I think my point is, here's my point, real quick. This is important. You can't throw out that number and say there are 1,300 people that are in prisons and they won't let them have it. That's actually not true at all.
There are 1,300 people who were at one point detained by the police departments in Minnesota.
At what point?
At some point, I forget when the statistics
could have been 10 years ago, could have been 20 years ago. At what
Let's go to my
point
statistic.
does
In Texas,
Joe?
in this year, 17,696 people who were in police custody at one point were transferred to ICE.
Listen,
the state of Texas, the localities of Texas honored the ICE detainers, and 17,000 people were detained without incident.
Hold on, I just want to know.
Without incident.
Of the people with detainers, are they currently in custody of the state?
At some point, these 13,000,
because that would be super important if the argument is that.
Don't you understand? They were released. The whole freaking point is that these people were released.
Hold on a second, Joe.
You understand, right?
Don't get all worked up.
These people were here illegally, committed some crime, and then they were released.
Joe,
that's why they're not in prison.
Don't get all worked up. All I'm asking is,
you're arguing that they're not in prison. I'm saying that's right. They were released. They should have been detained by ICE.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. The state prisons. All right. Hold on. The state prisons, which holds a vast majority of people who committed crimes.
After they've been convicted.
Yes, which is a due process. If you've been convicted of a crime.
An ICE detainer happens at the time of arrest in the county jail.
Hold on a second, Joe.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
In the state prisons, they work with ICE. So when you have committed a crime and you are convicted of that crime, they will call ICE and say, hey, this guy is in here. They're about to get out. Come and get him. So that is happening. The question I'm asking you is that if you are arguing that the rationale for this show of force is because the state is not cooperating with getting people who are in prison into the hands of ICE, you have to actually prove that those people are in custody. And you can't do that. And neither can the Trump administration, because many of them, most of them, are not actually in custody. And they would have to do the very same thing that they are doing right now. They would have to go out and conduct targeted raids. And if they were to do that, no one would be complaining about that.
You gave an incredible speech about prison, right? We're talking about jails, people who are detained by police.
I am also talking about jails.
You said 300 people are in prison.
There are 600. There's the maximum capacity
My point to you
in Hennepin
do I get
County
a chance? So there's
600 people. Where are all the people coming from?
1,361 people were issued ICE detainers in Minnesota and then were released by
What
the
fuck?
blame game.
That started in such an weird part, and then just ended in such a fucking weird part. That was weird as fuck. That entire thing was so fucking strange. Where did Destiny and AJW talk?
In order for your
Okay. All right, we'll come back to this in just a second.
Ilhan Omar was attacked at her event last night in Minnesota, and now you got Trump trying to say that the whole thing is fake. Here's the clip.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Right immediately after Omar called for ICE to be abolished and for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign or be impeached, 55-year-old Anthony James Kazmierzak stood up and sprayed her with an unknown liquid from a large syringe. Also, he reportedly yelled that Omar needs to resign, and right now, while we don't know what the liquid is yet, one BBC journalist in the room said it had a sour smell like a chemical, the New York Times reporting that it smelled like vinegar. And while you had many, happy that there weren't any injuries, you had many kind of amazed by the response. Omar looking like she was gonna punch the guy for a second. Also, she refused security's efforts to move her off stage to safety after the man was taken into custody. But she then went back to speaking, and as she was leaving, she told reporters at the event, "I survived war, and I'm definitely going to survive intimidation and whatever these people think that they can throw at me because I'm built that way." And then after, she went on Twitter to say, "I'm okay. I'm a survivor, so this small agitator isn't going to intimidate me from doing my work. I don't let bullies win." And while right now we're trying to learn more about this guy and his motive, it does right now look like it was a premeditated attack. You have a neighbor telling the New York Post that Kazmierzak asked him to walk his dog so that he could go to Omar's event. He apparently even hinted that something was going to happen, with the neighbor saying that Kazmierzak said that he might get arrested. And then you had this neighbor going on to say that Kazmierzak has been heavily medicated from a car accident years before that messed up his spine, as well as being diagnosed with Parkinson's. You also know from the neighbor that he apparently leans conservative, and social media pages apparently belong to him show a history of supporting Trump and right-wing commentators, including Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. I really wonder where he landed in the past year with those two. This guy has now been charged with third-degree assault, and he's being held without bail. So, well, we'll have to wait to see what happens there. In the meantime, we've seen a mixed bag of reactions to this. You have many officials condemning the attack, speaking out against political violence. Some Democrats laying the blame for this at the feet of Donald Trump, like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who said, "It's not a coincidence that after days of President Trump and VP Vance putting Representative Omar in their crosshairs with slanderous public attacks, she gets assaulted at her town hall." And adding, "Thank God she is okay. If they want leaders to take down the temperature, they need to look in the mirror." And well, yeah, if you look into it, Trump has spent recent months targeting Ilhan Omar with some pretty nasty rhetoric. And in fact, yesterday, the very same day that Omar was attacked, Trump was shit-talking her while speaking in Iowa.
Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see what? Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, it's not even a country.
Right, and then when he heard about this attack,
It's not
he
even
told
a
reporter,
country, guys.
"Quote,
It's not even a country, guys. It doesn't even count.
I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably had herself sprayed knowing her." Now with that, on one side, you have many finding that reaction disgusting, though also some people finding it suspicious, wondering why Trump's first reaction to this was to assume that a politician would fake an attack on themselves during an election year for some political gain. But then also too, as you might imagine, this really fanned the flames of his supporters to speculate that Omar somehow staged this whole thing. So you saw people online going through the video and saying that she nodded at the guy before he attacked, or saying that, she didn't react the way that she should have if she was attacked, so it must be fake. And all of this is, we know that this woman has faced increased death threats since Trump took office again and started making some insane claims about her, including that she's now worth more than $40 million. Which, just to explain where he's getting that number, in her financial disclosures from last spring, Omar valued her husband's venture capital management firm and his winery as worth between $5 million and $25 million and between $1 million and $5 million respectively. So the very top range of those numbers is where Trump and co, they're getting the worth $44 million thing. But as Forbes pointed out, even if those businesses were operating at the tippity top of those ranges, that's still not accurate for how much Omar or even her husband's worth. And in fact, you had her late last year explaining that her husband is a partner in those ventures, and the numbers that she included are the business's total value, not just the value of his ownership stake. Though also with that, it is worth noting that she's been at the center of a Justice Department investigation since the Biden days, specifically focused on her finances, campaign spending, and interactions with a foreign citizen. Well, reportedly, it looks like things have stalled on that front due to there being a lack of evidence. In recent weeks, GOP members of the House, they've been threatening to open their own investigation into Omar as a way of connecting her to the Minnesota fraud scandal, especially after evidence revealed that some members of Minnesota's Somali community set up companies to bill state agencies for social services that were never provided. But I'll say at this point, there's no evidence to connect Omar herself to any fraud scheme, and her office has reportedly received no official inquiries from the Oversight Committee or the Trump DOJ. And so as it stands now, it's just Trump and his goons fanning the flames of political violence with their aggressive rhetoric. But also, despite these relentless verbal attacks and even physical attacks on Minnesota's elected representatives, Tuesday, it was actually a good day for Democrats, at least in one way, because they actually won 2 seats in the Minnesota State House after special elections yesterday. And it was significant not because it was surprising, actually, these were both deep blue districts. In fact, the Democrat was the only candidate on the ballot for one of them, but rather because it restores the even partisan split in the House there with 67 Democrats and 67 Republicans. And that helps them a lot because the Senate Democrats already have a slim majority, and of course you have Tim Walz, the Democratic governor. And so while they'll still need some Republican support to pass things, they can at least use the power that they have to resist the federal invasion. Even if that just means things like holding hearings to spotlight what the feds are doing there, as a state Senate subcommittee is set to do this week. Also on that note, the 2 agents who used their guns on Alex Pretti have reportedly been put on administrative leave. Because before this, CBP said that they were just still out in the field, just not in Minneapolis. Now DHS, they say this move is standard procedure and it shouldn't be viewed as suspicion of wrongdoing. But still, 5 days after the shooting, the identities of the agents haven't been released, and despite all the talk about some agents leaving Minnesota with Greg Bovino, it's far from clear that Trump's troopers are actually pulling out at all. Because you have people like Ken Klippenstein revealing that he's obtained a Border Patrol memo saying that federal deployment to Minneapolis is steady state and expected to continue as planned. You also had Trump himself clarifying yesterday that whatever he's doing, it is not a pullback.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit, but I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you
haven't they already pulled agents out? I thought they already pulled agents out. They the day before they had just sent another 1,000 agents to Minneapolis, and then from my understanding they pulled 2,000 out.
You make little changes. Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here.
And almost all of the
Yeah, see that's what I said. It's just a change in optics. That's all they're doing, and it is a smart move. They are making a smart move by pulling Pavino and bringing in Tom Homan. This is one of the first times Trump has made the right move in the midst of a controversy.
Headlines have focused on the "we're gonna de-escalate a bit" part. Everything that he says after that, it seems to suggest that, he's just maybe kicking Bovino out, but not meaningfully drawing down ISIS presence in Minnesota. And so far, besides Tom Homan meeting with state and local officials, we haven't seen evidence of de-escalation. In fact, if anything, we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing things we didn't even know to expect. There's video now showing ICE agents trying to get inside the Ecuadorian consulate, which, just to be clear, it is, I guess you'd call it a big no-no. International law and obvious norms, though norms don't matter, generally prohibit law enforcement authorities from entering foreign consulates or embassies without permission. And so in the video, you see a staffer running to the door to turn the agents away, telling them this is the Ecuadorian consulate, you're not allowed to enter. And then you can hear one of the agents respond by threatening to grab the staffer if he touched the agent. Though they then eventually left, and the consulate later posted that it ensured the protection of the Ecuadorians who were present at the time, adding that it activated the emergency protocols and filed a note of protest with the U.S. Embassy in Ecuador so that similar attempts are not made on other consulates. But also, this chaos, it's not just happening in Minnesota, it's ongoing in other parts of the country as well. Or you have authorities saying that a suspect sought in connection with an alleged human trafficking incident was shot during an exchange of gunfire with Border Patrol yesterday. That man in serious but stable condition with no officers hurt. And now, while that incident's under investigation, you also have people looking for accountability for all the lies that were told with Alex Pretti. And currently, the conversation inside of the White House seems to be focused on one big question. Who is to blame? Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Greg Bovino, or someone else entirely? Because according to Axios, some officials blame the CBP officers on the ground for creating an initial report that left them with the belief that Pretti had brandished a gun. And that, even though we all saw with our own eyes with those videos that is just not true. And in fact, Border Patrol itself has now backed off of that claim in the mandatory notice that it has to provide to Congress anytime someone dies in its custody. Or with them claiming after their investigation that after agents tried to detain Pretti, he resisted, they struggled, one agent yelled, "He's got a gun," and 2 Border Patrol officers fired Glock pistols. But that report makes no mention of Pretti brandishing his own gun or of the agents firing it themselves, accidentally or otherwise. But either way, what most people are focused on is what DHS posted in its now infamous press statement on Twitter just a couple of hours after the shooting, and it was also something that was echoed almost verbatim by Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino. In fact, some people might not have noticed this, but if you play them side by side, they are clearly just reading a script.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to
The
disarm
agents
this
attempted
individual,
to disarm the
but the
individual,
armed suspect
but he
reacted
violently resisted.
Both of them just lying on this man's name, claiming that Pretti intended to cause maximum damage and massacre federal agents. Now, Axios, they report that the White House officials who never signed off on that statement, they're frustrated. One source saying that some people tried to clean up the statement before it was sent, but it had already been disseminated. But still, one of those in the know appeared to be Stephen Miller, because he posted his own comment just minutes later calling Pretti an assassin, which was also reposted by J.D. Vance. And in fact, one source told Axios that immediately following the shooting, Stephen Miller heard gun and knew what the narrative would be. Pretti came to massacre cops. And so if you believe that account, then everything just flowed from there, with a person recalling that Noam told them, "Everything I've done at the direction of the president and Stephen." Or because, well, technically, since Miller is just the deputy chief of staff, his official title, Noam outranks him as cabinet secretary, practically, Miller's real power far outstrips his official title and reportedly includes de facto oversight of Noam. And personally, I think Stephen Miller's the one that's been running things. That's why I call him President Stephen Miller. Donald Trump's kind of just his empty vessel, his hammer. But with this, you had Miller himself pointing his finger back at CBP, saying that any early comments that were made were based on what it sent to the White House. And that is, you had another source blaming Greg Bovino for feeding misinformation to officials in DC. Then, with all this, we have people outside of the White House arguing the whole blame game, it misses where the real guilt ultimately lies: President Donald Trump. Because not only was he reportedly kept apprised of the DHS press statement by Miller and Noam's top advisor, Corey Lewandowski, he also is the man at top who created all the conditions for this to happen. And so much of the mainstream conversation around this is who will get to be his fall guy, if anyone. Right? It's a classic authoritarian tactic. Supreme leader is safe and he just moves pieces, removes pieces. And of course, don't forget that he joined the maligning of the first Minnesota civilian who was killed, Renee Good. And I'll also add there that since the Pretti shooting, he has hardly modified his stance. Yesterday, you had him calling the shooting unfortunate, but also seeming to at least partially blame Pretti for exercising his Second Amendment right to carry a firearm.
I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff.
Trump then also repeated something similar elsewhere, saying, quote, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. Can't walk into this. You can't do that. But then also saying that he feels worse about Renee Good than he does with Alex Pretti because Good's parents are apparently Trump fans.
And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans.
As far as the reaction to Trump's seemingly anti-2A comments, you had the NRA coming out with one of the most lukewarm statements I have ever seen from them, saying, while not referencing Trump or any specific incident, the NRA unequivocally believes that all law-abiding citizens have a right to keep and bear arms anywhere they have a legal right to be. Whereas, of course, if like a Biden or Obama said,
yeah, the guy earlier that we were watching, he was doing the, like, where's the NRA? Where's the Gun Owners Association? What, y'all are quiet all of a sudden? They all of the gun fucking associations were out immediately saying that this guy had a license to carry, that he was legally carrying, that his gun should have no part in the provocation of ICE officers shooting him. So they have been very clear that this is fucked up. And this is one of the few times, truly, like, there were a bunch of times where black men were shot by police officers with for no reason, just for having a gun. Like, cops would just see a gun in a black person's car and start shooting him when they legally had their gun. They were licensed to carry the gun, and they killed them. And the NRA and other gun associations didn't say shit, didn't say fucking shit about it. And so this is one of the few times that they've actually spoken up and pushed back. So when somebody on the left has been killed, it's still a white person, so maybe it doesn't matter all that much.
Said this, it would be like you'd have 15 emails in your inbox, we're under attack.
Could you imagine if Biden had said what Trump had said? They would be in a frenzy. I know. And just to be clear, I was on Kyle Rittenhouse's side the entire fucking time. This is documented. This is out. Everybody knows this. Everybody is well aware. I was on Kyle Rittenhouse's side from the fucking beginning. I've got tons of videos out on it. I've got tons of debates out on it. I was fighting with the left, the fucking progressives who were saying dumb shit about him the entire fucking time. I was out there very clearly pushing back on this shit from the fucking beginning, okay? So I am I am one of the few who is consistent on this, where all of the right-wingers who are doing the whole, like, yeah, but you shouldn't have a gun at a protest, and you shouldn't have that none of you motherfuckers were saying that about Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? None of y'all were saying that about Kyle Rittenhouse. I think Kyle Rittenhouse was stupid in the way that he did shit and how he did it, especially the fact that he was underage and shouldn't have been carrying the gun. But that's not as that's not as relevant to like the overall narrative about the fact that like people kept using the fact that he had a gun at a protest, that this was somehow justification for the other people who kept assaulting him and chasing him and trying to hurt him. That was fucked up. And there was no justification for what it was that those people did, and he was completely justified in defending himself. But the way that he did it was kind of fucking reckless and dumb. But that the people who totally justified everything that Kyle Rittenhouse did, which was the majority of conservatives, who kept saying that he was a hero, he was there to protect people, that he ought to have brought a gun, that like, you know, there were tons and tons of conservatives all over the place who didn't have a single fucking criticism for Kyle Rittenhouse. Yet now they've all of a sudden got criticisms for Pretti just because he had a gun there. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It is fucking bullshit. Because people like Trump and people like Noam and people like Kash Patel have all said, you can't bring a gun to a protest. They have all been saying this. They've all been saying this across the board. You can't bring a gun to a protest. Yes, the fuck you can. Yes, the fuck you can. We just came across a little bit ago somebody on Twitter who was put out like a screenshot of a fake it was a fake like ChatGPT thing that said that Minneapolis has laws against bringing firearms to protests. No, they don't. Neither does Michigan. They do not have laws against bringing guns to protests. So that is complete bullshit. If you guys see this fake ChatGPT screenshot going around, let them know. This is some bullshit. And I've got my I replied to them. This says Minnesota law prohibits carrying firearms. Oh wait, did I? Oh yeah, no I didn't. Okay. I said, where did you get that from, homie? And then, so yeah, this is Minnesota law prohibits carrying firearms at public demonstrations, rallies, or similar events. This includes both open and concealed carry. And then I posted my question to Google. Are you allowed to bring a gun to a protest in Minneapolis? And it says, while some states laws restrict guns at protests, Minnesota has no such law in place, said Konstantinos Moros, Director of Legal Research and Education at the Second Amendment Foundation. So, and then, yeah, this is another one from Pointer. In most states, including Minnesota, carrying a gun at protests is legal. So, yes, they are totally incorrect here. So, you need the fucking screenshot. It's there on my Twitter. Make sure or you can just Google it yourself. But I'm in the UK, so I find the whole 2A thing completely alien. I don't like the idea of people being armed. Too many unpredictable people. Yeah, I get it. It's like even so, like, obviously even Democrats are very pro 2A and pro like owning guns and shit like that. It's not that we think that like this is the best process, this is the best way or anything like that. It's more about the fact that like our history has us in a point where we can't turn back. We can't go backwards and like get rid of guns now and get rid of like gun culture and change like all of the shit. We can't do that. And so now, like where we're at, we say, okay, yeah, like we have to make the best of this situation of where we're at and what we have. And and just run with that. And so obviously, yes, countries with way less guns have way less gun deaths and way less gun murders and all of that shit. It's pretty obvious, and you know, way less school shootings. And but where we're at right now, we want to make the best of the situation that we're in currently. So to be honest, American citizens keeping the government in check with the Second Amendment should be in everyone's best interest. I agree with the mentality of that, but I also don't know. I don't think that if like a bunch of people having guns, if it actually does anything. And I think that like Ruby Ridge is a good example of that. Like the cops, once they want to, they can just start showing up with fucking tanks and shit. Like they're heavily militarized in a way that we can't fight them. But especially when we're talking about federal officers, where Trump's literally sending the military into these states. Yeah, like the people having guns isn't going to make much of a difference. A lot of people will, in response to that, say, "Oh yeah, well then why did the Taliban do so well? Why could they fight in Afghanistan and beat our military if they just with all their tanks and everything?" Well, that's a very different scenario because they had an advantage with like the landscape, the mountains and the trees, and like the way that like they were hidden and in and out of cities. Like that was like the major problem there, and the way that they were fighting and how everything happened. Like it was drastically different and very much a guerrilla warfare sort of scenario. Whereas in this, obviously, it would also be guerrilla warfare, but it's very open and in cities and buildings and houses, and like it would just be so fucking different to where, yeah, we wouldn't have a chance against the US military. No fucking shot. Like other entire countries are terrified of our military. For us to think that us as citizens would be able to do something against our military would be fucking insane. Okay. Don't underestimate American citizens. Don't underestimate American military, bro. It has nothing to do with me underestimating citizens. It has to do with you underestimating America's military. That we have the most terrifying military in the world, and we think our Second Amendment, just having guns, is gonna do something. Nah, bro, I'm a veteran. Okay. So what is that? So you know more about like people fighting against the United States?
Like all caps Twitter posts. But that double standard aside, as far as Trump, in Iowa, he then let loose another barrage of attacks on immigrants.
We have brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands of hard criminals, hardened, vicious, horrible criminals. 2% of the
I'm well aware. Okay. Fair enough.
population causes 90% of the crime. So when you start decimating that 2%, boom.
Though just to be clear here, available data shows that the vast majority of people arrested by ICE in recent months, they have no criminal offenses, and a very small fraction actually committed violent crime.
I'm just saying giving our guns up doesn't seem like a good idea. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I agree. That's that's part of what I'm saying, is that like we're at a point where we can't we can't ask people to give their guns up. That was kind of the point that I was making, is that we're like, because of our history and because of where we're at now, we can't ask people to give their guns up. We cannot like force people to give their guns up. We are at a point where there's no turning back. Like we cannot do that. But and so now, like, yes, liberals and Democrats are on the side of like, hey, we're just gonna like make the best of the scenario that we're currently in and do what we can with it, instead of where, yeah, other people from other countries where they don't have guns in this sort of way, they look at it and they're like, why don't you guys just get rid of the fucking guns? Well, you can't. So
crimes. But, still, you have Trump
right
and his
back.
allies continuing to paint this crackdown as a restoration of law and order that is targeting the worst of the worst. And you're seeing that argument not just coming from people like Nick Fuentes or Jesse Waters, but even folks like Ben Shapiro. Or with Shapiro just releasing a video called "Are We Headed Towards Civil War?" in which he claims that the shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretti were the result of obstruction from protesters and rhetoric from Democrats.
This is a left-wing chaos operation. The Insurrection Act is not new. It's not even all that unusual. When President Eisenhower sent troops into Little Rock to enforce Brown versus Board, the left called him a civil rights hero. But when President Trump threatens to use the Insurrection Act, the left calls him a fascist dictator who is conspiring to destroy our republic. Give me a break.
But also, speaking of fascist dictators conspiring to destroy our republic, Trump's FBI announced today that it's executing a search warrant at an election office in Fulton County, Georgia. The source telling CNN that it's related to the Trump DOJ's efforts to seize election records in search of voter fraud. Or because Fulton County...
Wait. What did Ben say?
Result of obstruction from protesters and rhetoric from Democrats.
This is a left-wing chaos operation. The Insurrection Act is not new. It's not even all that unusual. When President Eisenhower sent troops into Little Rock to enforce Brown versus Board, the left called him a civil rights hero. But when President Trump threatens to use the Insurrection Act, the left calls him a fascist dictator who is conspiring to destroy our republic. Give me a break.
But also, speaking of fascist dictators conspiring to destroy our republic, Trump's FBI announced today that it's executing a search warrant at an election office in Fulton County, Georgia. The source telling CNN that it's related to the Trump DOJ's efforts to seize election records in search of voter fraud. Or because Fulton County is home to Atlanta and it swung for Biden by a large margin in 2020. And that led to the now infamous phone call where you...
I don't know that the left called him a hero for that. I don't know what he's talking about.
Operation. The Insurrection Act is not new. It's not even all that unusual. When President Eisenhower sent troops into Little Rock to enforce Brown versus Board, the left called him a civil rights hero. But when President...
Oh, wait. Brown versus Board. That was the school thing? Yeah. Okay. So if you make it to where black kids can go to school, it's hypocritical if we say that's heroic, but sending the military in to quash public protests is hypocritical, because if you're in favor of black kids going to school, you have to be in favor of getting rid of the First Amendment. That's... Now you're getting it? Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the left... Quit being hypocrites. Classic liberal hypocrisy. Like, back at it again.
Eisenhower sent troops into Little Rock to enforce Brown versus Board. The left called him a civil rights hero. But when President Trump threatens to use the Insurrection Act, the left calls him a fascist dictator who is conspiring to destroy our republic. Give me a break.
But also, speaking of fascist dictators conspiring to destroy our republic, Trump's FBI announced today that it's executing a search warrant at an election office in Fulton County, Georgia. The source telling CNN that it's related to the Trump DOJ's efforts to seize election records in search of voter fraud. Or because Fulton County is home to Atlanta and it swung for Biden by a large margin in 2020. And that led to the now infamous phone call where you had Trump trying to pressure the state's top election officials to overturn the results in his favor.
We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple of 100,000 of forged.
That Tom Bottery PFP is hilarious. Somebody made it for me a while ago. I had a much bigger community a couple of years ago. Like at the time that I got canceled, averaging about a couple hundred concurrent viewers. And we had a contest from the community to draw a community logo. So something that represented the Fools. And that's the one that won. And it is a very cool, it's a very cool photo. I do play video games on another channel, and it is on Tom Bottery. So if you want to follow that channel, I do have lots of clips and stuff over there. But this is, yeah, this is the logo for that one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Go follow the channel too. We put out a lot of clips over there. The video game stuff. If you like Arc Raiders at all, I'm getting ready to play Arc Raiders while we go over some of the debates in just a minute. But this is a pretty good moment the other day. Why? Does anybody else have problems like this, where you click on a short on somebody's channel and it just goes to a different one? Oh. Oh, I didn't bring a door block this time, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't bring a door block. So if you don't know, in the game, you get keys to open up secret rooms, and those secret rooms have a lot of loot in them. And so if you use a key to open the room in a friendly lobby, that's your fucking loot. If somebody else, like, comes in there, they need to, like, ask permission to take your loot that you just spent a key on. Is this ceiling too low or something? Why won't I let me put this here? So I'm trying to block the door right now with shit. Somebody comes in. Bro. Bruh. Are you kidding me right now? Hey. And he goes straight to the fucking gun bag. The gun bag is the most, like, the most valuable thing in the fucking game. And he goes straight to the gun bag in my key. Hey, are you fucking kidding me right now, dude? No. Flashing your flashlight twice means friendly. So you just flash it twice to say I'm friendly. And I'm like, nope, not friendly. And then he just walks right past me and continues looting. Fucking die, bitch. Crawl to the front door. Crawl to the front door for me. So what I just pulled out is something to where I can pick him back up. I can revive him. I'm just telling him to crawl to the front door first. He's just down. He's not dead. He's down. And I can revive him with that thing. But I need him to crawl to the front door first to get the fuck out of my room. To the front door. All right. Adios, amigos. Dumb. Oh, nice. Okay. That dumb motherfucker walks straight in and goes and takes the fucking gun out of the gun bag. I'm so glad I just killed them. I think that a lot of times on these, like, chill lobbies, a lot of people probably have a really easy time getting over on people because they just don't do anything about it. They don't want to kill somebody and end up getting put in, like, the fucking demon lobbies or anything. So they can just walk in and just take your fucking shit right in front of you, and there's nothing that you're gonna do about it. Seems like everybody agreed with me that this was fucked up and the guy was wrong. Some people thought that maybe he just didn't speak English, but seemed like everybody agreed. I was right in this scenario. But I was trying to send myself this other video that I wanted to show you guys, but it's there's a video of a guy, and we're gonna go right back to the politics in just a second, but I wanted to talk about this real quick. There's a video of a guy who trolls people on the game. That's like all he does. He streams it and trolls people, and he tells people when he'll go up to people and be like, "Hey, are you friendly?" And they're like, "Yeah, I'm friendly." And he's like, "Okay, I have a policy called the one-tap policy where I have to shoot you real quick." And so then he shoots them, and they're like, "What the fuck was that?" And he's like, "It's just a one shot. It's just a one-tap policy. It's just for my safety. I'm tired of people killing me every time that I come into the game and they say they're friendly and then they end up shooting me and killing me. And so if I shoot you once, that makes it to where your health is lower than mine. And that way it would be dumb of you to try killing me afterwards." And then he ends up saying, "Okay, well now we're gonna make it the 2-tap policy, and he ends up shooting them a second time. And most of the time they're like, all right, fuck off, get the fuck out of here. And they try getting away from him, and he follows them around the whole time going, no, we're friends now, but you're not allowed to heal up. If you heal up, I have to shoot you again, because then you'll have more health than me again. So that we can't do that. You have to have less health than me for my safety. And but they're like, okay, then I just don't want to be around you. And he's like, no, we're friends, and just keeps following them around. Every time they go and like go to pry something open, he stands right over it, and the second they pry it open, he fucking takes all of the shit out of it before they can. It's so fucking funny, dude. Fucking hilarious. But yeah, this is, do I even need to say it? How about you say your mom? Got him. Jeez. Bro, it's so this guy's like doing an impression of like an autistic kid. He's like, oh, I'm doing it for my safety though. But the other guy sounds like fucking Forrest Gump. He actually sounds like Forrest Gump. I had my gun withdrawn. It's rude. Awesome. He says, ooh, blueprint. He didn't get a blueprint. He didn't get a fucking blueprint, but he's just lying to the guy, saying that he got just an awesome fucking thing out of the shit that he just stole from him. So funny, dude. Be careful, you're hurt, dude. He's bandaging up. He healed up. So like, that's what I'm saying in the other clip. It's like people will let you get over on them, dude. They will let you do fucked up shit to them because they're all scared to shoot somebody else. There's videos of other guys who do nothing but PvP. All they do is kill people. But they tried for like a long time to just keep going in and letting other people kill them so they could get into the friendly lobbies. And then once they got into the friendly lobbies, these streamers start going up to people and offering to pay them to kill somebody else. And they'll go up to people and be like, hey, I'll pay you $50 to go kill someone. And they're like, nah, man, nah, I don't want to do it. They're like, okay, $100. I'll pay you $100. I'll PayPal it to you right now. Right now. Go kill somebody and I will PayPal you $100 right now. And they're like, sorry, man, I can't do it. I can't kill somebody. I can use the money, but I just can't do it. And they're like, $200. $200. I will PayPal you $200 right now. And they're like, bro, leave me alone. I'm not killing somebody. Okay. I can't do it. It's not, I don't have it in me. I can't do it. And they like run off. So fucking funny, dude. You know, there's a sweet new game where all you do is attack enemies. It's called Call of Duty. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. This is when I played Call of Duty. This is what it looked like to me. Yeah, there's a real person over here.
Wait, can we all meet up and be friends?
Yeah, sure.
Wait. Okay, we can be friends. Okay, we can be friends. You can get back up.
Wait, okay.
No, no, don't. He just killed me. One of their teammates just killed me.
They killed me. I'm just following. Chill, man. Chill.
What do you mean? One of y'all just killed one of my guys.
Wait.
I thought one of y'all just killed one of my guys. They said one of y'all killed him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, Wasted.
Killed me. Somebody.
Oh, sorry.
They killed me. What the fuck?
What the fuck? This is too confusing because I don't know which ones are them and which ones are us. So we just got to kill them.
My bad. I ain't mean to kill people.
Bro, you need to go play Mario. Go play Mario.
I ain't gonna kill nobody. I'm gonna move around.
This is the stupidest game ever. I'm going elsewhere. Fuck you all.
So, do y'all know how to open the bunker?
You friendly? Are you friendly? I don't know.
So yeah, I'm sorry, but I think you're a little mistaken on what game you're talking about over here.
Signatures.
Yeah, that's
Look,
disharmony.
all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780
votes.
Which is one more than we have.
Now, with this whole
You can
situation
find that.
last month, you had the Justice Department Civil Rights Division suing Fulton County, seeking to force officials to turn over ballots from the 2020 election. But the judge in the case actually hasn't made a ruling yet, so
I'm literally the guy who said, fuck this, I'm going elsewhere. Yeah. Oh, you want me to play the rest of the fucking clip? You want me to play the rest of the clip? What the fuck? You literally been standing with me the whole fucking time. I don't have a fucking revives. Yeah, it's too hard when there's like 4 of them standing there next to me and none of them are shooting at me. It's too hard for me to like turn around and just fucking kill them. So I got my loadout.
Come on in.
Above you, above.
Wait, I don't want no smoke.
Yeah, y'all gotta go somewhere else if you don't want smoke. It's too confusing to figure out who to shoot and who not to shoot.
Sir, we're gonna kill you with your own gun.
No, y'all gotta go somewhere else. It's too confusing. We can't figure out which ones are nice and which ones aren't. So we just gotta kill people on the other team.
Turn around.
I'm not a shoot. I'm on the roof.
We don't like you. Come down here so we can kill you.
Every single time I came in front of you, you shot me down.
That's true. That's true.
Well, I don't know who you are. You're like all the other ones.
Yeah, you kill the same person every time. What do you mean you don't know who I am?
You need like.
I don't know. I just kill who's even in front of me.
Oh my god.
I killed him.
I got y'all teammate on the roof running.
You were okay. I guess I didn't include it in the clip, but you were there saying like, "Yeah, Mantis, you are the one who keeps killing them." Like, I don't know. Don't shoot him. I like that guy. Like, blah blah blah. You were saying this shit. So
apparently the FBI has just decided to pounce away. You've got a spokesperson for the county telling The Guardian that officials there, they're scrambling to understand the nature and target of the search. But also, Georgia's not the only state that Trump's going after, right? His DOJ, they've sued.
Yeah, I have no idea why they searched the polling station. We still don't know why. The Trump FBI just raided the Atlanta polling station for the elections. We have no idea why they did it. No idea.
several others for their voter data, and judges have tossed a few of those cases out, most recently this week in Oregon. So with the midterms coming up this November, we're going to have to wait to see how this plays out. Also, will Trump's goons stop in Georgia, or will they go much, much further, and what happens there? And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, you ever download a game just to try it, and suddenly you're up at 2 o'clock in the morning, so now you can faithful buff, but download one promo code. Hey, more news you need to know. One of the promo codes, build your squad and come find me in game. Then getting back into the news, more news you need to know. Russia has now suffered more casualties in Ukraine than in any conflict it's been a part of since World War II. And that's just one reason that experts are arguing that Putin, he's just captaining a sinking ship, and that his victory, it is far from inevitable. But Ukraine, they're hurting too, right? Talks have yet to yield real results, and the Kremlin, they've got a lot of dirty tricks in their bag. And so there's a lot that we've got to unpack together. Where we're going to start are with the talks that took place over the weekend between Russian, Ukrainian, and American officials. Right? They were the first involving all three countries at once, and initially, they kind of seemed to go weirdly well. You had Zelensky saying on social media that more meetings would be held provided there is a readiness to move forward. You had the Kremlin apparently agreeing, saying that talks would resume next week, and you also had Zelensky saying that a U.S. document on security guarantees for Ukraine was 100% ready, and that it's now just a matter of picking a time and a place for it to be signed, saying the document will then be sent for ratification to the U.S. Congress and the Ukrainian parliament. But then the cracks started to show. You had the Financial Times reporting that the U.S. told Ukraine that they'd have to sign a peace deal with Russia before getting security guarantees, and that any deal would involve giving up land. But then Reuters spoke to a source who claimed that the U.S. wasn't trying to force Ukraine into territorial concessions. So ultimately, it appears that this continues to be the question that could just screw up any chance of an agreement. With the Kremlin, they reportedly said on the deal that it said that Trump agreed to in Alaska over the summer, which would involve Ukraine handing over parts of the country that Russia hasn't been able to capture even after 4 years of war. But then you have Zelensky, who has consistently said that Ukraine's territorial integrity must be upheld in any peace deal to end the war. All while you have experts at the Institute for the Study of War arguing that Putin is just using these latest talks to stall for time and stave off additional U.S. sanctions, as he's done many times before. Though, I will say here that the hope is that he may become more willing to compromise, as his troops, they just continue to pay a massive, massive toll for shockingly little gain. Well, neither side has publicly disclosed comprehensive casualty figures. According to a new analysis by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the number of Russian troops killed since the beginning of the war is around 415,000. And the number of the overall casualties, including those wounded or missing, that's around 1.2 million people, which, like I said, is more than any conflict Russia has been a part of since World War II. I mean, it's more than 17 times greater than Soviet losses in Afghanistan during the 1980s, 11 times greater than during Russia's first and second Chechen wars, and 5 times greater than all Russian and Soviet wars combined since the Second World War. And with all that, while Russia now occupies around 20% of Ukraine, it's been advancing at a snail's pace for more than a year. I mean, since the start of 2024, they have reportedly only taken another 1.5% of Ukraine's territory, advancing at an average rate of between 15 and 70 meters per day in their most high-profile offenses. That is slower than almost any major offensive campaign in any war in the last century, which is why with that you have one of the authors of the study saying, Russia's poor battlefield performance in Ukraine and declining economic productivity indicates that Russia is in serious decline as a major power. And adding, while Russia still possesses nuclear weapons and a large military, it is no longer a great power in most military, economic, or science and technological categories. But of course, one of the big things here is even if Russia's getting weaker, Ukraine's not doing so hot either. With the center estimating that between 100,000 and 140,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died so far, which puts Ukraine's overall casualty number at around 600,000, and then actually combined, the total is 1.8 million, which apparently means we're on track for more than 2 million by spring. So far, which puts Ukraine's overall casualty number at around 600,000, and then actually combined, the total is 1.
People were telling me like a year and a half ago that Ukraine's number was already over 1 million. They kept saying that the media was deflating the numbers, but this long after, I still don't see anything saying that Ukraine's well over 1 million.
1.8 million, which apparently means we're on track for more than 2 million by spring. But also, despite Russia bearing the brunt of that, its troops still outnumber Ukrainians and fighting by almost 3 to 1. And that's in addition to Russia, of course, having a bigger population to draw from to replenish their ranks. In fact, Russia has seemingly kept its troop levels pretty much steady throughout the war, though to do so, they've had to kind of pull out all the stops. Russia's had to carry out its first draft since World War II, and it's also offering massive financial incentives to almost anyone who will enlist. So in one region, for example, you can apparently get $50,000 in bonuses, which is more than twice the average annual income in the region. And then in addition to that, we know as many as 15,000 North Korean troops have fought alongside Russian forces. In fact, citizens of Nepal, Kenya, South Africa, and Iraq are among those who have taken part, though some have reported being tricked into coming to Russia by trafficking groups offering jobs. Also, there have been reports that raids have been carried out in areas where migrants typically live or work in order to pressure them into military service. And actually, in November, you had Putin making it so that military service is mandatory for certain foreigners seeking permanent residency, while laws have also been adopted offering fast-track Russian citizenship for enlistees. So with all that, when an independent Russian news site, together with a BBC and some volunteers, collected the names of over 160,000 troops killed, they found that more than 550 were foreigners from over 24 countries. Right? And that is any troop that wants out might face a worse fate. There's a video going around right now that alleges to show 2 men who have been tied to trees and tortured for deserting and failing to follow orders. And while that specific clip hasn't been independently verified, it is consistent with some other reporting that we've seen from independent Russian media. And speaking of alleged Russian crimes, you actually just had a Russian drone hitting a Ukrainian passenger train with more than 200 people on board. You've got the authorities reporting afterward that they found fragments of 5 bodies, and Zelensky has condemned the attack as an act of terrorism. Also, strikes on the southern port city of Odessa reportedly killed 3 people and injured dozens more. And in the Kyiv region, they killed 2 people, a couple, leaving their 4-year-old child injured and orphaned. And all of that, of course, is millions have been left without heating, electricity, and water.
I do this all the time where, like, because these headphones are plugged into a controller, and that's like the only way that you can like get these plugged in through the controller, I while I'm watching like videos or reviewing them, I accidentally knock the controller off, and then it falls and pulls these and jerks my head every time. Fucking jerks.
Because of Russian attacks targeting energy infrastructure. And then also, even beyond all that, there are these ways that Russia's trying to wear down Ukraine that we don't see. One of them being how it's recruiting teenagers for acts of sabotage. But Ukrainian officials have reportedly identified around 1,400 sabotage operations linked to Russian intelligence services over the past 2 years, including 800 in 2025, and a quarter of those who were arrested, they were below the age of 18. And many of those teens were reportedly recruited by Russian intelligence agencies through messages on Telegram and other social media channels. And so one of these people, for example, they were offered $2,500 just to pick up a package and drop it off at a police station, but inside was an explosive. And that, as it turns out, was actually built by 4 local boys between the ages of 14 and 16. But luckily, the authorities handled the situation before it was detonated. Now, with all that said, the Russian authorities have also alleged that many teens there have been recruited to carry out acts of sabotage as well, but they've rarely offered evidence. And so ultimately, that's kind of a snapshot of where we are right now. We're gonna have to see where it goes. But then the last thing I want to talk about today, it's completely unrelated. It's been very interesting to look at and also look at the fallout here. Candace Owens just leaked some audio. And
for Xbox controllers, when you plug them into a PC, the only way that you can actually do it, like only way that you can actually wire your headphones into it, is through wired. I can use wireless to use the controller, but I can't use the wireless I can't use the headphones in the controller through that. I could probably plug the headphones into the actual computer, but I also like the controller being wired because it has a faster response time, and then same with the headphones is it has a faster response time to where I can hear things a little bit more. Whereas where I wear my Bluetooth earbuds, there's always a lag between when they move their mouths and when I actually hear shit. So
it's audio that's had a lot of people online saying that Erica Kirk sounds thrilled to be profiting off of her husband's death. Right? Because Candace shared a clip of what she claims is Erica speaking to TPUSA staff following Charlie's memorial just under 2 weeks after he died. And in this clip, it sounds like she's thanking them for their work during the event, discussing the future of TPUSA.
The clip sounds like the most normal shit of all time, and the fact that people are making a big deal about this is so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, dude.
And it's gotten more and more attention because Candace and a ton of others have listened to that and said, it sounds like Erica's a little happier than you might assume.
I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium overflow. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Again, it's not easy, but again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing. We have
That is this is exactly how you should treat a scenario like this. When they put you in charge, they make you the CEO. You can't spend all of the time now just grieving and whining and crying and making everything about the fact that you have a dead husband or some shit. This is a business. You are in a business meeting. You're on a business phone call. You have to treat this like a fucking business. The fact that she is surprised by this or that anybody is surprised by this is so fucking insane. She actually even mentions Charlie. She says that grieving is hard. She says Charlie would want us to get back to this. Like, she brings this shit up where it's, I think, like, it might even be best to not do that and to just full steam ahead, just like put your head down and move forward. But on top of that, a lot of people are worried about whether or not TPUSA is able to survive without Charlie Kirk. The fact that they even named her CEO, I was surprised. I thought, like, bro, it's time to just shut it down. Like, it's time to just shut it down and move on. So, there is a lot of worry that they don't have the ability to continue without Charlie Kirk, that they're not going to be able to make it without Charlie Kirk. And so that is like a message that she has to push right now, is that like we're doing well. We're making money. We're getting donations. We're putting on great events. Lots of people are still showing up. We're still killing it. Like, she has to give this like this confidence to the people who are working for them that like, hey, don't leave, don't quit, like, we're okay. So that this isn't out of the ordinary at all.
So much to do, which is exciting. Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait. And he's doing some awesome things with Jesus in heaven right now. But
no shot they sold 200,000. She was already CEO before that. They named her CEO before that.
There's so much work to be done. I mean, since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapter requests. We have 300,000 new donors. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill.
And Candace's reactions to Erica's tone here was,
it is the general tone that is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset.
What you've seen is a lot of people.
It's fucking 2 weeks after, dude. What the fuck,
Both
bro?
in and out of her audience agreeing with Candace's take, slamming Erica for sounding so excited and happy about merch sales in the wake of her husband's murder, writing things like, I can't imagine sounding like this 11 days after my husband was just publicly executed. No way I would be thinking about merch sales. But then also with us, understand, you had plenty of people defending Kirk, saying, everyone grieves differently and this didn't feel weird to them. And others saying that, if anything, it shows that Erica is stepping up as CEO of TPUSA. And
yes, that's what I hear. Yes, that's it. That is exactly what I hear.
The audio sounded like a normal business meeting. And with that, you also saw a lot of people taking aim at Candace, including one user who wrote, I find it disgusting that Candace Owens keeps going after Erica. Erica obviously wants Charlie's legacy to grow, and saying she is doing what he would have wanted her to. She will carry on. Many also accusing Candace of being hypocritical, saying she herself has been profiting off of Kirk's death by posting countless videos milking his assassination, spreading conspiracy theories in the wake of his death, and going after his widow. For now, we'll have to continue to see how this plays out in the court of public opinion, as obviously, for months now, we've seen right-wingers kind of going after each other on different things, as well as to wait and see if TPUSA pushes back against Candace here, right? Because so far, they've kind of been pretty selective about what they respond to.
So yeah, the splits in MAGA are very real, and they keep growing. So I'm interested to see where all of this goes and where it ends up.
In order for your scenario to work, you have to not tell the truth.
This is why I don't think that it's worth it for Walls to take like the ultra kind position and to say, oh, there should be no violence and protest, because people like Sean and all the other Republicans will constantly mischaracterize every single thing they say.
Steven, Sean, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So Sean, I'll start with you. I come at this from the perspective of somebody who is not anti-ICE.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I had a couple more things. Okay. We get a little bit more in news before we get to that debate. 1 second. It'll take just a couple minutes.
Tim's a bootlicker for defending us. I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground.
Tim, brother, this is the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my life. This is the gayest, cringiest shit I've ever seen. You are an 8-year-old boy playing with action figures right now.
He really is. Like, that's really what it comes across as. It's so weird, too, because he used to identify as, like, a libertarian and somebody who's very against government, very populist. Like, so fucking weird, dude. Strangest shit I've ever seen in my life.
But you're an adult broadcasting this to hundreds of thousands of people. Like, this is just so goddamn... I mean, I don't know. Like, dude, this has crossed the line of, like, it's not even in political commentary anymore. You're, like, in some type of fetish right now. You're wearing the boot. I'm wearing the boot, and I'm crushing everybody. I crushed you, and I crushed you. Like, Tim, what the fuck are you doing right now, bro? You're spurging out. You're not crushing anyone, dude. You're sitting in a house playing video games, bro. I've seen your setup. You're not wearing any boots. You're not crushing anybody. You're not actually making any decisions. You're just simping for other men and feeling some sense of toughness somehow through it. You're not the boot, dude. You're the guy underneath the boot. So get out of this 8-year-old fantasy and let's have a conversation in reality about what's going on.
Based, true.
If you see it with your own eyes, you know exactly what happened. And there's something disgusting that's happening, not only in Minneapolis, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the United States, where it's ICE is under the guise of security, right? Under the guise of safety, because that's what they're doing, right? Is every time something horrific happens, they keep going, but look at the pedophiles we got. Look at the murderers we got. Look at all the violent criminals we got. I looked at
And this is what they do every single time somebody's protesting as well. They take like whoever it is that they're arresting. So if they were arresting somebody who was a pedophile or something like that, they'll say, "Look, these protesters were protecting a pedophile." It's like, what the fuck? Like, do we get to look at all the people that Donald Trump, that all the people that he gave pardons to for January 6th, and then say, because some of them were pedophiles, do we get to say that he was protecting pedophiles? That all the people who defended January 6ers and defended the pardons, that where you say you're defending pedophiles? Like, that's so stupid.
the numbers. It's 5% of the people they deported are violent criminals.
Yes. There's probably more pedophiles in the Oval Office.
Exactly. If you bring up another fucking pedophile about deporting and you're not releasing the Epstein list, just shut the fuck up, all of you.
Yes.
I don't hear anything else about, oh, we got to deport the pedophiles. They're
Got
right
him.
Here.
Yeah.
They're right here. They're a list of them, and you're not exposing it. If you see it with your own eyes, you know.
Fucking got him. Yeah, we're going to go over the Piers Morgan panel in a little bit as well. So on the list, I don't know what we're going to make it to, but we have the Destiny versus AJW. Then after that, the Piers Morgan panel. And then after that, Wick confronting Rob Noor. So yeah, we got those are the three. I don't know if we're going to make it to Wick confronting Rob Noor right now, but that's what's on the list.
Comfort and violent left-wing opposition were to be expected. That's why it's imperative for the administration to tune out the noise and stay the course. There is no nice way to do mass deportations and no serious way to convince leftists to accept them. The choice is either mass deportations or nothing at all. Okay. I think we get what he's basically saying there. Let's dig into this just a little bit. First off, I don't buy that people like Greer and others sounding these notes are just like hardened realists who are, for the duration, willing to accept the bad optics of dragging people out of their homes and the bad optics of shooting. If
you guys don't know who this is, this is Richard Spencer. He was the kind of head. He was the face of the alt-right. He was maybe the leader of the alt-right.
Liberals. I don't buy that because I think they enjoy it too much, to be honest. And this notion that they're the adults in the room, I think is ridiculous, in fact. They are more like the teenagers in this room that are getting off to violence. And the government knows how to please these characters. The government has not been trying to keep ICE violence quiet, to cover it up. They've been doing the exact opposite. They've been setting it to music, in fact, in hype.
Is Richard Spencer woke now? Conservatives say that he's a leftist now. Apparently, he voted for Bernie Sanders in 2020. He voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. So it's complicated because he is still very anti-Semitic. He still has a big problem with Jews. He still is in favor of mass deportations and shit like that, but he's not in favor of the brutality that comes with Donald Trump and ICE, and he is very much against Donald Trump. So
videos that are promoting the idea of ICE as a sort of Gestapo, as it were, as badass, as fashy. Bovino was dressing up like that, in fact. So I just don't buy that they are the realist here. They're enjoying it too much. Secondly, there actually are a lot of ways to remove illegal immigrants without dragging them away. I also think it is appropriate when you have a hardened criminal. I never really countersignal too much Homan's claims about we're just going after the bad ones. I get it. There are hardened criminals who are living in this country, and you might need to use tough law enforcement tactics to target them and get rid of them. And I get it on some level. But if you're trying to change the demographics, remove the browning of America or the great replacement or the horrible incentives of birthright citizen, where you can just cross the border illegal, work part-time in some 7-Eleven, your kids are American citizens, free and clear, if they're born on this soil. I understand that. Illegal immigration ebbs and flows. It has ebbed and flowed for a very long time due to clear economic incentives and, to some degree, birth rates. There was actually a lot more illegal immigration happening 20 and 25 years ago. At the turn of the century, it was massive for a number of different compounding reasons. It's actually not quite that as dramatic as it once was. Secondly, it's seasonal. Thirdly, there's migration back across the border as well. That is, people go home often. Thirdly, it is cyclical, let's say, in the sense that it responds to the business cycle. Yes, there are hardened criminals, there's no doubt, and they're just here to crime, basically. There are also many people who want to get a roofing job or a cement laying job in Dallas. And if that job doesn't exist, they're not going to come. And if they lose that job, they might very well go back. There are tons of male illegal immigrants like this. And if we're honest and fair here, they're not trying to commit crimes. They're not nasty, evil people. They simply can get paid well if they move to Dallas for a year or sometimes even less, live in some horrible apartment, do some
with 50
grunt
other
work
people
or manual labor, and then go back.
There's for those of you who aren't from the United States, immigrants do like from Latino immigrants who come over, they do pile up in places. Like literally they will have like 20 people living in like a 2-bedroom apartment. There was this old joke about the fact that there was like where a lot of Mexicans lived on Highway 92 around here, there was always tons of Mexicans, and every time you saw a car with Mexicans in it, it was always, they were piled in there like a clown car. Like, not even kidding, there was always like just like 10 fucking Mexicans in a 3-seater. It was insane. And so there was always this joke that over on Highway 92 that there was a 2-car accident and that 120 people died. Like 120 Mexicans died. Like it was it is a very real thing where they do pile up. in these places, but
they're discrediting what I consider to be a very well organized operation in ICE, but they're discrediting even these officers. They're going to make their job more difficult and more dangerous with this incompetence that I'm seeing out of Nome and out of Stephen Miller.
The president called you a loser, I believe.
I am thrilled about that. That makes me qualified to be Homeland Security Secretary and Senior Advisor to the President.
Oh, dude, right off the fucking, without missing a fucking beat, dude. Without missing a beat, bro. Sheesh. Sheesh. Damn, son. Damn. Holy moly, bro. Without missing a fucking beat, dude. Sheesh. He just, like, immediately just right off
the president called you a loser, I believe.
I am thrilled about that. That makes me qualified to be Homeland Security Secretary and Senior Advisor to the President.
Damn. Wait, what the fuck is this? Why? Instagram is such a fucking shit platform, dude. What the fuck? Every time I click on a link, it takes me just to my feed. Click on the link. Trump quotes. And, yep, just takes me to my feed again. All right, let's copy the link. And then paste it. And it takes me to my feed again. Okay. Fuck Instagram, dude. Okay. Well, the rest of it was Instagram, so. All right, moving on.
I don't think that it's worth it for Walz to take like the ultra kind position and to say, oh, there should be no violence and protest, because people like Sean and all the other Republicans will constantly mischaracterize every single thing they say.
Stephen, Sean, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So, Sean, I'll start with you. I come at this from the perspective of somebody who's not anti-ICE, not anti-law enforcement, but always critical of any time you have government officials obviously using lethal force against citizens, as I think we all should be. But when I look at this latest shooting that is dividing everybody, the shooting of Alex Pretti, and we've all seen the different video angles, it seems to me, given...
Is it Pretti? I thought it was Pretti. I keep hearing... I've heard a couple of people say Pretti over the last couple of days, and I thought it was Pretti.
That he was disarmed before they shot him, before given the fact that there were multiple agents restraining him, pushing him towards the ground. It seems to me like an unjustified shooting that could potentially be considered prosecuted for either murder or manslaughter at some point. But where are you at on this shooting?
Right. So, like, essentially, there are good shoots and bad shoots in terms of legality, but there's like shootings like this that exist in maybe like a moral gray area, because we know with the benefit of hindsight that they got the firearm away from him. Now, there's a lot of speculation that the firearm that the guy had, Alex Pretti, is one of these defective firearms that will like often improperly discharge. And I've seen video that makes the case that that has happened. It's not confirmed as far as I know, but if you have officers yelling gun, 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 then you get the gun removed, and not every officer knows that. Hopefully in that situation, people start shouting clear so that they know that the gun is gone, but then you hear a gunshot seconds later, and then people respond to that gunshot. You're in a situation where somebody who died shouldn't have died, obviously, and it's a tragedy, but it's not a crime. It's not a murder. It's not a manslaughter, because they're responding to circumstances in that moment, and legally this is how we judge those standards.
But there's nothing, we don't have any evidence that there was anything reasonable for this person to shoot in the scenario of Pretti. Well, an argument could be made in the scenario with Good that he feared for his life, but there wasn't, even if he did fear for his life, him shooting her didn't stop the threat from existing. So this argument doesn't make sense at all.
That being said, it is tragic. Like, I wish this guy would not have gotten shot in this scenario. It's just that's what it looks like happened as of right now.
All right, Stephen, your perspective on this.
Yeah, so I mean, unless there's more circumstances that I'm not aware of, I just don't see any reason why the officers would have interpreted him as being a threat. We've heard a lot of crazy things from this administration, from Kristi Noem, from the guy who just got fired, but I want to say Bongino, but it's not him. Bovino?
Yeah,
The
Greg
the guy
Bovino.
who was the commander, the commander of the at-large forces for ICE, and then Trump himself has been posting on Truth and everything that this guy was attacking officers and was brandishing his weapon and acting in a threatening manner, and I just don't see that anywhere. I don't see how this cop could have ever thought that this person was a threat. There's a lot of questionable stuff leading up to the altercation, to where he's pushing this guy, pepper spraying him. I really just don't see any justification. There's some things you can kind of be on the wall with, but for this particular shoot, I don't see how it was an ethical or a legal shoot when one considers the totality of the circumstances. I don't think that officer should have ever felt like his life was in danger.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, Sean, legally speaking, is whether the officer would have a reasonable fear of their life being in or bodily safety being in imminent danger. And if they do, then that's where you get a legally justified shooting. But if they don't, not to say they weren't scared, they could fear for their life, but that fear might not be reasonable to an average person. And when you have a situation where this guy is basically like face down towards the ground, his back is up, there is a gun involved, and you mentioned that it may have discharged, of course. We don't know that for sure. That's being investigated. And I guess my question is, how much does that even change, though? Because well-trained officers hear a gun discharge and just immediately unload 10 bullets on the person in front of them who isn't holding or touching a gun. That doesn't sound right to me, Sean. Not that I'm, trained as an LEO.
Well, sure, because you're skipping a few steps. So first of all, prior to them removing the firearm from him, it was identified. They're all shouting gun, gun, gun. So everyone in that space knows that this suspect has a gun at that moment. Then they get the firearm away. We don't know if all of the officers know that that firearm has been removed. Then you hear the discharge of a weapon. So it's like, oh, everybody identified that this guy had a gun, whether they saw it or not. They understand that that's what's being called out to the other officers. Then you hear a discharge of a firearm and they react to that discharge. So it's not like a gunshot from across the street that had nothing to do with anything while they were first approaching this guy. This is mid-altercation, mid-resisting arrest that this happens, which is why, again, I consider this an unfortunate shooting, but not a criminal shooting.
Right. I don't know. If you make a massive mistake in your perception and somebody is disarmed and still shot because you misunderstand something, I mean, isn't that what manslaughter charges are?
Well, if somebody's disarmed when, though? Like, we're talking within a span of a couple of seconds. Like, he did have the gun.
Yeah, but the person who took it, or the person who shot, is looking right at him take the gun. Like, he's watching the other officer take the gun, so...
on him, that's why the guns were drawn.
He knows the gun is gone.
In response, you have all these people yelling out gun, 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 so they think that he has the firearm. And then again, we don't know right now if it's the case that this gun actually discharged. It looks like it from a video, but it's a slow down, grainy video.
It does not look like it. The gun doesn't fucking move.
Well, I'll give you that. But you have a discharge of a shot, then a slight delay, and then you have the shots coming in after the fact. And you're like, oh, well, he's not facing them at that moment in time.
No, the officer had already pulled his gun and started shooting. It was just the officer. The SIG did not.
There are plenty of instances where somebody's turned away from you and they're firing. It's obviously...
Well, he's not touching the gun. The Wall Street Journal did the frame by frame, and they found at no point was he touching the gun.
He can't be touching the gun there if it's in a Border Patrol agent's possession. So
right. So why are they in reasonable fear?
Why did they ever draw their firearms? I don't think it was because he was reaching for a gun or saw.
It's because they identified a gun on his possession, which is why they were shouting gun, gun, gun. And
sure,
again,
it can't be the rule that if you have a gun on you, the cops can draw their firearms and execute you. Especially when leading up to the circumstances, but there is leading up to the circumstances. There's no reason to think that this guy was a threat or that this guy was.
If you have a firearm, you can watch as many traffic stops as you want where somebody identifies that they have a legal gun in the car. There is a great chance that the officer will draw their gun just based on the notification that you have a gun. And that's not even in a situation where somebody's actively resisting arrest and there's a struggle. So, like, they didn't shoot him because he had a possession of a gun.
That is absolutely not true. I've seen so much cop slot videos. They do not just draw their firearm just because you identify that you have one in the car. Now, if you're reaching for a gun, or if officers believe you're reaching for a gun, or if you're scuffling and somebody identifies a firearm,
if they expect the chance of a deadly force threat, then they will. Then not all the time. Obviously, you can find videos where this doesn't happen, but they will very likely draw their firearms in that scenario because you want to have it at the ready.
I agree, but you just totally changed your argument. You said expect deadly force, just merely identifying.
No, I didn't say expect deadly force. I said expect them to have their guns out.
That's not what you did. Well, okay. If you want to say that,
he was executed for
you just said they expect deadly force threat. A cop will not draw his weapon simply because you've identified that you have a firearm. This would be totally improper.
A firearm is a deadly force threat.
Yeah, but he's not if you're not brandished. I've been pulled over several times with a firearm in my car or concealed carry. Just because you identify the officer, you have a firearm, doesn't mean that they're going to pull their gun out and aim it at you. They'll probably ask to be the ones to remove it. They'll probably ask to be the ones to handle the firearm, which is fine. But simply having a firearm does not necessitate them brandishing their weapons at you.
Again, but you're cutting out the
fucking you.
context. You're cutting out the context of this situation. He didn't just have a firearm on him when they first approached him. He had it mid resisting arrest. That's when this information was revealed, and that's when the guns were drawn.
He didn't pull the firearm at all. The cop was fighting him on the ground.
That's when this information became known to the officers.
Sure, that's fine, but they shouldn't have been tackling him and pushing him onto the ground. There was no reason for.
He intervened in their other encounter with that lady.
Their other encounter. So they keep doing this where they say like, just comply, whatever. It doesn't matter what's going on, just comply. But in this scenario, there is it does not look like some sort of like lawful act is being carried out. They're just shoving a woman and pushing her to the ground. They are not escorting her to the sidewalk. They're not they're not handcuffing her. They're not detaining her. They're not arresting her. They're not doing anything. And they don't go back and arrest her. They don't go back and do anything with her. They were just beating up a fucking woman. That was it. That's all they're doing. They're just beating up a little woman. And in this scenario, yes, I think that like it is probably good to intervene in scenarios like that. That's probably something that you ought to do. But for them, like it's just like, oh, just comply. If you get into your car and you sit down and in the driver's seat, and then all of a sudden there's a gun to your head, and they say, look at your center console, and you look down and there's a badge there, and they say, I'm a cop, get out of the car. All right, it's a stupid thing to do, but it's just a hypothetical stupid thing to do. But let's say you go to grab the gun and take it out of their fucking hand. Like cops sitting in the back seat with a gun to your head, and you grab the gun and take it out of their hand. Would they say that you're supposed to comply here as well? Like beating up a woman who's the crazy dude who was spitting at cops and kicking their cars and doing all of this shit, like carrying a pistol. But that that was a week earlier, right? That has nothing to do with the scenario that we're talking about right now. I don't know. That has literally nothing to do with this. It's the same person. Sure, it could turn out that this guy was a fucking pedophile. That wouldn't matter in the least. That wouldn't matter at all. Like it has nothing to do with the justification. I don't know. Like I know that a lot of you conservatives, you don't care about the law. Like you don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about rights. You don't care about any of these things. You don't care about small government. You want like the government to just be able to do whatever they want. You want big government, all powerful, like no consequences. But for those of us who are like Americans and we have like American values, we are going to analyze this based on the law and what is legally justified, not based on just like whatever our fifis say.
Okay, but he did not assault.
It doesn't
Hang on, one
matter.
second. Let's Sean, let's just be clear. Everyone's seen the video, and I understand when you see him. We see a woman pushed to the ground who he may or may not have been with, and then we see him kind of step in front of and.
I'm gonna practice playing with my mouse and keyboard for a little bit and see if I can get used to that, because I've noticed the people who play with their mouse and keyboard, they're able to fucking aim so much better than me, and I'm getting a little annoyed trying to shoot. Like you have to be very, very precise when you're shooting shit on this game. So, and I can't with a controller. I cannot be that precise to shoot wings and shit like that while shit's moving, unless I have. And especially the fireballs, is like the little poppers, as fast as they're moving at you, the ticks, like it's fucking impossible, dude. So I want to try doing this with a mouse for a little bit and practice that. Okay, I suppose we can make insane logical jumps to justify his behavior towards law enforcement. Wait, I didn't justify anything. I asked you a question. We were talking about the scenario and whether or not he was wrong for stopping them from beating up a woman, and then you pivoted to what happened a week earlier, and so I said, what does that have to do with this scenario? And now you're pivoting to something else. You walk on the edge of a 50-foot building every day. One day, the wind might blow you off. Yes, okay, so that's fine. That has nothing to do with this. You're talking about whether or not it's smart for him to do the thing that he did. That's not relevant as to whether or not it's legally justified or whether or not the cops are justified to kill him. Is this like, I'm pretty sure I just laid out that we're talking, I just went through a whole fucking thing about the fact that we're talking about legal justification. That for those of us who care about the law, we're talking about legal justification. And now you are pivoting back to some other bullshit about just whether or not you like the guy, whether or not you think he's cool, whether or not you think he's smart, whether or not you would have a beer with him. I don't care about your fucking fifis. We're talking about the law. Stop moving to like, oh, but he spit on an officer in a totally unrelated scenario. Okay, what does that have to do with this? They can't come back a week later and fucking shoot him because he spit on an officer a week earlier. That's not relevant. You deal with that in court. You don't attack federal agents. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is so hard for you. We would literally say the same thing for them. If they were unhappy with something that he did, they would deal with that in court. They don't fucking shoot him. So, but he didn't attack anybody. He never attacked anyone. He stood between them and a woman. He did not attack them. He just stood between them. So, I don't know. What do you mean, okay, bud? Do you not know what happened here? Are you unaware? I'll pull up the video if you're unaware. If you didn't see any of this, I can pull it up for you. I am happy to educate you guys on shit if you're talking about things that you're unaware of again. Yeah, they did not beat up the woman, and this guy attacked them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he attacked them. But they didn't beat up a woman. They weren't doing anything. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, Jesus is Lord. Do you want me to pull up the video for you? We can go over it real quick. I'm happy to help you out.
Put an arm up in almost like a de-escalation.
He doesn't care about the facts. He wants to go back to his fifis. He's got to go find somewhere where he can just sit in a circle and talk to everybody about his feelings. Bro, I don't know if you actually believe that or what, man. He has no authority to interfere with federal officers while armed. I don't know why you're pivoting again. What is wrong with you? Do you speak English? Are you one of those fucking illegals? He's one of those fucking illegals. He doesn't speak English. Apparently nothing I'm saying. I can translate it to you in a different language if you want. I'll get Google Translate or some shit. I've literally asked you a question every single time that you've said something or responded directly to what you say, and then you pivot to something totally irrelevant every fucking time. This is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. I'm talking to a brick wall here. Am I using like too big of words or something? What's happening? Nah, bro, you got the 5 minutes before the interaction. I can make a 5-second clip look like you kicked your dog, bro. Lay off the propaganda. I was gonna play the full clip. I can play the full fucking clip for you. I don't know why you're just jumping around. You're already assuming I'm gonna play a 5-second clip. I don't know what the fuck. Why did you just make that up that I'm gonna play a 5-second clip? You just made this up. You're just finding some way to avoid a real interaction, aren't you? You just wanted to come in and just say some dumb shit. You just wanted to come in and just say some really dumb fucking shit, and now you're backpedaling as fast as you can. Somehow we went from, the first couple of things that you said to about him spitting on a fucking officer and asking me. I asked you what that has to do with this. You haven't answered, haven't said anything about that. Then you say, oh, he's not beating her up, but he attacked officers. When did he attack officers? Oh, we don't have an answer for that, but okay, do you want me to play the clip for you? Oh, you're just going to play a 5-second clip. I can make it look like anything. How the fuck do you just avoid everything at every chance? How do you live your life like this? How do you live your life with just such avoidant behavior? I don't get it. Just be a man and just like have a direct engagement with another man real quick. It's something you can screen record it, send it to your dad. He'll be very proud. But like, Can you engage for just a moment? If you want, I will play the clip for you, and we can go over it.
Escalation attempt, and then he does touch the officer, but you acknowledge he wasn't like assaulting the officer. That
I
maybe
never
it was a
made that case.
mistake
I
to
said
touch
he was
him.
intervening with whatever that encounter was.
And does that inherently constitute obstruction if you simply step into a situation?
Like he was literally putting his body in between them to obstruct.
So it's obstructing the law. It's not just called just obstruction. It's obstruction of an officer, obstruction of the law. He was not engaging in any sort of lawful duty or lawful activity when he's just shoving a woman to the ground. That is not, he's not detaining her. He's not arresting her. He's not questioning her. He just walked up and shoved her to the ground. He wasn't, walking her to the sidewalk. He wasn't escorting her. He wasn't doing anything. This is not lawful activity. He's just shoving a fucking woman to the ground. That's it. That's it. He's just assaulting a citizen. That is it. And we have tons of videos of ICE officers doing this. We have tons of videos of ICE officers just walking up and assaulting people, just walking up and pepper spraying them, walking up and shoving them, doing all sorts, driving by and pepper spraying people. We have tons of videos of them just assaulting citizens who are doing nothing wrong over and over and over. But even if they are doing something wrong, you don't just walk up and shove them. If they're not doing anything violent, if they are not hurting you, if they're not attacking you, you don't just go up and get to just go up and shove people and hurt them. You don't get to attack people like this. This is insane. And then they'll whine and cry if you call them the fucking Gestapo. Like, give me a fucking break, dude.
Like, if you go see somebody get arrested on the street, like, go put your body between.
Get arrested? Get arrested? There was no arrest. They weren't arresting anybody. They didn't arrest anybody. Where was the arrest? Jesus is Lord, apparently. Couldn't make it. God didn't answer his prayers on this one.
That person.
I mean, I agree that's a mistake to do. I agree that's a mistake to do.
Hold on, wait. To be clear, the lady was not being arrested. We have no evidence of that whatsoever. The cop is just shoving people over. The cop is just
it does
attacking
look
people.
bad.
Correct.
Well, not just bad, but the cop is just acting with an unjustified use of force that makes no sense unless he's just like attacking people. Like there's no point in an arrest you're just shoving people over for what?
Again,
Why?
Fine. If you see an officer put somebody on the ground and it's not clear whether they're arresting them or not, then go put your body in.
Well, it is clear. That's the point. He says, "Oh, it's not clear whether they're arresting them or not." It is clear. It's clear. They're not arresting her. They didn't try to put cuffs on her. They didn't try to detain her. They didn't try to do anything. They just walked up and assaulted her. That's it. It is clear. What do you mean it's not clear? What's not clear about that?
Between
it's
you
still
and
a bad
that
idea.
person,
I think
and
so.
then see if that's going to work out for you.
Sure. So you've conceded the whole argument because you keep morphing the words every time.
I'm not morphing anything.
You are. If you see an officer put somebody on the ground, if the officer was like.
So
But
first of all, that woman was in the middle of traffic.
Going to the ground. We're not talking about any of that. He shoves the woman with his arm, right? Do you acknowledge that? He just shoves the woman aside with his arm.
Yeah, he shoves the woman that's in the way. Yeah.
Well, she wasn't in the way when he shoved her. Right?
He shoves the woman. Okay, go ahead.
So he shoves the woman with.
Bro, he is backing off of every fucking thing he says. Everything that's come out of his dumb fucking mouth so far, he's backed off of all of it. Every single thing. He cannot hold on to a single fucking claim. He keeps backing off of everything that comes out of his mouth. Holy shit. This is just the most backtracking bullshit. This is it. Every single conversation with a conservative about this topic is them just backtracking from the beginning. Just like, oh, but he was interfering with law. He was attacking officers. When did he attack them? Okay, but he's interfering with them. How did he? What official duty were they doing where they were interfering? Well, he was getting in the way of them arresting somebody. Who were they arresting? Okay, well, he was getting in the way of them shoving somebody. What the fuck is happening, dude? Why do you keep changing everything you say? Just like make a fucking claim so we can actually have an argument here. Every time I respond, you just jump to something else. We're not going to be able to have a conversation at all.
In the way when he shoved her. Right?
Shoves the woman. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So he shoves the woman
Alright.
with his arm. Doesn't look like there's an arrest. I don't know why you would do that. If you want to arrest him, you'd probably hold them still and arrest them, right? It seems like he just gets mad, just shoves the lady away. And then the guy, I don't even know if he puts his hand on her, but it looks like he steps in and then turns around to pick the woman up as the cop just starts pepper spraying the guy with the phone. Why? There's no
so
reason.
He gets in
And
between he gets in between the officer and the subject that he's engaged with, and
Which
it's
is not a
unknown
good
whether or not he
idea.
wanted to arrest
he's
that
not
person.
He's not engaged with the subject anymore. He just pushed her. He just shoved her.
Yeah, I mean, initially I said this wasn't a good idea, but again, at this point, I don't like think I stand by that anymore. Like everything that I had about this clip when I initially saw it was like, okay, it seems as though somebody probably yelled gun, 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 and they shot. It was probably, yeah, he seems to be stupid and getting in the way of them. But then once I saw everything and I see the different angles, I see everything that happens, it seems as though he just did nothing wrong the entire time. Like, it seems like it just doesn't seem like he did anything wrong the entire fucking time, and they just murdered him for it. This is compared to the Renee Good clip, this is a billion times more like clear cut. This is so much more clear cut.
Away, and that was
He's
it.
moving towards her when this guy comes and cuts them in between. You don't know what's going to happen.
Sure, you don't, but I know that there's no reason for the cop to start pepper spraying the guy. The guy's locked in like a death QuickTime event. As soon as the cop starts to close the gap, and he pepper sprays the dude for no reason. We've got escalation there. Then they start fighting. I don't even want to say fighting. The guy doesn't even fight back. He turns around. He's slipping on the ice, and then the cop gets his whole crew over to tackle the dude and execute him.
Yeah, Sean, can I ask you this? You don't think the ICE officer, regardless of whether you think the ultimate decision to pull the trigger is justified, you don't think these officers, like, seem well trained and handled the situation well, do you? Because it seems like amateur hour to me. It seems like they escalated. Seems like there was like 6 of them and they couldn't restrain one, probably soy-filled guy who is not exactly, looks like he's a beast, difficult to control.
I disagree with that. The guy is tall. He is tall, and he is kind of he does look like he works out. Like, he is not a small dude. And ICE officers on average seem to be well below the average height in small dudes. Like, they do seem to be almost always like 5'5" little dudes.
It doesn't seem like ICE is exactly sending their best to Minneapolis right now.
I mean, first of all, I believe this was like CBD, Customs and Border Patrol, not ICE.
Yeah, so DHS still, but yeah.
But again, what are you supposed to do in this scenario? Like draw me a picture of how to do it better if they can't get in control of this individual that's on the ground. And then during that process, which is seconds long, they end up finding out that he has a gun. Like, one of them got in there and removed the gun. I think that was really effective to get in there and remove the gun.
Why?
Unfortunately, that was
why were they even
everyone.
dogpiling him?
So was that part bad training, or was that part good training?
The bad training was, one is shoving a lady with your arm. There's just no reason to do that. So that was bad. Pepper spraying the guy for literally no reason. That was bad. Attacking or tackling this dude who's now totally discombobulated, who doesn't seem to be a threat at all. That was bad. Bringing all your boys over to tackle the dude. That was bad. Smacking the dude in the face over and over again with the bottom of the mace.
Yes. Like, from beginning to end, it is all so unjustified and so over the top. And these are guys who have proven that every time shit gets complicated, every time shit gets heated, every time things escalate, they shit their pants. They have proven consistently now that they cannot deal with tense situations, and they will shit their pants every time it gets things escalate. But they are the ones who keep escalating. They are the ones who continuously escalate, and they come over 5, 6 at a time to try to beat somebody up, and still have trouble doing that to where they have to pull out their fucking guns to fight them. It's insane, dude. It's insane. Why do you need fucking 6 guys to beat this guy up? Why did you need 5? I don't know if he hadn't stood there, it might have been 5 or 6 guys just going to beat up the woman instead.
So whatever, that was bad. And then taking the gun off him, having a negligent discharge, and then executing the guy. All of these things were bad.
There was not a negligent discharge. I wish you wouldn't give that to them, because while I agree, that still makes them look fucking incompetent as hell. Like, they look fucking insane if they actually did have a negligent discharge there. I don't even want to give that to them, because I don't want people to think that is what happened. There were no shots fired to scare the guy into shooting after somebody says gun, 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 and they think, okay, this guy might have a gun, and then they hear a shot go off, then they think, oh, fuck, he's shooting people, now we have to shoot. Like, we cannot give that to them. There is not only no evidence that that the gun went off, but on top of that, we know for a fact that the guy, well, I don't want to say know for a fact, but all evidence leads us to believe that the guy who shot him, one person shot him, okay? Tim Pool and a bunch of other people keep saying 2 people were shooting, 2 ICE officers, 1 ICE officer shot every single fucking bullet. Every single round came from 1 ICE officer. And for those of you who didn't see this earlier, it's on my Twitter. You can go find it there. But we'll play this one more time just so everybody understands. You're telling me this is an officer is already shooting. It's going to go off. But don't do it. Don't do it. You see, the other officer is already shooting. You see, he is shooting. All of the shots sound exactly the fucking same. So this officer right here, he's the one who shoots. It's him. He shoots. Okay, look, he's pulling his gun right here. This guy has the gun. He's moving away with it. He's gone. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. It's him. It's him. It's just him. He's pulling his fucking gun right here. Pulled gun. I don't even think DHS has made the claim that there was an accidental discharge. Have they? They haven't made that claim, have they? This is just a fucking Twitter claim that they're all running around saying, right? There is no official statement that the SIG went off, correct? Pulling the gun right there. He's pulling the gun right here. Pointing the gun. Shot. Shot, shot, shot. You're telling me this is another fucking gun. Bullshit. But the main thing is that as this officer is grabbing the gun, the guy who shoots first has the best angle of this. He has the best angle where he is looking right at where this is happening. He is looking right at where his hands are as he's pulling the guns out. He is looking. Wasn't there more shots after the 4? Yeah, we're going to get to right that. In there. He's looking. And then looking. This guy has the gun in his fucking hand now. He has the gun out of the holster in his hand and is turning and running away as he's pulling this gun. Gone. He's gone. Now he starts shooting. There's no fucking gun there. He watched the guy take the fucking gun out. He watched him take it out of the holster. He watched him undo the holster. He watched him pull it out. He watched him move. And then he starts shooting. He's looking right fucking at it. There's no way you can act like this is the SIG going off. There's no way you can act like that. Because my first theory was, okay, somebody probably would make how be everything. They're taking it out of the fucking holster. There's no way. It's just this one guy. One guy shoots the whole fucking time. Yeah, it seems like it is just the same guy. Yeah. Nope, it's just him. You can see it in this angle. It's just him. One officer shot. One officer shot. It's just him. Yep, you can see the gun firing right there. It's just him. Yeah, Tim made the claim that this guy who ran off with the SIG is using the SIG and also shooting at Pretti, but Tim never watched this angle where you can see not only is this guy the only one shooting, but also this guy ran off and he is gone with the gun at that point. He is not shooting Pretti. It's just him. You can see it in this angle. It's just him. One officer shot. One officer shot. It's just him. Yep. You can see the gun firing right there. It's just him. It's one officer who shot. Nobody else. Wish they had body cams? Me too. Just firing into his fucking limp body the entire time is and they say like, oh, but he reached for the gun. We show it in this as well, that the clip that everybody's showing where they say he's reaching to the back for his gun, 1, he only touches his ass, he doesn't touch where the gun was. 2, this is after he's already been shot. He's already been shot at the point that they say that that he was reaching for his gun. So they're just putting out pure bullshit. Pure bullshit. You can see he's already been shot, just got fucking shot. I don't know. But yes, he is reaching towards his back at that point. So this is the other angle. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. You can see the discharge there. You can see the discharge. Look, you see it? You can see the discharge from the fucking gun. So they're trying to say that the discharge came from here, that the gunfire came from this, but you can see the fucking cloud going across there. Towards his back at that point. So this is the other angle. And because his arm comes back here, they're saying he's reaching for the gun. But the holster is here. This is the holster. You can see it still sticking out there. It's a beige holster. So it doesn't make sense that he's reaching for that when he actually touches his own ass instead of actually touching where the holster is. And it's after he's already been fucking shot. Yeah. Like they're using this to justify why they started. It was okay for them to start shooting because he was reaching for his gun anyways. Well, they were unjustly going after him and beating him up already for absolutely no fucking reason. Hitting him in the face over and over with a pepper spray can, kicking him, punching him. They'd already shoved the fucking woman down. Would have made sense for him to use some self-defense in this case. But they, like, even if that did happen, like, that's only if it did happen. But it didn't because they had already shot him at that point.
This dude who's now totally discombobulated, who doesn't seem to be a threat at all, that was bad. Bringing all your boys over to tackle the dude, that was bad. Smacking the dude in the face over and over again with the bottom of the mace or whatever, that was bad. And then taking the gun off him, having a negligent discharge, and then executing the guy, all of these things were bad.
They pepper sprayed the guy after he interceded in their action, which you're like, well, I don't know if it was going to be an arrest.
Justify a pepper spray?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that, why would they pepper spray him though? Like, just saying that he interfered, that, okay, what does that have to do with pepper spraying it? Like, why would that justify pepper spraying it? This is so fucking ridiculous, dude. I don't get these people. I don't get these fucking people, dude. It doesn't make, like, they think that, like, if you just look at them wrong, they get to shoot you. What the fuck?
Pepper spray the guy.
What are you supposed to, like, so you're like, don't shove them, don't pepper spray.
Wait, I just
there was already a previous engagement with him where they told them to move back in the earlier video.
Sure, I just
so
want
they
to
had already
clearly
warned
state that.
him. So what are you talking about?
Clearly state that. So when a guy is standing in front of you with a phone, the only thing that you can do from that point on is
he's not just standing in front of them. Like, I get, like, in order for your scenario to work, you have to not tell the truth. But he was interceding in between him and the woman that the ICE agent or the Border Patrol agent was engaged with.
That was it. He wasn't punching him. He wasn't hitting him. He wasn't
just standing in front of him, and there was no there was no context around it. He did not put his body in between him and the person that he was engaged with. No,
so you're telling me the only
he says the person that he was engaged with, because he can't actually say the woman that he was fucking beating up. That would be way, you can't say that.
From that point forward is he has to start pepper spraying the guy.
I'm saying that is a proper use of pepper spray in that scenario. Like, what
I'm
do you
not
what
sure
do you want
it is.
to do?
He's not using force to threaten anybody. You could say you're under arrest
using
for
his body
resistance
to
for
impede what you're
obstruction.
doing.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back, and then if he attacks you or tries to run away, maybe then something could be justified. But simply the fact that he didn't immediately, like, back down and turn around, does that really justify
this guy was already pushed by agents prior to this in a previous video? Have you not seen that video?
In a previous video. In a previous video, dude. In a previous video, he did this total other thing on a week earlier. So now, a week later, they're coming to get him. That's what it was. Just randomly, they just now decided to come get him for something that he did a week earlier, even though there was this whole confrontation that was happening before all this happened, and they didn't decide to come get him for what happened a week earlier. Then they decide after they shoved the woman to the ground, and he wants to stop them from beating up a woman. Now they decide, now we have to stop him from interceding.
Didn't strike or do
When
anything
he was
back, which
approaching
goes to
them before.
Which goes to the opposite state of mind that he shouldn't have thought the guy was a threat because he didn't attack or do anything there either.
No, he ignored a warning. Typically, when you're escalating your behavior as a person like that is, which again, he already approached the agents. They already pushed him away in the previous video. And then they get into it with this woman. She ends up getting shoved to the ground. He throws his body in between them, which you describe, again, very deceptively as just standing. He just happened to be standing there. Like, isn't that weird how he happened to end up right between the Border Patrol agent and the woman on the ground?
Nobody
and then they
disagrees
use the
that
pepper
he's
spray.
blocking. Yes, he's blocking the officer, sure, but the officer's not getting into it with the woman. He just rage shoves her away. That's all you see. And the guy moves over, he intercedes, and then he goes to pick the woman up, and then the officer starts pepper spraying. You don't think there's any other action the officer could have taken at that point?
I mean, he could have tackled him. There was plenty of things that you could do.
He couldn't
but
have just said,
decided
"Sir, move aside." He could have said, "Sir, I'm going to arrest you now."
They already engaged with this guy before, and he still didn't back off.
They didn't say they were detaining him. They didn't say they were arresting him, and he did back off. That's why there was no earlier engagement that ended in physical violence.
No, he didn't back off because he jumps in right here.
He doesn't
He was already warned in that
lady
previous
being pushed.
instance. Are we
So
pretending
now he
that
gets
didn't
pepper
happen?
sprayed. Okay.
So, Stephen, I want to ask you a question because I've seen liberals and progressive commentators, and I understandably upset.
I'm the Rittenhouse guy. Remember? Sorry.
I know you're a little different because you are actually a Second Amendment pro-gun rights guy, but and suddenly a lot of conservatives are like, if you have a gun, you're asking to be shot. Not you, Sean, of course. Not saying that about you, but we've definitely seen a few people get roasted for that. But I do wonder, we've seen people like Mayor Frey, I think, really make this situation worse, encourage people to engage in kind of disruptive protests that cross the line into illegality, like taking over a church. I mean, I don't want to get into that whole debate, but for example, this idea that people are praising this man who was killed, which of course his life being lost is terrible, and I really do think important questions needs to be asked for putting himself in that situation. There almost seems to be at least a portion of the left that seems to be actively encouraging people to interfere with ICE operations. And even if you think those operations are wrong or immoral or illegal, that seems like only a recipe for putting more people in danger. Do you not agree that that's a bad idea to do?
So there are multiple parts to this question. So the first thing is, unless I've missed something, I don't know if I agree with the characterization that Frey or Walls has told people to do anything illegal. I feel like I hear them over and over again say, make sure that you're protesting.
Well, he called for the release of the activist who criminally obstructed the church ceremony.
Was that criminal? So
yeah,
I watched.
It was definitely,
I
think it was criminal. Yeah,
well,
you can't shut down someone's service. Shout it down.
So I watched this. And I really did. I watched about an hour of it. I couldn't see more. If anybody asked them to leave and they didn't, past that point, it's easily trespassing for sure, right? But I don't know. I feel like there was like a 30-minute inside thing, and then everybody left.
I mean,
I don't know if.
I don't want to. But it is a face act violation when you go and shout.
I heard Destiny saying this. I did go watch some of the clip. It does seem as though I believe they do tell them that they have to leave, and they tell them to stop yelling and shit like that. I do believe the pastor does.
Down a church service, and that's what it's being investigated for.
Sure, okay. I mean, it could be investigated for that, sure. But I mean, I don't know if I heard any, like, the mayor or the governor say, like, go into churches and protest into churches. You could argue that. No, actually, I won't even steel man that. Like, they've over and over again told people that if they're going to protest, to do it lawfully, to do it peacefully, to not be aggressing on people, or to be doing things that could be criminal behavior. Like, I've heard that statement said over and over and over again. Even if people are engaged in some level of criminal behavior when it comes to blocking ICE people or protesting where they shouldn't, the answer can't just be execute them. That's just absolutely absurd. And you can feel that that ICE is acting in an immoral way that is still within the borders of the law, and so there's some level of civil disobedience where you're like, well, I'm going to accept getting arrested in this case. I wouldn't necessarily recommend people do that because it's breaking the law, and who knows what the criminal penalties will be. But like, the answer can't be execution.
All right, you keep saying execution. That doesn't feel like a fair characterization to me when you're saying it's not like they set out there looking to kill someone in cold blood, Stephen. It's a situation gone wrong.
when it's going wrong, but the officers are like feeding into it every single level of the interaction. Like again, if you watch that video from start to finish, one, I don't know why the officers are shoving people around. It's kind of
I agree.
cringe.
No,
and then two, yeah, and then like him pepper spray.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I guess it is easier with a controller. Because yeah, with the mouse, I feel like I would have to turn my sensitivity way down in order for this to be easier at all. Because at least when I aim, it's just like, it's almost too fast how quickly this moves.
Spraying the guy, like all of this is just escalating until somebody dies, and then it's like, well, I don't know what happened. It's like, why? Like, there's no reason for them to be behaving in such a manner. You're inducing an event where you're going to have to kill somebody, you know?
I mean, what we're seeing by these left-wing agitators is not protesting. Like, if you had an issue with your local police department and you decided to quote-unquote protest them by following them around during the course of their operations, blowing whistles to make sure suspects that they were looking for escaped, obstructing them in the middle of traffic,
all of that is legal,
like
right?
we would call that criminal activity.
Hold
like
on.
you can't
It's
do that to
following
you
somebody
can't do that to your
reporting them
local
and blowing a
police
whistle is
department.
legal.
You
Following
can't do
somebody
that to
in-
your local police department. So the
That's
idea
illegal?
that this is like regular,
Wait,
ordinary
is following
protesting,
somebody in a
it's
video recording them
agitating.
and blowing a whistle, is that legal or illegal?
It depends, actually. Like, you could call it like disturbing the peace if you're making like obnoxious noise. Like, I live in New York City. If I
wanna
play
arrest
music
somebody-
too loud, the police will show up to my
If you
apartment.
want to arrest, yeah, that was a good pivot. So that's not illegal, right? If they want to arrest them for disturbing the peace or whatever, I'd be
Yeah,
surprised. if
obstructing law enforcement
driving around-
operations is definitely
Sure.
illegal. Again,
But
if
you
the
acknowledge
police
that-
were
If somebody
raiding a
obstruct- if
building
somebody-
in order
nobody's
to
raiding a
arrest
building.
somebody and you were blowing a
Another
whistle so that
filibuster.
person
You
in said
filibuster.
building would escape, which is what these people are effectively doing, that would obviously be illegal.
Well, my understanding is it's not illegal. This is why you have apps on your phone that will literally warn you when there's a speed trap ahead, that this stuff has been decided to be
A
free
speed
speech
trap
in the
is not
United States.
we're not talking about the same thing. You're interfering
not?
with
If
an
somebody's
active
committing a
It's
operation.
crime-
notifying people of law enforcement presence has been in some cases upheld to be a form of protected speech.
Yeah, that's
also.
Again, you're talking about something different, though. If you go during an operation, let's say they were doing a drug bust in your neighborhood, right? You're a libertarian, you're against the drug war. If you follow them on their way to a drug bust and made as much noise as possible in order to make sure that the people who had the drugs in the house that they were about to raid got away, do you think you would be arrested? Or do you
Yes,
think they'd
I
be
do.
like, oh,
I think
First
that
Amendment
probably get a-
activity, no
I
big
do think
deal.
I would get
In
arrested.
that case,
yes.
in that case, you could be. But for the ICE stuff here, it doesn't seem like these are the types of targeted operations they're claiming. The names that they've been releasing, Minnesota has come out and said they don't even have some of these people in custody, or these people don't exist, or the records are like 20 years old. So it seems like we can't even trust that ICE is on any kind of targeted operation. For Renee Good, apparently they're just going door to door knocking. It wasn't a targeted raid or targeted
That's
bust.
not- but
And I
that-
believe for Alex Pretti, I think that he was just in front of like they were in front of some federal office or whatever. So that wasn't a targeted raid or bust either.
First of all, that's not information that these people who are following them around know. They're not like, oh, well, I'm against ICE enforcement because they have technically outdated information. They're actively trying to disrupt them when they know that they're finding a person. So they have the
You just
intent
said they
to
don't know it,
disrupt
now you say they do
a
know
law
it.
enforcement
No, it's not,
operation.
no. You're simply wrong on the law there.
Sean,
Just by blowing the whistle by cops moving around in a neighborhood or ICE moving around in a neighborhood, that doesn't count as obstruction. It's been ruled on. This is not obstruction. It's not.
Sean, you do acknowledge that they do have a First Amendment right to record the officers, right?
Yeah, you have a right to record, of course.
So when people are following, and that's what this guy seemed to have originally be doing, is trying to serve as an observer and record ICE. And frankly, I have no issue with that. And I think that people, while they shouldn't get involved in the situations, which I think he did choose to do, and I do think was a mistake, even if it didn't justify his death, I do think people have a right. And I am kind of disturbed.
Again, like, I have nothing against this guy personally. I wish he was not shot in this particular situation. It is a tragedy. You have every right to record law enforcement during their operations, but obviously when you're blocking people in, which is what Renee Good was doing, when you're doing
Renee
the
wasn't
whistles to
blocking
make sure
anybody in,
people
though, right?
get
Wait,
away,
that was just a
the
lie.
whole
Wait,
entire
who's Renee
purpose of
blocking
that
in?
is to...
Who was
the whole-
Renee blocking in?
She was blocking the road.
You just said when they're blocking people in. That's not
She was
blocking,
blocking
the
the
road.
road.
Okay, so you
Okay.
changed your words. That's fine.
So yeah,
All
just backing off again. Just walking it back one more time. Just let's just keep making claims, and then as soon as we get a little bit of pushback, let's just completely walk it back over and over. Makes sense. It's what he does.
Blocking the road. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't misspeak for like 1 second. She was blocking the
You're not
road, or
misspeaking.
as many
Blocking
people
in
would
and
say,
fight,
not
you're repeating
blocking
the lie that
anything,
Christy
just
Nome
parking
said.
perpendicular in the road as you
You're
would
repeating the
normally
lie
do.
that Christy Nome said, where Christy Nome said that she was blocking people in or ramming them with her car. That was the lie that Christy Nome said.
She
I guess you
rammed
believe,
the
but she
officer
wasn't
with the
doing
car.
that.
I mean, that's on video. So.
No, the officer jumped in front of the car and he shouldn't have been there. He should know
No,
better.
she
right?
squared
Part
up
of the
to face
training.
him. Again, that's
No,
on the video. Like when
really?
she was
Wait,
reversing,
then why is it that
she
after she
aligned the car
died-
with him.
She aligned to go right, which is exactly the path the car took.
No,
Why
she
is
went
the officer in front of a
straight.
moving vehicle? Why would
She
the
went
officer? She didn't
straight
go
and
straight.
then was turning. And again, here's what we're doing right now. We're
We've seen
basing
the
this.
video. What?
We're basing this on, oh, well, and when I slowed down the video and I looked at it with hindsight in 2020, which is the exact opposite of the legal standard.
Okay, wait. So that is what it's shown? Because just a second ago, he was saying that's not what's shown. Now he's saying, oh, okay, so yeah, that's what you see when you slow it down. So that is what happened. Why the fuck, just a second ago, did you say that didn't happen? But now, now you're agreeing that that did happen. What? Bro, he walks back every fucking claim, dude. Every fucking claim. He can't say a single fucking sentence without walking it back. Holy shit.
I determined based on the trajectory of the wheels that she was churned enough,
No.
whatever that means, to make that an unjustified shooting. No,
The
that's
legal
ridiculous.
standard-
Sean, I don't like
Right
I got
after
it.
she makes
Just to be
contact
clear.
with him. The idea that he has to count because she was all the way reversed, remember? There's 3 turns in a steering wheel. He has to count whether she made 1 full revolution, which would be straight, or
Or it's a
1.5, which would be
filibuster.
all the way
It's a
for the
filibuster, 'cause he knows
turn.
he's
And
unlimited
then
time.
he makes
It's
that
the filibuster.
determination in a split second, and that's a fair standard, is absurd.
Yeah, good
All right,
filibuster.
Sean,
So
let
let's tell the
Destiny-
truth.
let Destiny
One
give
little
his
bit
thought
of
on
your
that.
argument, so
But
continue.
the truth, wait. So the truth is that it's a totality of the circumstances. The officer's been interacting with her for over a minute beforehand. It doesn't seem like she was a murderer. This is like a large, like lesbian white wine mom woman. He's arguing with her and her partner. There's no reason for that officer to have in his mind the idea that she's about to try to murder cops. And
I mean,
given
except for her accelerating at him. And again, you're trying to do this thing where you make it based on her intent, which is not what's
It's not
argued.
about-
It's not
why
the
do you
standard.
keep
It's whether or
lying?
not
It's about-
a
I said
reasonable
multiple
officer
times-
in that same
Yeah.
position would fear death or serious bodily injury with the
considering a
car
total-
accelerating towards
more
him.
filibustering. It's considering a totality of the circumstances.
No,
the woman
that's
had
not.
shown
The standard
It
is
is
whether
the
a
standard.
reasonable officer in that scenario would fear death or serious bodily injury. As the
Yes.
again, not without the benefit of hindsight, with the information
when no
known
one's
to him
talking
at the
about
time.
hindsight. Why do you say hindsight? It's a totality.
Because you're talking
of the
about the wheels being
circumstances.
churned, like
I'm
from
not
which
talking about
again
the
people
wheels being
describe
turned. I've said this
from
multiple
behind.
times. It was her interaction before with the cop. There was nothing violent said. There was nothing crazy going on. She didn't seem to be demonstrating any lethal or violent intent. And no reasonable person up to that point who ends up walking in front of the car would think like, "Oh God, she's about to murder me." If you look at the
She's about to
totality
hit
of
him with the
circumstances-
car as she
if
is
you look at-
running at him with the car.
as he walks in front of her car that's moving
Well,
in
she
the
squared
street.
up to face him when
But
she
Sean,
reversed.
Sean,
she
guys,
backed up
guys,
to
I gotta
reverse
retake
to
the
Yeah,
floor
and
here
then
for a
she
second.
turned her wheels and aligned
So-
better with him.
totality,
guys,
totality of the
guys.
circumstances.
Hang
She
on,
wasn't
hang on.
violent or anything prior to this.
Hang on. So I didn't necessarily want to go and debate the whole Renee Good shooting as well, but it is important and it does matter. Sean, obviously you're right that if someone tries to run you over with a car, that is what would justify it. But the question is whether that's what actually happened, and I don't think it's clear. There are multiple different video angles that he was struck. One video appears to show that he was, but others appear to show otherwise. It's all very complicated, and also, again, without wanting to relitigate this all, he did continue to shoot through the side window at her once she was very clearly not going to hit him.
In 0.7 seconds.
But each instance of the use of lethal force has to be justified. And
That's
I don't
all
know
considered one instance. That's totally wrong.
each pulling of the trigger has to be legally justified. It's not
That's
just
totally
you can start
wrong. It's
spraying,
one
and if your
instance.
original
You're talking about
shot is
0.7
valid.
seconds. The court has
So yeah, so I don't like the phrasing of this with the like each pulling of the trigger. Like it is about proportionality. That's what it is. That's what people should be talking about is proportionality. So the amount of times that you pull the trigger should be like have some proportionality to it, and should be like somehow leading to you stopping the threat. That's like what people should be saying, but instead, yeah, they keep using like terminology about, you know, each pull of the trigger or something like that, which just isn't isn't really the way it works.
Recognized multiple times that human beings are human beings, and the idea that he's supposed to have this like hyper perception in 0.7 seconds, which is the difference between shot 1 and shot 3, and know that shot 1 was effective enough or shot 2 was effective enough or 3 is absurd. Like, again,
I do
you
think
can watch
they are
videos
responsible
online
for every shot that they take with their service weapon, and I don't think
Again,
these people are.
It'll be all three of these shots will be seen the exact same way, just because of the length of time between each shot. In extended situations, it might be different, but again, when you're considering whether the shoot is legal and good or not, you're considering a totality of the circumstances, which are the circumstances that lead up to the shoot. It's not just the moment that the car starts moving towards the guy. It's it's everything leading up to that. They didn't have any violent encounters. The woman didn't display any violent intent. The guy is walking in front of her car and whatever multiple times, so clearly he didn't feel like this was a threat or this was a thing she
he
could
was
do.
filming her, she wasn't an issue, but when they tried to get her out of the car and she decided to take off, that's when it became an issue.
Why
When
was
she
he
decided to
filming
take
her?
off. See what you just said there? When she decided to take off, not ram him with her car, but when she was
Because her
pulling out
intent
the lead.
doesn't matter, and I don't have to lie
Exactly.
in order
The
to
intent
make my
doesn't-
point.
He did say earlier that she was trying to hit him. He's walked that back now. He literally cannot stop. It's a fucking sickness, bro. It's a fucking virus for this guy. He just has to keep walking every fucking claim back. He cannot stick to a single fucking thing that he says.
Her intent doesn't matter.
Like, I don't
true,
have to
but
read
you
her
should be able
mind to understand
ascertain.
that a car that's 2 tons is a serious threat of bodily injury or death.
Then why was he standing in front of the car right after he backed up?
You mean after she squared up to face him
Why
and
was
put
he standing
him more
after
in front
she
of the car?
backed up? After she
was
backed up,
circling
why
the
would he
car.
stand in front of the car?
Well,
he
she was
could have moved
backing up
faster,
then, and then she's turned to drive and then started accelerating.
and he could have just continued to move. He stopped. He would have been out of the way of her car. What was he planning on?
Oh, in
stopping with his
hindsight,
bare
with
hand?
2020, like, you could make that argument, but that's
It's
not
so
the legal
crazy. I've
standard.
never needed a hindsight. It is the legal standard, also, not hindsight
it's not.
2020, but the
It's quite
totality of the
literally not.
circumstances. The totality of the circumstances is the legal standard, and the totality of circumstances doesn't make her seem like she's a deadly threat. It's not just at the moment that she starts moving forward.
It's not
everything leading up to that.
well, again, it's not just a deadly threat. It's a threat of death or serious bodily injury that a reasonable officer with the same information would act in that situation or perceive a deadly or serious bodily injury threat.
Why did
2-ton
none of the
vehicle,
other officers perceive
serious-
it?
The ones that weren't in serious danger, the ones that were
Like
on
a
the side of
foot
the
away
car?
from him. Yeah, the ones that were like a foot away from the guy. Why did neither of them seem to perceive this deadly threat, this threat of
The
serious
ones that
bodily harm?
weren't in front of the car.
The ones that were a foot away from the guy.
That weren't in front of the car.
Well, they could
Yeah.
still act
That
to
were
defend
watching
their
her,
colleague.
their officer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And they
But,
didn't
like, they
seem to
weren't
feel
in front of
need
the
to.
car. Like, that's why.
Maybe
So,
he
guys,
should've
I
done
want to
the
move
car
us along.
accelerating
I do want to move
anything.
us along.
How quickly
So,
and easily that would have been.
I'm not sure we're going to get to the bottom of it, but ultimately it will continue to be investigated. Maybe there may be a point of agreement on the next question related to this, actually, which is the interesting performance of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in the aftermath of this shooting. I want to play you a clip of her at a press conference immediately after the shooting of Alex Pretti. Listen to this.
Individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
So here's what I would say is that, listen, maybe you think this was a defensive shoot. Maybe you think it's justified. I don't, but okay, we could have that discussion. For the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to get in front of the cameras after an American citizen was just killed by one of her officers, and immediately, based on the fact that he has a gun and ammunition, which millions of people carry every day, suggests that he must have been in some plot. They did also call him a domestic terrorist, again, baselessly, to kill law enforcement, like to go and shoot up and do a mass shooting targeting law enforcement, is totally baseless and irresponsible. Sean, I respect that you have a more conservative viewpoint on some of these issues, but you are not like a team red automaton who will just defend anything like some people. Surely you agree that.
I was gonna say I don't think he's gonna defend this. He'll probably say that, like, we need to wait for like an investigation. It's there's been information about him working with a group that just came out from Cam Higby, and we need to learn more about that before we can really make a claim and blah blah blah. But
that is unacceptable from the secretary.
Right. So there's two issues with what I had that she said there. First of all, actually three. One, we really in this country need, I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation to like come back into play because like she says he approached with a firearm, which is like a not technically a lie, but is effectively like the biggest lie that you could tell because he didn't have the firearm out. He didn't present it. Like it communicates the wrong information despite technically being true. And then she goes on to imply that he's a mass shooter or he was a potential mass shooter or he was targeting law enforcement, like to kill law enforcement, maybe not in a mass shooting kind of way, when that's not supported by the evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If I was planning to do something that terrible as Kristi Noem described, I probably wouldn't wait for me to be on the ground surrounded by 7 law enforcement agencies, agents, and then for them to find the gun for me to execute my plot. So yeah, this was absurd. Kristi Noem is an embarrassment. And again, you should not go off like half-cocked with bad information and like deliver messages like this. Because even the part that she said that's technically true in the beginning, like, is a lie because of what she's implying by it.
Yeah, Stephen, when you see Stephen Miller, who shares your name, of course, come out and immediately brand this guy an assassin who tried to kill
so you're
law
pretty much
enforcement.
Related. Answer for him, Destiny.
I do believe that Trump has the right to enforce federal immigration law, and he was elected on a mass deportation agenda, but I think we at bare minimum deserve some degree of honesty and not this just blatant, brazen lying.
I mean, they've done this with almost every big shooting incident that happened. They did it with the Charlie Kirk shooting as well, where Nancy Mace and other people have literally just come out and started ascribing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not even just shootings. Like, this is what they do with just literally everything. Like, this is just how they deal with literally every situation ever. They just come out with the dumbest fucking shit they can, and then just lie. Just lie right to everybody's faces, and they know that they've at least got a large enough group of people who will defend them on it or who just won't care that they're lying to them. So
ascribing a whole bunch of stuff to this guy before we even knew who the shooter was. We've seen Kash Patel make crazy statements. We've seen Kristi Noem and Trump make crazy statements. Like, they just want to get ahead of the story so that they can kind of like spin whatever narrative or story they can before any of the actual facts come out, or until the next insane thing has happened in 2 other days and then we've all moved on from it. So yeah, I mean, it totally undermines credibility from all of our agencies. Like, you can no longer trust almost anything that they put out because you've seen that they're willing to just, like, if the head of the agency is willing to come forth and lie like blatantly about videos we've all seen, I don't know, am I supposed to trust anything else they put out? I'm not sure.
No, it's a serious problem. I mean, these people are also responsible for national emergencies, for, you know, if there is, God forbid, an attack on the United States, DHS is going to be putting out updates. And I just don't know how we're supposed to take this essentially, and I will say this, Ice Barbie seriously, right? She dresses up in costumes to go on TV, of uniforms that she's not actually needing to be wearing. She wears them as props on a television set, then goes back to her condo. And I just think she's totally embarrassed the administration, and they can do better, even if you don't agree with their agenda. I mean, surely there's a better advocate for it than this, but they appear to be standing by her. Here is Caroline Levitt.
First question, the answer is yes. He still has confidence and trust in Secretary Noem.
How is that possible, that you could see everything that's going on and still have confidence and trust in Kristi Noem, Sean?
Well, I mean, listen, Trump is also like a backstabber guy who likes to flatter you before he fires you, so that could be the kiss of death for all we know.
Well, he's also just kind of like, if you're loyal to him, he'll most of the time be loyal to you, as long as you're kissing his ass, as long as you're saying the right things. Like, most of the time he'll keep you close, because that's really all he cares about. Like, that's how all these people got these jobs in the first place, was just by being a bunch of kiss asses. And so it's not like they needed to be good at the job to be there. All they had to do was just kiss his ass enough for him to think that they were worthy of the positions.
No, But yeah, look, you shouldn't have confidence in listen, I've heard the argument for why the right or the government is throwing out these narratives initially.
And neither one of these guys are like straight MAGA mouthpieces. Like they're both a bit similar to like Tim Pool in a way, not politics wise, but they're similar to Tim Pool in a way to where at least I would say AJW is not as much Brad Palumbo, but they're similar in the way that like Tim won't give you the direct MAGA talking point. He'll say things that will give you that will like disagree with Trump technically, but then justify the thing that everybody cares about in the end, right? And that's it. Like, that's all it is that like they'll find another way to still like, you know, cope their way into the right position that actually matters in the end.
And they say, oh, it's because the left will make their own narrative a la Michael Brown or whatever, you know, past instance that justifies it. It's just, I don't buy it at all. Like, you should not do this, especially if you're the government. Like, let people on the internet that are analyzing the videos like the Zapruder film, like, make their cockamamie theories or whatever. But like, there's a level of like prestige when you're in the government that you shouldn't do this. So people say, how do they have confidence? It's just doubling down on your side. Like, our administration does nothing wrong. We have confidence in them. But like, as we've seen many times, you could have confidence in somebody up until the moment they're fired.
Yeah. Do you think that's where we're heading, Destiny? Is she going to be the first major firing from the cabinet?
Probably not. I feel like he stood by her through so much other extreme stuff. As long as she can continue to tank everything, it feels like they have their fall guy for this now that Bovino or whatever is gone. Yeah, so I mean, she'll probably still be here, and then we'll see.
You mentioned Greg Bovino, and of course he's the chief of Border Patrol. He is apparently being reassigned and no longer going to be in charge of the Minnesota operation. So that does suggest maybe a pivot. But I want to play you this clip of him because I find this extremely bizarre that even now, days after this incident, we still have no idea who the officer involved was. But that is, of course, in part because of the new DHS policy of masking officers and keeping them anonymous. Bovino was asked about that. Listen to this.
Commander Bovino, when it comes to the shooting, from what I understand, there were 2 agents who fired shots. We know one of the agents had 8 years experience, and we know he was a less lethal instructor and had this training. What did the other agent, what was his history, and are they both working right now or are they on administrative leave?
All agents that were involved in that scene are working, not in Minneapolis, but in other locations. That's for their safety. There's this thing called doxing, and the safety of our employees is very important.
Bro, this is glitched out. Okay, there we go.
So we're going to keep those employees safe. As far as the number of shots, the number of agents involved, that, again, is going to come out in the investigation.
So it's bizarre to me that these agents are still working. I mean, even if it was a legally justified shooting, they just took someone's life and were involved in a traumatic incident, even if they're not.
This is what I say every time. I'm like, normally, like, the first thing you hear is that, like, they're putting them on leave, that there will be a psychological analysis, that, like, you get, like, normally there's a lot that comes with something like this. And just not with the Trump administration. In this, it's just, nah, that's what they're there for. You don't send a military person home every time they kill somebody. Like, these people are here to kill a bunch of fucking leftists. Trump, when he was running for president, he kept saying that he was gonna go after the enemy from within, that he was gonna send the military and tanks and shit if he had to. Like, he was going after people within the country, and so that's what they're doing. They're there for this.
Guilty of anything, they should still probably be on administrative leave while it's investigated. And then I have to say, I understand that they face a lot of threats and intimidation right now, but to me, the masks have to come off, right? We cannot have anonymous people roaming the streets and apprehending people and using lethal force against citizens, and we don't even know who they are. Sure, they face threats, and that should be prosecuted by the FBI, to the fullest extent of the law, anybody who tries to harass or threaten their family or anything like that. But we ask judges, we ask politicians, we ask everyday law enforcement, all to be identifiable by badge number, by public name. And it's part of the job, unfortunately, as it may be. I mean, even as public figures, we get stalkers, we get people sending things to our address, we get doxxed. And
yes, with other police, we have to be able to see badge numbers. We have to be able to see, but even in the case of ICE, we have tons of videos of them running around in unmarked cars with no markings on their clothes, with no badges, nothing that says police, nothing that says ICE, nothing that says federal officer, nothing. Just walking around in regular clothes, walking into grocery stores, arresting people and shit. Like, if you're gonna go undercover, normally that, like, you have to have like a justification for the undercover aspect, and you still have badged police, like officers who can actually identify themselves, who come and make the arrest. But here they don't. They show up unmarked to make the arrest. Like, it's so fucking insane.
And yet, for some reason, they seem to think it's okay to have ICE officers and other DHS officials just running around masked and anonymous. Sean, do you support that, or do you agree that that's a problem?
Look, I understand why they have the masks. Obviously, ICE agents and their family members have been targeted in the past by these left-wing activists, but I genuinely agree with you. Like, American civilian law enforcement, you're supposed to know who they are when they're operating out in the field. And, like, yeah, we should prosecute the people that are exposing their friends and family and targeting them in all those kind of ways that they were doing in the first Trump administration. But that doesn't mean that they should be anonymous enforcers. Again, like, it's very rare circumstances where your law enforcement does this, usually where they're going up against gang members or they're undercover, but then they're also participating in a raid that you don't see their faces. And, like, every single operation related to immigration is the opposite of very rare circumstances. As far as the paid administrative leave thing, I mean, that's why we have paid administrative leave. Like, even if this is the cleanest shooting, which, you know, it is a messy shooting, but even if it's the cleanest shooting that you absolutely could have, like, firing your weapon at a human being and taking their life is something.
He kind of has a little bit of the, you guys know what I called, like, the, people call it the YouTube voice. I call it the autism voice, but he has a little bit of that, like, you know, even if it was a clean shooting, like, it's got that little, like, ending at the end.
Thing that you need some time off for. Usually you're supposed to see a psychologist or something of the sort. So again, I agree that they should be there. I mean, it's better that they're moved out of Minneapolis than in Minneapolis, but, like, we have paid administrative leave for a reason, and we give a ton of money to Border Patrol and ICE in the big, beautiful bill, so that we should have enough people that these guys could take some time off.
Stephen, do you think they might behave a little differently if their faces were on camera? I do wonder, that's just natural human psychology, that they might be quicker to shove a woman indefensibly or to escalate situations when they're hiding behind these bandanas that are not even official masks. So what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, probably, yeah. You mask people up and they can act crazy sometimes, yeah. I mean, we should know who they are. I think everything's been said on this. I agree. It's just the administration is just acting in the most divisive and aggressive way possible. Like, if Trump cared at all, and Republicans don't care about illegal immigration because it's a faux issue to them. They just throw it up whenever they want to, like, make voters mad about a thing. But you can tell with the way that they approach it that they don't actually care about it as an issue, and that the voters don't seem to care much about it as an issue, aside from things to vote on. Because, like, imagine trying to explain to a European friend, so ICE is mass deployed right now doing immigration enforcement, and they're like, oh, that must be where, like, in Texas or California, or no, up in Minnesota. Why? Like, the per capita numbers don't make sense. The absolute numbers don't make sense. It's because a cognitively impaired Republican kid, made a stupid video where 90% of the information was fake, and they decided to just go mass deployment of ICE to the state for just no reason.
Sean, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so, I mean, you can look by the numbers. The per capita rates of people removed from Texas and Florida are significantly higher than in blue states. And the reason for this is because you have state and local coordination. Like, Destiny talks about how, the Republicans don't care about illegal immigration or any of this. In reality, the Democrats are actively benefiting off of this conflict. That's why they don't work with the feds. That's why they encourage people to go out there. That's why they tell their voters consistently that they're not legitimate law enforcement. That's why you'll see on social media all these people saying, oh, well, ICE can't arrest you because they're not a general law enforcement agency, even though they absolutely can arrest you for obstructing their operations, just like any law enforcement agency could do so, because they want these conflicts to fester. I mean, Tim Walz after this compared, like, I guess, I don't know who he's comparing to, but Minnesotans to Anne Frank, which again implies that ICE is the Nazis. And spoiler alert, if you were in the times of Anne Frank and you had to deal with Nazi soldiers, you would be justified to kill those soldiers. So this is what is being stoked up by these comparisons, because they want this conflict. Like, they benefit from it politically, and it's the biggest distraction for somebody like Tim Walz, who doesn't have to deal with the consequences of Nick Shirley's video, which of course Steven had to mischaracterize.
Well, let's not litigate that. Let's not litigate that. That could be another episode.
I want to say, just to anybody listening out there, who's ever heard me say crazy things about Republicans in the past, this is why I don't think that it's worth it for Walz to take like the ultra kind position and to say, oh, there should be no violence and protest, because people like Sean and all the other Republicans will constantly mischaracterize every single thing they say. Both the mayor and the governor of Minneapolis and of Minnesota, respectively, have been unequivocally telling people, do not do illegal things, do not obstruct, don't riot, don't break stuff, like be peaceful, record people, maintain a distance. Like, they've been unequivocal in their messaging there, and yet you still have people
do not
like
do
Sean
illegal things, but they're kind of like the Nazis.
you-
I don't know if you guys know
You
that.
do agree that the Nazi rhetoric
like, the problem is
escalates
you've
stuff.
lost all your moral high ground when you're taking videos and selling merchandise in front of Alligator Alcatraz. You can't conduct yourself in that manner and then go, man, I wonder why Americans are so opposed to our form of deportations. If Donald Trump wanted to, Donald Trump could have said, here's what we're doing. We're going to every single prison in the state, and if you've done a violent misdemeanor or any felony, we're deporting you. He could have made that announcement, and every blue governor, blue mayor, everybody would look like such a loser trying to oppose Trump on that initiative. Because how are you going to protect literal rapists and criminals and everything in your states and cities? But instead, they do the most divisive, most aggressive, most disgusting AI image, AI video, Alligator Alcatraz, selling merchandise, laughing about it, joking about it. I mean, like, what do you expect? Of course, this is what's going to happen.
Well, worse than
Like,
that,
this is leadership
Stephen,
101.
they sent people to. I for a long time I was very critical of sanctuary cities, and I still think it's a problematic policy. But at the same time, when you do have the federal government like sending people to dystopian El Salvadorian prisons without due process, I can kind of understand, Sean.
Yep, that was kind of my line as well. The kind of this is what sparked all the protests for all the people who think that, like, oh, the left is doing this because they love illegal immigrants or because they're in favor of open borders or whatever. That's not at all what this is about. This is all about the fact that the Trump administration is just doing everything in the most illegal and unethical way possible, to where, like, we're just not here for it anymore. This is all fucked up, and anybody who's in favor of the rule of law should be protesting this shit. But yeah, it is what it is.
Why local authorities wouldn't just be comfortable turning human beings over to them or working with them closely.
I mean, they weren't working with them prior to that. Like, prior to sending, and they were sending Venezuelans to El Salvador because Venezuela was refusing to take their own citizens back. Like, there was a reason for
none
that.
of that justifies.
Also, to be
sending
clear,
them to
that's a
seek help.
lie. I called this out before, and now I've been completely vindicated on the fact that
I was just about to say, I don't think that's true at all. Venezuela literally sent people out to pick up those the people from what I remember. Like, they literally got everybody. There was like one plane that I think that they refused, but they actually came and got those people themselves instead of just refusing to take their own fucking citizens, the way that he said it.
we literally deposed Maduro in a military operation. To say the United States of America couldn't force Venezuela to take back some people is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
This is actually how they did it, because they started taking back people when their citizens started getting sent to El Salvador. So, like, yeah, we could do it. Like, this was the method that they did do it.
No, you would just tell them and you would just do it. The idea that
I'm pretty sure they took them back the next day. They refused a plane, and then they sent their own and got them.
U.S. lacked the power here is hilariously naive.
Okay.
All right. Well, guys, I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate both of you for participating in it, and hopefully we'll do it again sometime.
I hate both of them, and I hate everybody more after watching it.
Joining me now is Minnesota.
It's not.
Fuck, I thought I'd already pulled this shit up.
Nome must resign or face impeachment.
I saw the video. It does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person. I think this was staged.
Shut up, Brian!
You can't tell me to shut up.
Law enforcement works for us. They don't get to push down women.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms.
Is that what happened?
10 times.
push
I'm
a
so
woman
scared.
down
I'm
and
so
shot
scared. I'm
somebody?
gonna shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men
Yeah,
should
got
do.
shot.
A
Guys are
bunch of
completely stupid.
pussies shot him dead.
The biggest dividing line in politics and in culture is no longer right or left. It's a lot to do with basic trust. Do you believe this person is honest? Are they authentic? Are they telling the truth? That's why podcasters like Joe Rogan have displaced the corporate media, and why politicians like Bernie Sanders are among the most popular in America, whether you agree with their politics or not. After the past few weeks, it's hard to see how some key figures in the Trump administration can ever be trusted again, having chosen scripted gaslighting over honesty at a moment of genuine crisis.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
Resisted.
These guys all watched the Tom Foolery show because we played this the day of side by side of these two. We did it the day that it happened, so they're all probably watching my show to get this information. Most likely. Almost definitely.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage.
Where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Well, anybody who'd seen the footage of Alex Pretti's shooting knew it just didn't stack up. And the same can be said about many of the arguments put forward to effectively justify his death. This was one of the most popular.
Because number one, the Second Amendment is a right. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. You have the right to carry a weapon to defend yourself, not the privilege. It is a right. Those rights come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table. One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on, at which point he's not carrying legally.
Fine, that's all true. But we know that he did have a permit for his gun, and the law says he has to show it when requested to do so. Where in the footage did any of the officers stop to ask him for his paperwork? And why was Kyle Rittenhouse a hero for not using his common sense, but Alex Pretti caused his own death by not using his common sense? The only thing Pretti was brandishing was his iPhone, which has also become an unlikely source of contention.
I want to show you something.
This guy did.
Does that
This
look like a
fucking
gun?
guy.
I think it does a little bit. It's a phone. It's black.
Oh, it's a phone.
Like most phones. That's crazy stuff.
Well, crazy stuff is correct. Many people were justifiably
Whoa.
furious with Biden officials and liberal media personalities who repeatedly told them to disbelieve their lying eyes, not least about Biden's own health. They were also furious about the idea that angry white conservatives were domestic terrorists and the single greatest threat to America.
Okay, I'm sorry. That knowing somebody's health by looking at them is not the same thing, dude. That is not the same thing. I cannot believe he just brought that up as like something that's comparable to this in the fucking least, bro. Holy shit. That is not related at all. Wait, is that thing looking at me?
America. Most of those people voted for President Trump because they were sick of it. They didn't give his enforcers a mandate to repeat the exact same playbook. Well, joining me to discuss all this is Tim Miller, the commentator with The Bulwark, Jonathan Fahey, he's the former acting ICE director, Brandon Tatum, aka the Officer Tatum, and Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lies. So welcome to all of you. Tim Miller, it seems to me it's been a very significant 48 hours, actually, for Donald Trump, for his administration, for the wider public, and for this issue of trust and being able to believe what we see with our own eyes. Because if you listen to what these administration officials were saying in the immediate aftermath of this killing, then this guy, Alex Pretti, was about to launch a massacre of law enforcement officers, when we could all see from the various clips that were coming out that that simply wasn't true. He was defending a woman protester who'd been thrown on the floor. He was then thrown on the floor himself. Yes, he had a weapon on him, but at no stage did he brandish that weapon or represent any threat to the 8 ICE officers that engulfed him. And in fact, they took away his gun and then they killed him. So given that we could all see that, I think what's happened here, which has been really pretty unprecedented and quite fascinating to watch, is that Donald Trump has realized this has crossed a line many people may not have thought Donald Trump was aware of or cared about. And that line being, if you try and tell people that what they've just seen with their own eyes is not true, they're not going to buy it. Trust in you is going to erode, and your polling numbers are going to get slayed, and ultimately it will cost you at the ballot box. What's your reading of it?
Well, I hope you're right, Piers. I hope that Donald Trump changes course. I think we've seen some very minor evidence of that, replacing Greg Vivino with Tom Homan. For me, I would have preferred that all of the ICE and CBP agents be removed from Minneapolis immediately and then taken off the streets and brought back to D.C. or to the border where they're supposed to be. Minneapolis is famously 300 miles from a border. And, then they could reassess what a program would look like where they actually went after the worst of the worst rather than menacing American citizens and menacing people who are here legally. And I do agree with you that the American people overwhelmingly do not want and do not support a government that murders its own citizens in the street, that unloads a clip and shoots them 10 times, fires 6 bullets into their dead body on the ground, and then lies about them and smears them after they're dead. I think that the vast majority of Americans don't want that. You'll probably be able to find a couple of shills to come on and defend that on this show, but I think the vast majority of Americans say, no, we do not want murderous mass thugs anonymously killing our fellow Americans. And so I do think that that is showing up in the polls.
What's up, bro?
No, I was just saying I'm friendly, just so you don't,
Okay, cool.
I think you're seeing Donald Trump's numbers erode massively, particularly among Hispanics, but also among young men, the libertarian types, the folks that really believed the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the folks that really believed in the First Amendment, which protects free speech, which protects taping people in your community if you want to, as well as the Second Amendment, which protects your ability to carry a weapon. So the young men that flocked to Trump, I think, thinking that he was going to be a free speech president, are now seeing the truth, and I do think it's hurting him with them as well.
Yeah, Officer Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, they're really frustrating.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Officer Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, the
Oh, he said, "Oh, thank God."
The frustrating thing for Donald Trump must be that a large part of his immigration policy has been extremely successful and well received. And I'm talking specifically about the basic closure of the southern border. After years of Biden allowing millions of people to come in illegally, Trump has stopped it. That's a great win for his administration. It's something most Americans agree with. And yet here he is now getting quite negative polling about his immigration policies. And I think it's all come down to this issue of how the ICE agents are behaving in these rural areas and these back-to-back shootings, deadly shootings, of protesters.
Well, it's because of mindless people like the gentleman that just finished speaking is the reason why people have this perception that Donald Trump is somehow doing something wrong. They deported 600,000 people. They've deported people who have committed murder, rape, all kinds of dangerous and felonious crimes. Also,
not 600,000 of them, no. No, not 600,000 people who have committed rape and murder. No. Nope. Wrong. That has not happened. Only like a very small percentage of these people, I think, have even committed felonies. I think it's something like 5% or less. Like, it is a small percentage of people who even have felonies, let alone violent crimes.
They're deployed in all 50 states. Why is Minnesota the only state that's having issues? And then to get on TV.
The only state that's having issues. We got Portland, we got California, we got but I think Texas. They're like, this has been all over the fucking United States. I don't know. It's just one state.
And say that a guy is observing the First Amendment and Second Amendment while he's at a protest, assaulting ICE agents, Border Patrol agents.
Assaulting? He didn't assault anybody before he got shot. He didn't assault anyone. He may have, like, spitting on them and kicking the car. We could say that he assaulted them a week earlier, but not the day that this happened. That's not relevant. That's just a fucking character smear.
Agents. He committed an assault, a felonious assault against the ICE agent. That's how he got into a physical altercation while carrying a firearm without notifying him.
What was the assault?
When the Border
Brandon, what was the
Patrol
assault?
lady, when the Border Patrol pushed the lady, he went hands on. That is a felony. You cannot do that.
He didn't assault anyone.
That's an assault.
But Brandon, here's the problem.
Is that not a felony crime?
When you say what you witnessed was an assault,
to physically assault.
Brandon, when you say hang on, let me finish.
Piers,
when you say what you witnessed was when you say what you witnessed was an assault by Alex Pretti on ICE officers, that is not what I witnessed.
Piers, do you because you don't live in America, you've never done law enforcement, you don't understand the law. And with all due respect,
I've never done a law
I've lived in
enforcement.
America on and off for 20 years.
But I'm saying you are not vested in American law enforcement. When you grab somebody like Pretti did with an ICE agent, that is an assault, subject to an arrest. They had every right to take him down to the ground. He had a gun on him knowingly, came with multiple magazines.
But you should agree with that.
But I don't agree with that.
Look, I was defamed there.
Well, hang on. Let me finish.
A Border Patrol agent.
Yeah, I will come back. Brandon,
if you want to
spent
peacefully
20
protest,
years.
you can carry a gun.
Brandon,
you can't assault and get into a conflict.
Fine. I spent 20 years working and living in America, a lot of the year, right? So I know America very well. I've covered a lot of these stories over the years for CNN, for others, for Fox, for others, everyone, right? So you don't have to slightly patronize me with you're not from these
I'm not
parts.
patronizing.
I know
I'm just
America.
telling the truth because
I have a home.
having
I've
actual experience in law
hang
enforcement
on,
is
Brandon.
a big difference.
Let me finish. I've owned a home in Los Angeles for 16 years, okay? So I do understand how law enforcement works in America. I understand what the law is, right? I understand all of these things. But I look at what happens. See, immediately you say that if you take a gun to a protest, but that's exactly what I've heard.
No, when you fight people when you fight
hang on, Brandon.
While having a
I
gun.
haven't finished my question. For 20 years, I've battled with the NRA and with the conservative right about this issue of guns in America. And I eventually concluded this is an issue for Americans to resolve amongst yourselves. I respect that. It's your country, your culture, your laws, your guns. However, there is a blazing hypocrisy in this narrative that's been spewed about Alex Pretti, that somehow one of the problems here was he was carrying a gun. He was carrying it legally.
No, the problem is not carrying a gun.
Under his Second Amendment.
Bro, I don't understand this fucking game. It doesn't have any regular white people. They're either fucking Asian, Indian, or albino. Like, what the fuck? or women. They don't have white dudes. They don't have regular looking white dudes. This is like as close as it gets.
Rights.
Here we go again.
They find Melania only in theaters January 30.
The problem is not carrying a gun. The problem is getting into a physical altercation with intentionally and premeditated a physical altercation with ICE agents. I would never, I carry a gun everywhere I go. I got my gun on me right now. I would never confront or get in a physical altercation with any law enforcement with a gun on me. You learn that in CCW class and as a person with common sense. Because what happens? Things get twisted up. You have the gun get exposed. They yell, gun, gun, gun. He's reaching for his waistband. They think he has a gun. All of that is going to be justification under the law because the perception of the Border Patrol agent that believed that he was armed and dangerous at the time that he fired the shots is going to be justification.
They took his gun
money
away.
on it for anybody on this panel. Just like
they took his gun away. We literally see them take his gun off him, and then they kill him.
That doesn't mean that the Border Patrol agent who shot him saw the gun being removed, Pierce. That is a part of the investigation.
Brandon, please. We've listened to this enough. For starters, your whole spin is crazy. This idea that you started your thing by saying this was justified because the Border Patrol agent came and pushed a woman to the ground. Why are Border Patrol agents, excuse me, sir, let me continue. Why are Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis, nowhere near the border, pushing American citizen women to the ground? Brandon, shut up for a second.
How law works, they have jurisdiction to enforce immigration law within the boundaries of the city.
Yeah,
what the heck are you talking about?
Was she an immigrant? Was she an illegal immigrant?
Who?
They push an American citizen to the ground. We have rights, Brandon.
She is
the entire Minneapolis police force.
Do you not understand law?
Shut up, Brian. Brandon, whatever your name is, the entire Minneapolis police force.
Come make me shut up.
Shot 0 bullets.
Come make me shut up? It sounds violent. Damn. These right-wingers always jump into fucking violence so quickly, dude. Why do they always have to have such violent rhetoric? Sheesh.
All year last year.
Bro, I'm a grown
0
man.
bullets.
You want a problem with me?
Law enforcement works for us.
That's what I thought.
They don't get to shoot American citizens
they
10
can stop
times
you
and shoot 6 bullets into our dead bodies. They don't get to push down women. They work for us. They represent us. We pay them. They need to use restraint and de-escalate. Okay, they are here there to serve and protect us, not to push women around, not to shoot guys in the back of the head.
Time out, guys.
Citizens executing their rights, and they got murdered. And you're on here defending them like a ghoul.
I really like this new outfit. This is the one that I've been wearing. And I like this one a lot as well. This one's pretty sick too. But I really like this one. This one's fucking dope. I think they just came out with this new color with the update. Where I kept looking for an outfit that's black. I wanted an outfit that was fucking black, and they didn't have a single one. It's been so infuriating not having a single fucking black outfit. This one with the orange cape. All right. Wish the cape wasn't orange. I can take the cape off, but I kind of like wearing a cape, dude. I'm a fucking superhero. Of course I want a fucking cape.
All right.
Like legal justification.
Okay, hang on.
He's dead.
Time out, please. Time out, please. I want to bring in Jonathan Fay, because you're a former acting ICE director. But first, I want to play a clip from Donald Trump about the gun part of this.
That being said, you know, we can't have guns. We can't walk in with guns.
What about the Second Amendment?
Listen, you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Pretti is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Now, the thing is, Jonathan Fay, you know, I've repeatedly heard Donald Trump say he's the biggest Second Amendment guy in America, right? How does that square with what he's saying there about this protester who was there, had a lawful right to have a firearm and the ammunition? He's saying he shouldn't have taken it, but that's That's a repudiation of his constitutional rights, isn't it?
I don't think so at all, and I don't view it the same way in that, yeah, you have a right to carry a firearm, but that also comes with responsibilities. I know Tim's rolling his eyes there, but the thing is, what the issue is here is this person injected himself in the situation, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion because I don't know what happened, but he injected himself into a law enforcement situation, and he was armed, and he went there. He didn't go there to protest, my understanding. These people weren't holding up signs saying open borders, mass amnesty. He was injecting himself into a situation.
He was recording. He was recording them. He was just fucking recording. That's it.
To interfere with ICE doing their jobs. The legal issue, and you don't just come out and say it's murder if someone dies. The issue is, did this officer have a reasonable belief that his life or the lives of others were in danger of being lost or being seriously injured? And one thing, hang on a second, Tim. It's important from the officer's perspective and what's reasonable, and they are in this high-pressure situation. And the fact that the gun was removed, that's a factor, but it's not the only factor because you don't know in these situations, does he have another gun or something else to make someone safe?
You would have to have evidence of that, though. You can't, like, there's always a possibility that somebody has another gun. There's always a possibility that there's more guns. There's always a possibility of that. It doesn't mean that the cops get to just walk around shooting everybody all the fucking time. That's not how that works. You can't just start shooting and then figure out if they have another gun later. You have to have that evidence before you fucking shoot them. And I hate that they keep doing this, like, yeah, but what if, what if, what if? The what ifs lean in favor of not shooting. The what ifs do not ever lean in favor of shooting. They lean in favor of not shooting.
Safe. So the question
did any of your agents ever fire 10 bullets into an American citizen? Did that ever happen when you were acting director? Did they ever fire 10 bullets into an American citizen?
Tim, if you could
did that ever happen?
A little bit.
Did you ever do that?
Look, I can answer the question if you want. If you're, are you performing, or can I just answer?
No, I'm asking. It's a fair question. Did that ever happen? You were the acting director. Did any of your agents ever kill American citizens?
Don't speak over each other.
So are we here to talk about this, or is it just
don't talk over? Yeah, I agree.
What is this?
Let's not talk over each other. So I think the question Tim is asking is a reasonable one.
I know the emasculated males are up in arms, Tim, but
emasculated males. Oh,
you're saying?
Oh, emasculated males. You got to be kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The emasculated males are the ones who are fucking standing up for Americans, standing up for the law. That's an emasculated fucking male. Give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break, bro. The emasculated males are the ones who actually stand up for the law, stand up for women, stand up for the Constitution, who don't want people just shot in their backs, who actually stand up for people when they're being oppressed. That's the fucking emasculated male over here. Okay, cool.
The problem is that I would say the person that
please don't talk over each other. Guys,
he just called me an emasculated male.
Please don't talk over each other. Guys, no one can hear you when you talk over each other.
Okay.
Jonathan,
I'm trying to answer your question. You want to perform?
Please let me conduct this panel. Thank you. The point Tim was making to you, Jonathan, was in all your time as ICE director, acting ICE director, did you ever have an incident like this where an ICE official put 10 bullets, or two of them did, put 10 bullets into an American citizen?
I can tell you, I know a lot about police shootings. I was a federal prosecutor 17 years. I've defended police and police shootings. And the way they are trained, and Brandon will confirm this, you fire until the threat is no longer a threat, and then you reevaluate.
The guy laying dead on the ground, you got to keep firing, bro. There's still a threat. Keep firing. It could still be a threat. Just keep going. Shoot some more. Keep firing.
So the fact that there are 10 bullets, you don't just say, you know, we've heard Joe Biden, remember during you shoot in the leg or whatever. You don't do that, and that's not the way they're trained. So if the issue is the number of bullets, then the question is maybe they should be trained differently, but they are trained to eliminate the threat. The question is still, I agree, an open question. Was this a threat that should have used deadly force? And that needs to be investigated. But the number of bullets is really not a dispositive factor. And I know everyone wants to make a big deal about it, but that's
he was laying on the ground.
I want to bring in, hang on. I want to bring in Brian, who's been waiting very patiently.
I'm gone.
Brian, I think
I'm
I
gone.
read this week you've just passed 5 million subscribers to your channel. Is that right?
I did, yeah.
Congratulations. Amazing.
Thanks.
He did it through the patience.
Yeah. No, it's great to have you on, and congrats on that. It's a big milestone. So, Brian, you've been waiting very patiently. You know, it's been interesting to watch the big rain back. You've watched Kristi Noem basically chucking Stephen Miller under a bus. You know, Stephen Miller is the guy that actually tweeted about this guy being a potential assassin. It was him that fired up that narrative that he was a potential assassin, which was clearly completely ridiculous. Whatever your take on what we've all watched on these video clips, the idea that somehow he was planning to assassinate all those ICE officers is plainly absurd and offensive. What are we seeing here? Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. A load on your site.
Frankly, that we're
with the code PEERS.
We're seeing from Stephen Miller, from Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, the same thing, frankly, that we're seeing on this panel right here, which is this level of gaslighting and kind of narrative setting that, frankly, nobody believes. I mean, this idea for the former ICE director, my co-panelist over here, that Alex Pretti, this VA nurse who was brandishing a cell phone, was somehow a threat that even after he had 6 full-grown men, like these grown-ass men on top of him, that he needed to be that the threat had to be eliminated by unloading his clip into him. I mean, you can say this and you can feel justified, and we'll have Officer Tatum over here back you up, because there's nothing that Trump or any of these secret police or the Trump administration can do that will garner any pushback. But that right there is the perfect testament to why nobody believes what's happening here. It's because even these ardent right-wingers in this country, and certainly the vast majority of independents, I'm talking 3/4 of...
Yeah, I think people should just keep repeating to these fools, like, America is not on your side. Americans are not on your side. You can keep pushing this bullshit. Americans are not on your side. This is what they kept pushing with the immigration stuff and deporting illegal immigrants, where they would take polling about the fact that, like, the majority of Americans said that they're in favor of deporting illegal immigrants. And then they would say, therefore, everybody's in favor of what it is that Trump is doing, which is obvious bullshit. Like, obvious bullshit. There's no fucking way that you can say that just because people are in favor of deporting illegal immigrants, that they're in favor of what it is that Trump's doing. It's fucking stupid. But, like, now that they're all saying this is what Americans are in favor of, well, we know the majority of Americans believe that the Renee Good shooting was unjustified, and now this one is even worse. This one's way worse. This one is way more clear cut. So we're like, it's obvious that the majority of Americans are not on their side with this, that they do not represent Americans with this shit.
of independents in this country are listening to this gaslighting and recognizing that it's not just a lie they're being told, but it's utter contempt that's being displayed by these Trump administration
what did I say that
officials
was gaslighting?
for the American people. Say again?
Well, I would say, Brian, as
what did
well,
I say that was
I thought
gaslighting?
that
Now you're a global laughingstock. Yeah, they're all coping about that shit. They're all coping about it and refusing to admit it. The fact that, like, every country at Davos pretty much came out saying that they're done with the United States, and that they're done like having the fucking heel on their necks. These are, like, countries that are our allies, that we're supposed to be working with, that we heavily depend on, like, having our backs and helping us, and like, that these people, they don't care. They don't understand how the United States became the superpower that it is. They have no idea how we got to this point, and how we how we are who we are. They have no fucking idea. They think that it all just happened to be this way. The fuck? Oh. that light doesn't go out. It just blinks every time you shoot it. That's kind of cool. All right.
That this idea that Alex Pretti posed some threat where the response needed to be unloading his clip.
To be resolved.
And it's not going to be resolved because the reality is DHS is not going to investigate any of this. DHS isn't going to investigate anything Pretti's going to do. Just like DHS, just like DHS is not going to investigate Jonathan Ross because DHS doesn't investigate any of this stuff. So if the excuse is always going to be, oh, don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this in some full investigation. There's not going to be a full investigation.
Should he be charged with murder
so we just have to listen to the gaslighting being fed to us by Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Kristi Noem.
Can we talk about use of force policy?
I want to just mention. I want to mention at this stage.
Convicted of murder.
Hang on. I want to mention at this stage. Look, I want to bring in the incident with Ilhan Omar because it's kind of connected to
Ilhan Omar.
So Ilhan Omar was doing a town hall in Minneapolis. She was attacking ICE. And then a guy comes out of the audience, who's sitting down, and sprays her with a strong-smelling liquid from a syringe. Now, that is a potentially extremely dangerous incident. No one knows what that could have been. It turned out to be, we believe, harmless. He is wrestled away. But had it not been harmless, had it been acid or something else, then maybe she could have been very seriously hurt or dead. Now, Brandon, what has concerned me about this is that from Donald Trump, and I think you have intimated this too, there's an immediate position by people on the MAGA right that because you don't like Ilhan Omar, that she somehow has staged this, it's not real, it didn't happen the way people think it did, this guy was a plant, and so on. And again, it comes back to what I sense is a complete eradication of basic humanity. There ought to be parameters between left and right where we can just agree when something like that happens, we all say this is terrible and shouldn't be happening.
Pierce, there's no jump to conclusion. I don't care about none of these people. They don't pay my bills. I don't have to say anything about Ilhan Omar. I don't really care about her. But the bottom line, and Donald Trump don't pay my.
Bro, these people are fucking scum. They're fucking scum. Like, to just say that, oh, because somebody doesn't pay your bills, you don't care about them. That you're fucking scum. You are inhuman. Okay, that is not. First off, that's not common sense. Okay, that is not natural human feelings. That's humans care about other humans. We take care of each other, and we actually look out for one another. So just to say that somebody has to pay your fucking bills in order for you to give a fuck about them is insane. Then, on top of that, like it's just unchristian, man. It's very unchristian, and it's wrong to say shit like that. It's fucked up.
Bills either. But the bottom line is that I'm looking at this impartially. I don't know what anybody said.
Impartially.
I saw the video.
Yeah.
And it does not look
He's a very impartial person.
With someone trying to assault another person, which means I have never in my life seen a person get.
I'll give him this. Like I said earlier, it looks weird. It does look weird. All of it looks awkward. It looks strange. I don't think it was set up. Like, in order for you to believe that was, in order for you to believe that was set up and that they like planned it or anything, you would have to have evidence of that. You can't just say it looks like that, okay? I'll admit it. It looks like that. It looks weird. That's not enough to say that that's what happened. That's not nearly enough. That's not even close to enough. So this is fucking stupid. That not only is he saying it looks like that, but that's what happened. It's fucking stupid, bro.
Get up, spray something out of syringe at someone's chest. It happened to be nothing, inert, and then she comes after him. You didn't see her back away from him. You didn't see her shy away from him. You didn't see any of that
Brandon,
nature.
You would
and
say,
the guy didn't even resist.
Brandon, you would say the complete opposite if that was a Republican congressman.
That's not true.
Brandon, is the guy going to jail just for fun?
That's not true.
Is the guy going to jail just for fun? Is that part of the show? I just want to hear a little bit more about this theory.
Listen,
please, just 1 second. There's just a question. I want to hear more about this theory. That guy.
I'm giving you the elements.
Is he going to jail for show? He's going to jail.
I'm giving you elements of why this looks strange to me. I
Okay,
don't
so
know
why do you
for a
think he's
fact.
going to
But
jail?
was
Is
there
it for a show?
something
Is
in
he
the
like
syringe?
Antifa? Is this part
Was
of like
there
some?
anything-
Well, that's the thing that I would want to know. Every time they say this is a setup or like, you know, this is staged, every time when the person goes to jail, I'm like, okay, then why the fuck are they in jail? Like, how does that make sense? How does it make sense that they asked a person to do this thing, and then when the person does the thing, they have them arrested? Like, what the fuck? If they didn't go to jail, or they, like, you know, bailed them out, or they gave them a pardon or something like that, then okay, then I would think, okay, it looks like they might be in on this. I can think of an example of where a lot of people thought like a president was in on something, and then a bunch of people denied it, and they're like, oh, there's no reason to think he was in on this at all, blah blah blah. And then he did. He turned around and pardoned all of those people who went and did the thing. And so but that we don't even have that here, so I don't know. I don't know how you can come to this conclusion. It's illogical.
Is this the lizard people?
Listen, was there anything in the syringe? It was inert. There was nothing poisonous. There was.
He keeps saying it was inert. I don't know where he's getting that from. Like, where is that coming from? There was nothing in the syringe? I thought it sprayed some shit. Am I wrong? Oh, what's up, man? You already loot all the way down there?
No, I'm trying to do a quest.
Same, dude. I've got a fucking quest down here, and I don't know where the fuck it is.
Yeah, the valve in the tunnels, I don't know where the fuck. I don't know.
It's called With a View. It says obtain a rotary encoder. Oh shit, I have to have a rotary encoder. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Do you have the same thing?
No, I'm just looking for a valve.
Oh, you have to do the water valve thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's over there. I think it's down here. I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe it was in a room. I don't know this map very well. Yeah, I never come on this map. I like I don't, what's it called? Like Stellamontis and Buried City, but there's like a room somewhere where it has a bunch of okay, yeah, I could definitely use this. Okay. Yeah, there's a room down here, I believe. I could be wrong, but I did this with my girlfriend a while ago. You're new to the game then, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty fit, but like, I just don't do missions sometimes.
You just didn't do the missions? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see, fuck. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck the room is, but there is a room somewhere.
Oh, it's in a...
It's got like pipes and shit. Like water pipes. That it? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect timing, because I wanted to come back and loot this shit.
There was no pepper spray. There was nothing in the syringe to
I'm
start
asking
with.
you why you think he's
sprays
going to
her with
jail
the
for this.
syringe. He sprays her with the syringe in the chest. She goes after him. If you're afraid of somebody spraying you with a chemical agent, you're not going to pursue them. He resisted not one bit. He goes to the ground. She says,
So you don't believe it, do you, Brandon?
Show.
You don't believe it?
I don't think that this...
You need a shotgun silencer blueprint. Oh, did he already leave? You need a shotgun silencer blueprint?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let me use it because I actually fucking hate this thing.
Oh shit! I've been needing one of these.
Yeah, take it, bro. I cannot. I don't like it.
Okay, yeah. I've been needing one of these. I use anvils all the time, and that's I've never tried it, so I don't know if it's actually going to be like good at all. But oh wait, did you mean to drop those seeds?
Yeah, I entered the space. I don't really care for it.
Okay.
But thank you. All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Yeah, don't use the silencer on the fucking anvil though. That motherfucker, it fucks it up.
Yes, sir.
You should have said yes, daddy, but I'll take yes, sir. Fine. For this time.
I think this was staged. I don't know if it was true or not.
Can I ask a question here? Can I ask a question?
Okay.
What if Alex Pretti had sprayed a liquid onto this ICE officer? Would you have Brandon? Would you have said that there was no threat at all?
Aggravated. It'd be aggravated assault.
And you would have supported executing him.
No,
and just like you would have supported.
No, that wouldn't have been justification. That wouldn't have been justification for the ICE agent to react. But merely holding a phone, is justification to react.
Who said that it's justified for somebody to spray something? We're talking about a specific incident where a man had a gun.
Yeah, he didn't really say it was justified. He says he doesn't believe it happened. He's a little bit almost kind of worse, actually. Like, he's just straight up saying it didn't even happen. So yeah, it's kind of worse.
They had a reason to believe that he was armed and
He had a gun in his holster. He was holding a phone. He was holding a phone.
Can we talk about masculinity for a second, Piers? I'd like to talk about masculinity for a second.
Gun on him.
I
Did he
would
not have
too.
a gun on him?
I would too.
Did he not have a gun on? Have you ever done law enforcement? Any one of you emasculated men on a thing? Have you ever done law enforcement?
You know, Brandon, I can field this one for you. I'm happy to take this. Thank you for that.
Why are they emasculated?
Have you ever had to use force and make a split-second decision?
Apparently, Piers, we're emasculated because we're not bootlickers for
you guys
who want to kill somebody.
Well, you can judge
apparently we're emasculated because we're not in support of six guys jumping on and murdering a nurse.
There's a use of force.
You're a real man, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, you're a real man because you can defend 6 full-grown men unloading a clip into a nurse.
Hang on.
It's crazy because it seems like the majority of people that I meet, like on YouTube, on TikTok, all these things, where they keep talking about the fact that, like, well, have you ever arrested somebody? I'm a fucking ex-cop. I did this. I did that. It seems like these people know the least about this shit, bro. It seems like these people don't know fucking shit about the law, about police work. Like, it seems like none of them know anything about this stuff. It's crazy. Like, I always defend cops and say that, like, they have to know what they're doing, and they have to like have a lot of training and shit. But damn, bro, like, it seems like every fucking time I run into these folks in real life, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. It's insane.
Hang on. We can't hear you when you all talk at once. Nobody hears any of you. Tim.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things on this question of whether I've been an officer. This appeal to authority. I haven't, but you know who has? The chief of police of Minneapolis.
The
chief of police of Minneapolis. Excuse me, Brandon. Let me finish talking. The chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference.
Man who shot Pretti.
Brandon, let him talk.
Well, actually, that's a good point. We actually don't know the man who shot Pretti because the federal government is hiding him, so we don't know who killed their own citizens yet.
Isn't he?
But we know that the chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference after the shooting of Pretti, where he talked about how the judgment was irresponsible and how his police officers, every single police officer.
Same with the Renee Good shooting. In both of these scenarios, every fucking officer who talks about this shit says that all of this is fucked up, that, like, this is not right, this is not the way that they're supposed to do this shit. That over and over and over, they like, everybody who talks about these scenarios and who are, like, you know, supposed to be the experts and supposed to know what the fuck they're talking about, they're all saying that this shit's fucked up. So you can't turn around and be like, well, I'm the only one who's a cop who knows better than all of the other cops. Like, what the fuck? Like, if we're we're supposed to listen to the cops and listen to what they have to say about this shit, then, you know, you're the odd man out here. Sorry, but you're the one that we shouldn't listen to.
In the entire city of Minneapolis shot 0 bullets last year. They encountered real criminals. Excuse me, let me finish. They encountered real criminals, not soy boy protesters like Alex Pretti. They encountered actual criminals. They encountered murderers,
Not in
rapists,
use of force scenarios.
assault. Yeah, they did. They encountered those people. They were armed.
How many?
They disarmed 1,000. According to the chief of police of Minneapolis, they disarmed 1,000. They disarmed 1,000 people last year without firing a single bullet. These morons fired 10 bullets. And this whole thing about this definition of masculinity. Okay, it's like the really tough guys are the 6 masked goons pushing down a woman, pushing down a protester, and then getting scared. Oh, they saw a gun, and I got so scared, and I've got to shoot my bullet. Boom, 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 10 times. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I got to shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men? No, I'm sorry. The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do, standing up for the woman that got pushed down, and then in exchange for his bravery,
and then got shot. But he sounds like Donald Trump over here. Like I don't like the military guys who get shot. I like the ones who don't get shot. What the fuck?
A bunch of pussies shot him dead and unloaded 6 bullets into his dead body while he was laying on the ground. That's what happened. Those are the emasculated men. And I wish we had more men like Alex Pretti, but unfortunately he's dead.
Okay. Let me bring in. All right, let me bring. Hang on.
You never arrested anybody.
Let me bring in.
Hang on.
You probably don't have a gun on you now. Quit acting like
you probably don't even have a gun on you now. He sounds like, bro. He sounds like what was the guy's name? Like something Watts, who got into the fight with Andrew Wilson and was like, I bet you haven't even been to prison. Who's that dude who said that? What was his name? Something Watts or something like that. I bet you haven't even been to prison, bro. What was that motherfucker's name?
My definition of success is having a family, having children. Christ said himself, what good does it benefit a man to gain the entire world at the cost of his soul?
Does he have money?
No.
Do you have money?
No.
I just really have to know. Like, how much money you got?
Probably the $5 in my pocket.
If you don't have money, you can't say it's not all about money.
It's the other way around. You can't say money's not that important if you have money. If you don't have money and you're saying money isn't all that important, you're doing great.
If you look at these studies done on this, it does not.
I don't fit no fucking study.
If you haven't written a study, you can't read a study.
That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
up.
I've been.
Tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison.
Jesus Christ,
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison.
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No, they go to prison where they get fucking.
Fuck yeah,
they get raped up the ass.
You've never been to prison.
This guy hasn't even been to prison. What has he done? What have you been doing your whole life?
Go to prison where they get raped.
Now you get your ass beat.
You think that that's better? You think that that's better?
Let's let him give his definition of success. And then
Having tits and 10-inch arms is what a man is.
Let's let him
Please
get
don't listen to that.
Wes, let's let him get his thing out. And then
My definition of success is.
That's a fucking insane guy, dude. Motherfucker is crazy.
I hope you don't.
If you in a cat body,
and I wish we had more men like Alex Pretti, but unfortunately he's dead.
Okay. Let me bring in.
Done
All right, let me bring. Hang on.
You never arrested anybody.
Let me bring in.
You never carry a gun. You probably don't have a gun on you now.
Probably don't even have a gun on you now.
If you in a
think
scenario,
it's cool to just shoot
do you have a gun on you?
all the time? I'm concerned about your weapon. To be honest, I'm a little concerned about your weapon based on your judgment and how big of a wuss you are.
I was a police officer.
Brandon, you
how
don't
many
have
people
to.
did you kill?
Brandon,
how many people did you kill?
If I may, Brandon, you don't have to be packing a gun to be a real man. I don't have a gun. More than most people in my country.
Wait, see, bro, you are. No, he didn't. He didn't say that. Nobody. What the fuck? He said the wussy said that? Holy shit, dude. He did. He just said you probably don't even have a fucking gun. He just said this. He's gonna sit there and fucking gaslight everybody. This is only capable with MAGA people. Only with MAGA people can you say something and then just immediately afterwards gaslight everybody and say it didn't happen, and they'll all sit there and nod their heads. Yo.
The wussy said that. I'm saying that in order for you to judge a man who's making a life and death decision,
Who's that?
in order for you to judge another man who's making a life and death situation, it would behoove of you or have any wisdom to be in a situation like that. I've been in a situation where I had to choose whether or not I had to shoot a person or not based on use of force policy and the threat of bodily injury or death.
Did you do it?
You have never done that. So it is
do it?
weird for you to try to judge a person who's in that split-second decision when you don't even carry a gun. So how about you go on a ride along and do some
It's pretty
training,
easy to
and
judge,
maybe
actually.
you'll have-
See, you just did it again. You don't even carry a gun. I didn't say you don't even carry a gun. I didn't say that earlier. 2 seconds later, you don't even carry a gun, bro.
have a better perspective.
It's pretty easy to judge, actually. The guy was laying on the ground. He was a corpse, and the guy shot him from a
he got
distance.
shot
Boom,
before he hit
boom,
the
boom,
ground.
boom, 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 6 times. It's pretty easy to judge whether it
How
was a
many people
threat,
shot
and
him?
you can
How many
obviously
people
tell
shot
that
him?
that guy panicked. He shit
Okay,
his
let me
pants.
bring in Jonathan.
One.
Let me
How
bring
many
in
people shot
Jonathan.
him?
Jonathan, let me bring in Jonathan. Look, there's a lot of movement going on here. Bovino's been sent packing from Minneapolis. Kristi Noem's been effectively gagged. A lot of heat on Miller and others for putting them up to the rhetoric. They all seem to suggest it all come from Stephen Miller. Trump clearly aware.
Wait, did they? They all said it came from Miller? Where did that come from? I didn't hear this. Did they all throw Miller under the bus?
This is not working politically, but ICE remain doing what they're doing in other parts of America. They're deporting a reasonably large number of people, although interestingly, less actually in the first year than Biden did in his last year, for example. So there are some interesting parallels here. It's not apples and oranges because Biden was letting a lot more people in, but in terms of actual deportations, it's not overly successful so far, but it is attracting, I would argue, an overly negative context now for the administration. If you were running ICE now, what would you be recommending to Donald Trump about how they should conduct themselves going forward?
Well, I sort of disagree a little bit with your premise in terms of how it's been successful. I think about 1.9 or over 2 million people have taken the self-deportation option, which is removing, in which the government gives them $1,000, and now they've raised that to $2,600. And so you put that on top of the 600,000 that have been removed and then nobody else coming in. It's been enormously successful. And the way how do you measure success? Well, we have the lowest murder rate since 1900 in this country. That crime rates are down about 20% nationwide. So our country is objectively safer. We know that. We know people aren't coming in droves anymore. And so you have to look at the big picture. We also know things like wages are going up, because when you look at illegal immigration, and you know from your country, it's not just something that has no cost to the citizens. It's enormously costly. Illegal immigration makes Americans poorer, less healthy, less safe, less educated, and that's not really even arguable. It costs $150 billion a year. And what's interesting, just in tax dollars, and not to mention all the other costs, and what's really interesting about this is everyone knows at this point Biden and Mayorkas are bringing people in deliberately because they want them to be voters and they want them to help in the census. There's really no serious argument against that. It's very interesting that the Democrats' response to everything is always stop the deportations. They never say, hey, let's think of a good way to get rid of the illegal aliens. They'll never say that. So it really is a tell where they're coming from. But as far as what I think a good messaging should be going forward is focus on the criminals for the deportations, meaning for the arrest outside of the jail. Focus on the sanctuary cities, because, one of the issues with Minneapolis is a sanctuary cities where they would rather turn over a child molester back into the community than turn them over to ICE. And by the way, Tim Waltz wrote an op-ed lying about this the other day in the Wall Street Journal. So you have to wonder, is he even acting in good faith on this? But I think emphasize the criminals, emphasize the benefits from not having illegal aliens in the country, and also remember, deportations and border security are intertwined, because the reason people were coming under Biden was because they knew the second they set foot on American soil, they were all, for all intents and purposes, a citizen of this country. So you cannot have those policies, or people will continue to come in. These all work together. But deport the criminals. Say who you're deporting, why, incentivize self-deportation, and talk about the benefits of not having illegal immigrants. As you know, in your country, it's a big problem.
I get it. Let me bring Brian back in. I want to play a clip of Jimmy Kimmel last night.
And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Pretti family and the Good family, and these people who were looking out for their neighbors, we want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone.
Brian, apart from the fact that Jimmy Kimmel really needs to stop crying, I just wanted to say that as a general blanket observation, that barely a week goes by when he's not blubbering like a baby about something. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I'm just saying that it's getting a bit weary for me. But also, I don't remember him crying when Barack Obama was president. There's a clip doing the rounds today of Obama talking in really tough language about his own deportation record and why
he wasn't crying about fucking deportations. What the fuck? He's talking about a guy that he just watched get murdered. What the fuck? He's talking about a dude that he just watched get fucking murdered on camera, and you're saying, oh, well, what about the fucking immigrants that Obama deported? What the fuck? What does that have to do with anything? Holy shit, these people are fucking delusional, dude. This is another type of fucking delusional, dude. What the fuck? This has nothing to do with anything. That is so fucking irrelevant.
Is so important. He deported over 3 million people. No liberal friends of mine gave a damn or knew how many people he was deporting. He was putting kids in.
That's not true. That's not true. Everybody knew. They called him the fucking deporter in chief. The fact that he was setting records with deportations, he ran on deporting people. He ran on it. It wasn't new. It wasn't unknown. It wasn't something that was secret. You guys are just fucking stupid. You worked for CNN at the time. There's no fucking shot that you didn't know anything about this. There's no shot. He worked for CNN while Obama was doing this. Obama ran on this. He literally, you can go watch his campaign speeches. He was talking about deporting people in his fucking campaign speeches. These people are so fucking delusional, dude. It's infuriating listening to people who have millions of viewers watching them who don't know shit about anything that they talk about. Yet here I am doing my fucking research and playing video games with fucking 40 people watching me. Alright, sound a little salty now. But for real, this is... It's fucking stupid, dude. There's no way that people like him should be this uninformed all the fucking time. It seems just all the fucking time. They have no idea what they're talking about. But that's why they get a lot of views, because I guess they're able to just say shit that people like to hear, and that's that. So stupid.
In cages, separating them from their families, all the stuff that people chuck at Trump. But it was never an issue throughout those 8 years. He was the biggest deporter.
This is untrue, dude. Even the fact that it was that nobody cared. This was something that leftists are the ones who are against deportation. Leftists are the ones who don't like this shit. Leftists are the ones, not liberals. But leftists did make a big deal about this shit. I can go pull up tons of fucking articles from farther left outlets that were talking about this shit all the time, talking about how fucked up it was that he kept deporting people and all this. They did the whole fucking thing. So this is just pure bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's a fucking lie, or he's just that fucking uninformed to where he shouldn't even be talking about this in the first place. But he is totally incorrect. Not only did everybody know, but leftists were complaining about that shit.
Of people in the history of the United States in terms of pro rata per year as a president. So there's been a massive double standard there. And I can't help but think that one of the reasons is the liberal skewed media, which it is. I've worked in it. You could shoot a harpoon around the old CNN newsroom when I was there and not hit a conservative voter. That they just didn't care because it was their guy. And what happens this time, because everyone hates Trump on the left and the media collectively hate Trump, so they fire everything up, then it becomes a huge thing. Then you have people going out in the streets and protesting because they've been whipped up by the media. Then you have these altercations with ICE. Then you have deadly altercations, and we're in the position we're now in. I'm not saying they're to blame, but I'm saying that part of what we're seeing here is something that never happened in the Obama years about this kind of issue of
They didn't do this. Tell me. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, tell me how many times they shot people, but I guess Pierce would be like, "Well, who knows? Nobody ever talked about it." And you became very Indian there for some reason, but that's a problem for Pierce. I don't know why Pierce is being Indian.
Deporting illegal immigrants because nobody cared. And my question for you is, all right, we can have Jimmy Kimmel blubbing on TV about it because he cares so much. Why didn't he care the same way when Obama was doing this? And did you care?
I did. But why is he making this about immigration? I don't understand. Why is he making this about immigration? The guy he literally mentions Alex Pretti, and Piers turns around and starts making this all about immigrants getting deported. How the fuck did this happen?
And did you speak out about Obama's deportation record, or do you accept that Obama pretty much shared Trump's view, which is actually, if you're in the country illegally, then you should probably be deported because there are millions of people trying to become legally immigrants to the United States, and there are hundreds of millions who've come to the country over the last century who did it the right way.
Look, I can't speak to what my thoughts were during the Obama administration. I was in college, so I wasn't really paying that much attention to politics. But I would say in general, look, I am in favor of immigration. I think it's better for the economy. I also recognize that immigrants, if we've heard so much about crime, illegal? Immigrants commit crime at lower rates than native-born Americans. So this isn't about stopping crime, because if this was about stopping crime, our law enforcement agencies would focus on the people who are actually committing it, certainly committing it at higher numbers, but they won't, because this is not about...
Yeah, not only are they not focusing on the people who are committing crimes, but they're also taking away funding and money and resources from law enforcement agencies who are actually going after criminals and giving it to ICE. Trump has had the most defunding of the police in our country. I think in my lifetime, probably. I believe every president in my lifetime has raised funding for police, and Trump is the only one to continuously take away funding, not only for federal police. We're not only talking about federal police, because the federal government also gives funding for state police as well, and Trump has taken away federal funding for state police.
Crime. That's just some flimsy pretext that people use to be able to justify this.
They're not always able to find people who are illegally in this country that commit crimes. When they have a crime committal stat, it's because they've been able to find the person and prosecute the person to some degree. People that are illegally in this country have no identity. They commit crimes with complete impunity. So
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. This idea that they don't have an identity.
Wait a minute.
Do you think illegal and legal immigration are the same?
Are the same?
Look, of course they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. But the reality is that
do you accept both, or do you believe in one or the other?
But they all get treated.
Do you believe in one? What the fuck? Is this guy... Is he retarded? Is he not able to speak for some reason? What happened to his brain? Why can't you use words?
Treated the same.
Well,
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Just
They
for
all get
starters,
it.
You don't know what
two
they were the
things.
same.
If I could just say really quick 2 things on this point. Number one, right now they're deporting actually people that came the right way. They're reporting people that came here as asylees or refugees, and they're sending them back, even though they've been going through the legal process. Excuse me, can I just finish? They are asylum seekers. They came across the border illegally. They showed up to a port of entry.
What do you mean fraudulent asylum seekers? What does that even mean? You apply for asylum, you either get approved or you don't. Is he saying that they're lying about their cases or something? I haven't seen any evidence that a bunch of people are lying about their cases.
And they volunteered. They've been going to their checkups with ICE, waiting for their court date, and they're deporting those people. So that, excuse me, just really quick. So those aren't illegal immigrants that are being deported. They're people that have done the right thing. They're being deported. And lastly, can you just let me say one other thing?
Other than those people.
Can I say one other thing?
Over each other. 20 million.
I just want to say one other thing before you respond. When you talk about illegal immigrant crime, I do have one pretty easy stat to point to. So far this year in Minnesota, illegal immigrants have killed 0 people. The ICE agents have killed 2. So 2 American citizens have been killed by ICE, 0 by illegal immigrants. So that's the current crime stats in Minnesota.
Kick out ICE and bring in illegal immigrants. Okay.
Well,
Wait, what? I don't think that's what he said. I didn't hear that. Is that what you guys heard? Did you guys hear him say kick out ICE and bring in the illegal immigrants, or is that I missed that somehow?
Kick out the murderers, I would say. I actually want to kick out the murderers. No, great. I want to kick out the murderers. The illegal immigrant murderers, get the hell out. The guy that killed Laken Riley, get the hell out. By the way, the guy that killed Alex Pretti, you get the fuck to prison as well. How about that? We get rid of all the killers.
If he's unjustified in his use of force,
God, you're manning up there.
Let me ask Brandon. Let me ask Brandon.
Look at what Jacob Fry has done in Minneapolis.
Your views on illegal immigration make you more of a man? I thought I just heard somebody here. It's hard to tell. Sometimes they're like right above you and you can't tell if they're above you or right next to you.
Say one thing. Hang on, please.
There was
I know. Let me moderate the panel.
I gave you a stat.
Brandon, do you think there's a lot of hypocrisy given that Obama deported 3 million people and was very strong in his rhetoric? As indeed Bill and Hillary Clinton were. The clips are everywhere, right? They all basically agree about the problem.
I'm for that, Piers. This is the question about hypocrisy. It's a question about killing American citizens.
I literally lost my mind.
Deporting criminals is fine.
When I went back and listened to what Barack Obama said, what Barack Obama said about not coming to a...
That's because you're stupid. That's because you're stupid. Yes, he's about to say what I was saying. Yes, he's about to say what I was saying. Barack Obama ran on this fucking shit, dude. This is not a thing where everybody's like, wait, Barack Obama, he kept it a secret that he was deporting people. No, it was not a fucking secret. Everybody knew this shit. Everybody knew this shit. This is not a secret in the least. We all knew because he fucking ran on it. He ran on deporting illegal immigrants. This is so fucking stupid to hear these people act as though this is some like big secret that nobody knew about. Shut the fuck up.
America, you would go to the back of the line. You didn't do it the right way. We're gonna catch you and we're gonna kick you out of our country. Everybody should be in lockstep with that. If you came here legally, we love you.
But they are coming here legally. Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, who was wearing a 5-year-old boy who was wearing a Spider-Man backpack, a bunny hat. His father was here through the asylum his father was here legally. He was going through the process. So there's always an excuse. You'll always complain. He was here. He was going through the process. He was the exact type of person.
Guys, don't talk at once, please.
Oh,
he's gone.
The exact Liam Ramos's
Hang on.
father, the
And then
5-year-old child.
Then I'm gonna destroy
Then why not
Brandon,
help
stop talking for a
deport
second.
the
Nobody can
illegal
hear you.
All right,
Go.
shut up.
A
Brian.
5-year-old boy.
Right,
A 5-year-old
please,
boy was
let
used
Brian
as
finish.
bait.
Brian, make your point about the 5-year-old boy, then Brandon, you respond.
Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy wearing a bunny hat and a Spider-Man backpack, used as bait to get his father to come outside.
Spider-Man backpacks are gang signs now. That's something that fuck! I can never remember the name of this stupid fucking gang that all the Trump supporters pissed their pants over. What's the name of the gang that all of their parents would tell them scary stories about at night all the time? Yeah, Trende Aragua. Yeah. That's wearing a Spider-Man backpack. That's a Trende Aragua gang sign. You guys know, like, they literally, for any MAGA people here, just so you know, they literally kicked people out of the country and sent them to what's it called, CCOT, like a terrorist confinement center for wearing or for having soccer team tattoos, like tattoos of a soccer team, because they thought the soccer team logo looked like a gang sign. And so they sent the person to a fucking terrorist confinement center where they got fucking tortured. Like, this is what we're talking about. When we're talking about whether or not, like, we can trust the Trump administration to do the right thing, whether or not they're, like, capable of following the law, this is why we talk about due process. This is somebody who came into the country legally, and was sitting in a what do you call it? Like a detainment center, waiting for his visa and or for his asylum to get approved, and they saw his tattoo. Now, some of this was the Biden administration. The Biden administration saw his tattoo and said, "Okay, we're not sure about this. We need to take a minute and look into it." But then, right after they did that, then the Trump administration took over, and that's when they decided they had to send him to a fucking terrorist confinement center. So, because he had a Real Madrid tattoo, they sent this motherfucker to a terrorist confinement center. Like, why the fuck would we trust an administration that fucking inept? Why the fuck would we trust somebody to be president who's defending shit like that? And when they find out that, like, they did this, they don't remedy the situation. They don't fix it. They don't go get the guy out. They don't get him released. They don't bring him back. They don't, nothing. Nothing. They did nothing to help him. They did nothing to fix their issue. They don't care about the law. They don't care about getting criminals. They don't care about getting the bad guys. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck. They just care about doing shit so that they can turn around and read some stat that says, we did this, look at us, and then you guys will all start seal clapping for them after, okay, illegal immigrants, yeah. When they're not even fucking illegal. That was a person shooting me, wasn't it? I don't think that was a fucking... I don't think that was ARC. I think that was a person shooting me. Was there a person nearby? No, it doesn't say a person nearby. Okay, wait. Oh no, it was a wasp. Weird. Okay.
He was here legally, going through the legal process, the exact thing that, Brandon, you're claiming you wanted to see, and yet He's now in the process of deportation. So the goalpost will always move. You'll claim that this is all about wanting people to go through the proper process, but then you've got people who are going through the proper process, and yet ICE still creates deportation porn out of their processes and tries to get them out of the country anyway.
Okay. Are you done?
Brandon?
Okay. I want people to be very clear about this. You can come through the country without going through a port of entry. You're illegally in this country. You can come through a port of entry and your asylum claim gets denied, and you're also illegally in this country. So two things can be true at the same time. They did not use a 5-year.
Yes, but you remove them when it's denied. Their fucking claims weren't denied. So what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
To lure this guy. They already had an arrest warrant for him.
Bro.
He got arrested. He fled from them, leaving his child behind. They had to take the child into.
He was in his house.
Into some type of custody for his safety. The family refused to take the kid into the house. They refused to take the kid back from the facility. So ICE had no.
So we have a bunch of witnesses who were there who have said that this is wrong. There's not a single witness who was there outside of the what the DHS put out as their official statement. We haven't even heard the officers say that this is true. We have only heard from the witnesses who were there, who all said numerous people were trying to take this child. Numerous people were offering to take him, including people inside the house and the parents. They were trying to get the fucking child, and the officers were not giving it to them. That is what we've heard from everybody who was there. So him repeating this fucking shit is just bootlicking. That's all it is. He is just repeating what it is that the Trump administration told him to say. That's it. Nothing else. There is nothing else to his statement.
No choice but to have this kid in a safe environment because his dad did not care enough about him to take care of him. You guys are using a 5-year-old for your immigration porn. It is not true that they lured that man. Listen, why can't we all on this panel say legal immigration is good? If you come here legally, you.
Everybody on the panel has said that. What? This guy, he hasn't even been paying attention. He hasn't been paying attention at all to what anybody's been saying. Literally everybody on the panel has said that. Everybody has already said this. So it's not like that I'm saying oh, they would say this if they were asked. No, they have all already said this. Go on this panel here. We have heard everybody on the panel say that they're only in favor of legal immigration. That's it.
You have broken the law and you have to be deported. Why are we against deportation of illegal immigrants? The two people in the middle make sense.
What are you talking
I'd like
about,
to get in here real quick
you don't
on the
let me
asylum
talk,
issue.
but I'm for it. Deport. Start with the worst of the worst.
Bro, this person, I just read this fucking comment. This yesterday I was talking about the fact that Destiny used to identify as a progressive, and I was talking about the fact that IRI, or not last night, but the last time I streamed, and that IRI also used to identify as a progressive, but now they all identify as liberals. And I said I've never identified as a progressive. I've always identified as a liberal. And this person, Third Rome Orthodoxy, said Destiny was never a radical progressive. Hello? No one ever claimed such a thing. Destiny is the same progressive as Hillary Clinton, who identified as such. A radical progressive? What the fuck? Radical progressive now? I didn't say anything about a radical progressive. I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Then why
If
not,
people
why
are
not
here, legal
encourage
deport them.
Minnesota to cooperate with?
But that Destiny is not a progressive. He is not a progressive. That's fucking. A lot of these people, they don't know the difference between a progressive and in a liberal and a leftist. They think all three of these things are the same. They think it's all the same exact thing. They don't even know the difference between a fucking communist and a socialist, or a communist and Hillary Clinton. They have no idea the differences between these people. But it used to be really annoying to me back in the day when liberals would always confuse what alt-right meant and just a regular conservative. And Tom, you're arguing with a Russian. Yeah. Russian bots are all really concerned about Destiny. They're going to watch YouTube videos on Tom Foolery show with 500 views. That they're really sending their fucking bots after my channel to go talk about Destiny
to give a direct reply to what it is that I talked about in the actual video. Yeah. But yeah, I used to get really frustrated with the left, where they would always call everybody who was on the right, they would call all of them alt-right. They thought alt-right was just like a new term for right-wingers. They didn't know what alt-right was. None of them had any fucking idea. And they just, I'm just going off his username. From me reading his username, I think he's a Andrew Wilson fan. I would bet money he's probably an Andrew Wilson fan. Third Rome Orthodoxy. Let's see. Looks like he made content up until 5 months ago.
Well, brothers and sisters, I guess they closed
Okay, I guess he is a Russian bot. Never mind.
here as well, unfortunately. I thought that there will be vigils all night long, like the last time I've been here, but I don't know why they're closing and opening in the morning. So we'll see if we find another church for you to shoot.
Did you see Andrew Wilson debate Adam Kahn on MDD? No, I don't know who Adam Kahn is. I saw that Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan, though. That's pretty big. I meant to send him a message saying congrats. That's a pretty big boost there.
Record videos from there. So you Western.
Yeah, so it looks like he does debates and shit. Or at least reviews them. I don't know if these are him actually debating people or reviewing debates.
Alright, dear brothers and sisters, we finally got to the last part of our rebuttal of both the false idols, the false American idols, Ubi, Dyer.
Did Hillary Clinton ever identify as a progressive? Yes, Hillary Clinton explicitly identified as a progressive during her 2016 presidential campaign, specifically describing herself as a progressive who likes to get things done. She used this label to align herself with the left wing of the Democratic Party, contrasting her approach with Bernie Sanders while defending her record. Definition of self. Clinton often stated she was a progressive who gets results, and maintained she was a progressive throughout her career. She adapted this label during the 2016 primary. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure she only called herself during the 2016 primaries against Bernie Sanders. I'm pretty sure that's the only time she ever said this shit. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I was correct on this before. Despite her self-identification, she faced scrutiny from progressives regarding her past stances on trade, foreign policy, and financial regulation. Okay. Wait, fuck, did I?
Hey.
Oh, I did. I left the fucking video.
Deported. Why are we against deportation of illegal immigrants? The two people in the middle make sense.
No, I'm not, man. No. What are you
Pierce,
talking
I'd like
about,
to get
man?
in here
Look,
real quick
you don't
on the
let me
asylum
talk,
issue.
but I'm for it. I'm for it. Deport. Start with the worst of the worst.
Then why not?
This is how dumb these people are, is that they all think that the only reason anybody's protesting is because they're against fucking immigration.
Here, legal deport
Minnesota to cooperate with ICE.
Against deportations.
Because ICE isn't going after illegal immigrants. How hard do I have to say this? I agree with... Could I finish? I can answer your question if you want.
So they are trying to leave the illegals in and deport the legal ones. Well, why not have Minnesota give up the illegal immigrants that are in their jails? Why aren't you in favor of that? Or maybe you are in favor of that. I don't know.
They're doing that.
Huh?
The Minnesota Department of Corrections is working with
that is a sleight of hand. That is not. That is factually untrue. You can spaz out or do whatever you do, but that's not true. The jails are not turning people over, and that's the vast majority of people arrested. The prison system is, and that's the sleight of hand that Tim Walz is using there. But the jails are not, and that's factually true, and they would even admit it. Tim Walz is deliberately and you can spaz out and do your little shtick.
I'm just trying to reply.
But I think the other issue. All right, go ahead and reply, Tim.
Look, I'm with you. Criminal aliens should be handed over to federal ICE agents or federal CPB. I'm with you on that. Here's okay. And so if you have excuse me, if you could you let me finish? And if you have a critique about the way that Hennepin County and Minneapolis is handling that is a fair critique, and that is fine. And we could talk about that policy and what the right policy is. I'm also for deporting people that came here illegally. What ICE is doing in Minneapolis is far beyond that remit. They are going after people that have asylum claims that have not been adjudicated. They're going after protesters. They're going after American citizens. They've jailed American citizens. They're going into neighborhoods. They're bullying people. They're pushing people, and they're murdering people. So if your issue is let's deal with Hennepin County prisons and figure out how to work better with them, then you don't need to murder American citizens to achieve that goal. And so we can agree on that. I wish you could agree that the American citizens should be shot dead.
Let me bring in Brandon.
More issues.
Let me bring in Brandon because I want to bring in just an update from Polymarket about Kristi Noem. It's quite interesting. We're following the prediction markets on this subject of who will be the first to leave Trump's cabinet. Almost uniquely, he's a year in and hasn't fired anyone from his cabinet yet. Polymarket has a $1.5 million market open, a lot of activity. As we speak, Kristi Noem is at 39% to be that first member of Trump's cabinet to be fired. She was just at 13% before the 2 deaths in Minneapolis. I mean, Brandon, do you think she's on the way out? Is she going to be the first casualty of Trump's cabinet?
I don't know. I think Trump is very loyal to the people that are in his cabinet right now. That's why he hasn't fired anybody so far. But I do think that she's becoming incredibly unpopular on the Republican side. Now, I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it. I don't pay attention to what she's saying. I don't care unless people are getting arrested and they're doing their job. But I do believe if she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, if she's doing things illegitimately and is not working on behalf of the country, get her sorry self out of there. And I believe that with anybody that's in the cabinet. I don't owe no loyalty to none of y'all. If you don't do your job, you need to get fired. And so if there's a fair evaluation of Kristi Noem and what she's doing and not doing, and if she's not doing what's right for the American people and she's committing fraudulent behavior, fire her. I think we all understand it. Can I give you the Border Patrol response real quick? Law enforcement and Border Patrol connection, because I worked in law enforcement in Tucson, which is a border state, and we work well with Border Patrol and ICE. And there's a big difference when you arrest somebody and they are illegally in this country. Now, local law enforcement not have jurisdiction to arrest them for their federal crimes, but we do take them to the jail and we put them on what we call an ICE hold. Therefore, they cannot leave the jail facility even when they're done serving for their city crime or their state crime. The ICE agents will come and verify them and take them. That keeps the community way safer because ICE does not have to go into the community. When you force ICE to go into the community and then you have idiots harassing them, doxing them, throwing stuff at them, blockading their vehicles, you create an unduly risk. This is why ICE is patrolled or even
an unduly risk. Holy shit, this guy's fucking retarded.
Border Patrol and their assistance with ICE around the entire country, and you don't see people getting shot, and hardly anywhere else. You would say 99.9% of the shootings
Zero
are
is
in
the
Minnesota.
goal.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
You do see people getting harassed in other places, actually, not just Minnesota. Minnesota's just the only place they've murdered anyone so far. But they've harassed people. They jailed citizens in California. They shot people in Chicago.
Listen, give me the murder numbers. Give me the people who have been murdered by ICE, and then you tell me where they were murdered
this year. There have been 2 people murdered by ICE in Minneapolis so far. And then
one city.
Renee Good and Alex Pretti. And then they shot a guy in Chicago, a gal in Chicago.
Patrol agent. No, Renee hit an ICE agent with her car. She got shot. This guy came and confronted and physically assaulted and had
Okay,
physical
I'm
contact
sorry.
with a
I
firearm.
can't do any
and he
more
got
of this
shot.
like apology for
You don't
the
have
killers.
to do anything.
You can
well, let's
do
put some
whatever
money
you
up.
want, man,
Let's do
but
a
do not
poly market.
smear dead
If
people.
this guy goes to jail for shooting Pretti, let's
It's
do a poly
shameful.
market.
What you're doing is shameful. You should be.
That yeah, nobody's gonna think that he's going to jail. Nobody thinks he's gonna go to jail or that he's gonna face charges as long as the Trump administration is in office. We're all aware that they're as corrupt as fuck and that they're not gonna hold anybody accountable. So they'd say, well, let's put a bet on it. Was what a bunch of people kept coming into my chat after Good got shot as well, saying like, "Oh, but I bet you money that he doesn't go to jail." I was like, "What?" So I'm betting that he's not going to jail. They're like, "No, I'm betting it." I'm like, "What?" But that's my position. My position is that he's not going to jail. What the fuck?
No, you are wuss. You don't understand.
The Trump administration does not care about upholding the law by any means whatsoever. Like this has been proven time and time again. I think it's just as likely that the Trump administration stops obstructing justice and actually releases the full Epstein files. Like that's just as likely as this guy going to fucking jail.
Don't get mad at me.
I actually think it's.
I'm not mad. You're just. You should repent.
You don't understand
You should
the
find the
law.
Lord.
You don't understand
I think
the law.
what Brandon is doing. I think what Brandon is doing is actually. I think what Brandon is doing is actually pretty instructive because the reality is that everybody saw the video. Like 85% of Americans saw this video.
It doesn't matter.
More
You don't
Americans
understand
saw
the
this
law.
video. Brandon,
So what
Brandon,
you're seeing
just
is
chill out.
not according to what you're going to be judged by.
Control yourself. Brendan, try to control yourself.
No,
for like 2 seconds,
how about
okay?
you listen?
Try to control
somebody
yourself.
know what
try,
they're talking about.
try. Just try like 2 seconds to not
Well,
talk.
give me the law. Give me
see
the
if you
law
can do
that
it.
he's going to be prosecuted under.
Brandon, 2 seconds, man.
Give me the law he's going to be
you're not-
prosecuted
This isn't
under.
a good. This isn't a good testament for how law enforcement officials are able to control themselves.
Yeah, this isn't a good testament to your fucking stoicism, bruh. Chill.
2
No,
seconds
and it's
without
not a good
talking.
testament how
The reality is the vast majority of Americans,
wusses like
have,
you
Brandon,
don't know the law.
Brandon, just shut up for like 2 seconds.
Where's
dude.
the law?
The vast majority of Americans saw this video. We know
don't
what we
matter.
saw with our own eyes. Even conservatives, even independents know that
What
what
law?
ICE was doing was completely unjustified.
What
That
is he
he
gonna
was
be
holding
charged
his
with?
cell phone and was bombarded by 6 grown-ass.
None of them said he was going to be charged. Holy shit. This Brennan Tatum dude is crashing out for no reason. He's crashing out for absolutely no reason. Nobody here said he was going to be charged. Nobody fucking said he was going to be charged. Holy shit.
Man who shot him dead. And
What
the
is he
fact
gonna be
that you're
charged with?
standing up here, Brandon, just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. The fact that you can sit up here
is that gonna
and
work
claim
on this show?
and claim
You
and
talking
claim,
tough ain't gonna
like,
work with me, buddy. Give me the
Brandon,
law.
What are you gonna do?
Nobody
Shoot him
thinks
10
you're tough
times?
because
Shoot him in the back of the head?
This whole
What are you gonna
time
do?
you're
Bro,
cosplaying
you
as a
gonna do,
tough guy
shoot him?
while you bootleg for
come
6
see me in
grown-ass
person.
men who jumped on
I
a
don't have to
nurse and shot
cosplay.
him dead. This is not the
come
tough
see me in
position.
person and see
You
if
are
I'm
defending
cosplaying.
being a bootlicker is
telling
not
you
a
what
tough
it is.
position, my dude. Being a
What's the
bootlicker
law?
for a bunch of grown-ass
What's the
men
law?
who killed a nurse
What's
who
the
was
law?
helping a woman is not the
What's the
tough
law?
position that you think it is.
Gentlemen,
What law? What is he gonna be
can
charged
I just
with?
say, gentlemen,
I think using the term gentleman with Tatum and this motherfucker up here is a bit of a stretch. Come on.
gentlemen, I had hip surgery a week ago, and can I just say it flared up at the start of this debate. It's carried on flaring ever since. And the only thing I can put it down to is that you lot have shouted at each other now for 45 minutes without drawing breath, and I owe it to my new hip to call an end to proceedings. But thank you all very much.
Aww.
Thanks, Pierce.
Okay. Well, let me see.
And otherwise, you could try to defend.
Okay, so this is posted by Wick on his channel. Apparently, this is a conversation that started out with Rob Pisco. I kept wanting to say Pierce. And Pisco. And eventually, I think Rob calls out Wick during that panel, and then Wick decides to jump on and confront Rob on it. So
I do appreciate the time we spent on these two cases. I do think that we should like at some point like organize a longer conversation. I don't know if you're interested in Wick moderating about that conversation.
No, well, the guy that just called for criminality? No thanks. Is it a crime to engage in an insurrection?
It is.
Okay, so if Wick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime?
No.
Okay, so we have so it seems clear to me that there are ongoing.
wait, if Wick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime? And Pisco said no? What the fuck? Did I hear that correctly?
Insurrection.
It is.
Okay, so if Wick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime?
No.
Okay, so we have so it seems clear.
Oh, if Wick is telling them to insurrect, is it a crime for him to tell people to insurrect? Yeah, not necessarily. It can be, but it isn't necessarily a crime. But I would need to hear more context to this to be able to make a determination. But it's also possible that Pisco's stance here is that Wick didn't tell people to insurrect, and so he's kind of avoiding the question to just say that he didn't do that. We'll see.
To me that there are ongoing insurrections, and not only is Wick in support of that, he's telling people to continue with that behavior based on the rationale that
That's
this
not what
was.
he said.
So this
Oh,
was
Wick
actually,
wants in.
Yeah,
do
that's not
you
what he
want to talk to Wick? Because we both have work to say to him. Okay. Wick.
Yeah.
Wick, let me add you to the call real quick. All right, we're adding Wick.
Okay, so coward's a funny word for someone who decided to go behind my back, not approaching me, but going to Pisco to talk about me without.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. Like, you can go and talk about other people on other shows. He didn't go on to Pisco's to talk about him. If that was the case, is that he was like, hey, Pisco, let me talk to you about Wick. That would be one thing. But that's not what happened. Pisco said, hey, if you want to debate this later, we can have Wick moderate. And then Rob said no because, like, you know, he did X, Y, and Z. So he's essentially just saying that he thinks that Wick is biased and he wouldn't want him to be the moderator. That's not, yeah, I don't think that's fair, but, you know, whatever. It's got its rhetorical value, I suppose.
Talking to me without, confronting me yourself. So the coward's a funny word to use there. I'll start with that.
Bro, I thought this thing was fucking zapping. I thought this was zapping. Every time I got close to it, it started zapping again. I was like, wait, what the fuck? What is happening here?
I do appreciate the time we spent on these two cases. I do think that we should like at some point like organize a longer conversation. I don't know if you're interested in Wick moderating about that conversation.
No, well, the guy that just called for criminality? No thanks.
All right, so hit me with the Democrat
you should
shit.
talk to Wick.
Hit me with the hypocrisy
if you're friends
stuff.
with Wick, you should fucking tell him to stop saying that shit.
Wick Doobie, oh shit. Wick Doobie, kind of a shit moderator. I wouldn't say he's a shit moderator. I wouldn't say that. I have a different style of moderating, and I like my style. Oh, another fucking shotgun silencer. Hell fucking yeah, dude. I was a little upset that I gave that guy the shotgun silencer earlier, but it worked out. He gave me something really nice in return. I did want it though. I did want it, but I was trying to do something nice, and now that I got it back, I'm very fucking happy that really fucking worked out. Hell yeah.
I don't think he should say it. Yeah, no, I don't think he should say it. So for the audience, Wick said he's encouraging obstruction. where the knowledge that
And
like
getting arrested.
and getting arrested and like lying and stuff. I don't think that that's a good thing to say, because like peaceful protest for me is like enough, and it's like the gold standard, and we don't want to.
I've said something similar. I don't know what Wick said, so I don't want to speak too much to it. But I've said things similar where I've said, at this point, I think that it's okay to stand up to law enforcement in a way that will get you arrested. Just understand that that is the consequence, and you ought to get arrested. That even if I agree with you, oh shit. Even if I agree with you in what you're doing, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't get arrested. Like, you still have to get arrested for what it is you're doing. And nice. Oh shit. Yeah, I've given a similar position. I'm assuming that's what I'm sorry. I've said something similar to what they're saying, but I don't know what position Wick actually gave. I don't know what it is he actually said. So I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that that is what Wick said, or that he necessarily said something similar to this. Just that I've said something similar to what they've said, Wick said, so far.
Want to give more excuses for like these and what we think are these crazed ICE officers to like shoot you and kill you. I don't think that that's good to say, and so like yeah, I don't think Wick should say it. Now I want to be clear. I think it's First Amendment protected speech, and I don't think that it is at all that anyone should be able to criminally prosecute Wick for saying that. You're allowed to in abstract support criminality, even explicitly. That is protected speech, but no.
Yes, you would have to say things that are a little bit more explicit than just, I think people should commit an insurrection. Or I think it's okay if people commit insurrections. Like, you would have to say things way more explicit than that in order for any of this to be, like, criminally prosecutable.
Hit me with your thoughts there, Rob, on everything. Take your time. 2:30, I have to be out. It's a hard out, unfortunately.
Is it a crime to engage in an insurrection?
It is.
Okay, so if Wick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime?
No. Not if
Why
it doesn't
not?
Because in order,
only when Trump does
First
it.
Amendment protected speech is not engagement in an insurrection.
Okay, did you and the Colorado court not both say that is partial proof that Trump engaged in an insurrection was his words?
Yes.
Okay, so then why wouldn't this be sufficient, telling someone to insurrect?
Well, one, he didn't say
would
that.
not be engaging in an insurrection.
Well, he didn't advocate insurrection. That's number one.
Yes, he did.
And
and
two, even if he did.
Well, so advocating for something that qualifies as insurrection is different than saying he told people to insurrect. Those are different things. It might sound like, semantics, and that's because it is. These are semantical differences that actually make a pretty big difference in what it is that we're talking about here. But on top of that, fuck, bruh. Shit. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. But yeah, there's differences in, like, also it would have to be a lot more specific in order for it to be illegal in any way. Wait, is that fucking thing coming after me now? That was shooting the leaper. Okay, I guess not. Okay, cool.
It wouldn't be engagement in insurrection, even if he explicitly advocated for it.
Telling people to engage in the common purpose of using violence or intimidation to impede law enforcement is insurrection, correct?
Not by itself, no.
Why not? What else needs to be met to be an insurrection?
Well, first of all, factually, that's not what Wick said. He said obstruction, and obstruction doesn't necessarily. It's a different definition than insurrection. So he wasn't advocating for insurrection.
No, that's not the point. What is the definition of insurrection?
An assemblage that's a public gathering of 2 people or more for a common purpose to obstruct any federal law using force or intimidation, and for a public purpose. 4 elements. This is the Graeber test.
Would obstruction be force or intimidation?
It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Give me an example of when it wouldn't be.
For example, submitting false documents to testify, refusing to comply with a lawful order.
Okay. How about obstruction in the moment?
I want to give you some more examples. Like having like a sit-in in the middle of a highway is not force or intimidation. So there are many things that could be obstruction that are not force or intimidation or
preventing the arrest of people.
It could be or it could not be force or intimidation.
So
it could be insurrection or for force or intimidation.
Okay, so so it seems clear to me that there are ongoing insurrections, and not only is Wick in support of that, he's telling people to continue with that behavior based on the rationale that this was proved. It is. He told people that they have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE and to get arrested.
Yeah, that doesn't mean insurrection. So for example, there were civil rights.
Okay, yeah. Just to be clear, I never said that people have a moral obligation to do these things. Somebody already got it. And I wouldn't say that they have a moral obligation to do these things. But I did say that. Oh fuck! I did say that I think that it is okay if they do it. Normally I would say, like, you should comply, you should do what you're told, you should do these things, like, but currently, yeah, I would say that I think that, like, in this case, it is just to push back against the Trump administration. I think it is moral to fight back, and I think that it is like something that needs to be done. How you do it is the subjective part, and I think that it is best to do it in a legal way, but I don't think it necessarily has to be done in a legal way.
Just want to be clear.
Okay.
All of a sudden, the leniency on what it means to engage in an insurrection based on language has changed precipitously.
It hasn't. This is literally what I fought with Rob on in the debate that we had. He kept telling me that Destiny and Pisco's definition from Bowden Paulson was different from mine, and I kept telling him, no, it's not. You're wrong. Like, it is not different. They have the same definition as me. They use the same fucking definition. It's all the fucking same. And he kept saying, no, it's not. No, it's not. They have a different definition. Okay. And then, yeah, people went and clipped the Destiny conversation and what he said to make it look very different than what actually happened. But yeah, there's definitely not the way that they try to make it seem.
Wait, what's the leniency?
The Colorado court said evidence of Trump, evidence that he was engaging in insurrection, were things like this. He retweeted someone saying the cavalry is coming. That was part of the evidence. He said things like, Mitch McConnell's not a fighter. We need people like Jim Jordan or whatever to fight. That was evidence that the Colorado court gave that Trump's language was engaging in an insurrection. If Trump had specifically said, I want you to obstruct law enforcement that's trying to secure the certification of the election, you would have said, my God, that's evidence that he was engaged in an insurrection.
So I don't think you're understanding the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. I will just say the standard that they're applying is Brandenburg. How Trump was found to have engaged in insurrection in the Colorado Supreme Court decision is through incitement, and that incitement standard under Brandenburg has specific elements, and one of those elements is intent. And of course, for totality of circumstances, all of that evidence is relevant to ascertain Trump's intent. And part of it's not the whole pie. It's building a foundation to show what Trump wanted to accomplish, and that's going to be informed by prior statements. Wait, I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. It's informed by prior statements that get to his state of mind, but they don't by themselves constitute liable. He's not liable for those statements. Those statements inform his intent, which is part of the Brandenburg test for incitement.
So in order to incite, you had to intend to incite, and in this case, intend to incite an insurrection.
You need to, in this case, intend to incite an insurrection. That's correct.
Okay. And you agree that there are insurrections, at least some of them ongoing now?
I'm not sure.
Were there some yesterday?
I don't know if there were some yesterday. There have been some.
When a bunch of people got together, fought against ICE, threw tear gas back at them, and someone bit off the finger of one of the law enforcement, was that?
Yeah, well, one of the things that Rob said when him and I were debating this shit is that he was saying that like Destiny and Pisco think that just like obstructing an officer trying to make an arrest is an insurrection. Was it? No, they do not, dude. Shut the fuck up. They do not. Like, he's like, that's what they said. They said your definition is different than theirs. Like, okay, my definition is a little bit different than theirs. I will admit. I feel like theirs is missing some specificity in the, like, in limiting what it is that their definition applies to. And so I add a little bit more specificity to say that it has to have some sort of systemic or long-reaching public change in order for it to count. And I think that theirs does kind of leave some room for other things that aren't systemic, that don't have like a wide-reaching change, that like, I think that if you ask them about it, and when they talk about it, they seem to only include things that are systemic or have a wide-reaching change, but they don't put that in their definition. And so I like that's why I do have a slight difference in definitions from them.
Is that an insurrection?
I don't have enough facts to determine that based on the biting of the finger.
Do you heavily suspect that there was an insurrection yesterday?
Heavily suspect.
I don't heavily suspect it. I'm not sure.
I find that to be incredibly disingenuous. Do you heavily suspect that today there was an insurrection as they tried to break into this hotel?
Same answer.
So I find that to be incredibly disingenuous. So I guess I'll say, for the sake of the audience, I think that Wick and you would have seen the actions that were going on that would qualify as an insurrection, which are people united for a common purpose.
Rob literally calls everything an insurrection after his debates about insurrection. He literally has started calling every single protest, every single like gathering of Democrats and shit, he calls all of them insurrections now. He is like blatantly misunderstood what people were saying with insurrection. He has like horrifically misunderstood the definitions that were being used for insurrection. And he embarrasses himself every time by talking about this shit as though he knows what he's talking about, or as though he understands their definitions enough to even criticize.
Well, I grant there have been some. I grant there have been some.
Violence and intimidation. So Wick saw that and then specifically called for actions that would be tantamount to an insurrection.
Well, no, he specifically didn't. No, he specifically didn't. He did not.
He told people to obstruct. Now,
That's
a reasonable person would say that he meant obstruction in the same sense that we see people obstruct.
Well, I saved your life. I think you owe me something, good sir. I'm just kidding. I'm full. Don't give me anything, please. I'll get it from you next time. He liked that. He thought it was funny. So, I'm funny. Suck on that. Mantis, will you answer my fucking message? Why are you here in chat while ignoring me? Ignoring me. Like a fucking jerk. You guys hear that? You guys hear what I just said? She's fucking ignoring me like a fucking jerk. I sent an invite? Oh. Okay, well I didn't I didn't know that. I'm sitting here looking at my fucking phone the entire time waiting for you to answer. Oh, shit. Wait. I had to shoot that fireball twice? So wait, does the splitter make my gun a little weaker? Fuck, I don't have arc alloy. Did I just drop arc alloy? I did. I dropped fucking arc alloy. Shit. I needed arc alloy. Where you trying to get out? A secure box? What do you mean by that? Sorry, say that again? Oh, a secure locker. Oh, a security locker. They move. They move. They don't stay still. Yeah, I got into one. It was right over there. You were right by it. Yeah, it's they move them every single time. So I totally forgot about the secure locker. It was around here somewhere. Me and Alex found it last night. I kind of want to go back and see if it's there, but I'm pretty short on time now.
Which would be an insurrection. The idea that, no, when he was telling them they had a moral obligation to obstruct, he didn't mean in the very way the obstruction was occurring at the time he was saying that. He meant things like mislead with paperwork.
Yeah,
so it is clear
you're
that
just
there
not
is,
understanding incitement.
Let me finish. If it is a question of intent, is Wick telling people that he wants them to use violence, intimidation to unite for a common purpose?
So again, yeah, he's not understanding. It's Pisco isn't disagreeing on the insurrection aspect as much as he is on the incitement aspect. And yeah, Rob seems to be missing like what the actual disagreement is here.
To obstruct a federal law, the clear answer is yes. So that would mean that Wick has met the Brandenburg standard for intent to commit an insurrection. Would you at least, I know you're going to say you disagree, would you at least be for an FBI investigation into it?
Of course not. I think it's clearly First Amendment protected speech.
But it wasn't for Trump. You were for the investigation of him.
I wasn't in favor of the investigation for him because I thought that what he did was incitement. And I also thought that what he did was broader than just incitement. He was never charged with incitement. It was a broader conspiracy. And I don't think that the facts, predicate facts exist for Wick.
So if it was just incitement, you would have said, oh, no. Even though legally they could investigate, you wouldn't have recommended against Trump.
No, fuck.
No, I think they should have investigated Trump for incitement.
Okay, but not Wick.
Correct.
Why?
Because
Wick's clearly more inciting. He's literally telling people to break the law. Trump never did that.
But so again, advocating for law breaking is protected speech. Do you agree with that?
Not if it's advocating for an insurrection.
No. If it's not protected, if it's incitement. But you can say, for example, I think it's morally justified. I think people have a moral justification to murder Republicans. That's protected speech. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I don't know.
It is.
It probably would be protected. Okay. Yeah. Nonetheless, you said Trump's speech wasn't protected when he said things like "fight like hell."
Well, because I think the facts and circumstances there, with more, again, I don't think the speech by itself in that moment. I think you needed some additional investigation to really get.
Yo, I got fucking 4 minutes. Where the fuck is the rope? Why isn't the rope there? There's supposed to be a rope here. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. No. No, you motherfuckers. Don't you fucking, you pieces of shit.
the intent prong beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I don't think just based on the ellipse video and the speech by itself and just that would be enough. I'm just to be clear about that.
But it's also his previous, it's previous
it's
statement.
all that. It's the statements that he's having with respect to his inner circle. It's the observations.
Where did he ever
Where
did he ever suggest? Where did he ever suggest that he wanted an insurrection, or that he was suggesting violence or intimidation?
No, I'm sorry. No, that's not.
When did he ever say the words, "I like insurrections"? When did he ever say the words, "Insurrect everybody"? Because if he didn't say that, you can't call this incitement. Oh. Howdy, partner. Bye-bye!
That there's like an explicit. I don't know why you think that the standard is some explicit statement or conspiracy with incitement.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you think that it is in? We already agree that it's insurrection, use violence, intimidation to prevent the execution of law. Do you think Wick wants to
Public
prevent
purpose,
the execution
assemblage.
of ICE? Do you think Wick wants to prevent the execution of ICE?
By definition, he's calling for obstruction, which is to resist the federal law.
Okay. So at the very least, we know Wick is telling people to go out for a common purpose, to resist, right? How is this not intent that he's calling? And that's what you said the standard was, intent for insurrection. That would be incitement.
No.
How is that?
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
I invited Ryan as well.
Wow, you invited Ryan?
My
Sheesh.
bad, I know. I have. So I got another shotgun silencer blueprint.
Nice.
Wait, somebody, Ryan, you're echoing.
Echoing.
Do either one of you need a shotgun silencer blueprint?
I don't.
No, I don't.
Okay. The Ryan, yeah, you're still echoing pretty hardcore, bruh.
I'm gonna put on headphones.
Okay. The splitter for the anvil does make it a little bit weaker, doesn't it?
A little bit, because it fires forward projectiles or whatever.
Well,
yeah, but
technically, it's actually
I thought it was
more.
supposed to be the same as a bullet, but just in 4. I thought it was like I thought that's all it was doing. But when I shot the fireball a little bit earlier, normally with an anvil, it's a one-shot every fucking time. Every time it's a one-shot with an anvil. But I had to shoot this one twice.
Yeah.
It could be that like maybe some of the 4 didn't hit. Maybe.
I feel like it's good for it. I've noticed. I do think it's good for shooting things flying around.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it definitely is.
Maybe not so much for. Yeah, if you just want to hit direct hit.
Okay.
Don't know.
All right.
I just did a naked run. It was fun.
Chat, I am gonna just game it up for the rest of stream. So, I might come back to this tomorrow because it is an hour and 45 minutes long, and we're only 10 minutes into it. So, well, less than 10 minutes if we include the intro. So, We'll maybe just restart this tomorrow. That's the plan currently.
He also spoke to Counterpoints recently again.
Pisco, yeah, I saw that they had a part 3 of like the same debate. The first 2 were just so hard to listen to. Like, it's just they don't move. They never fucking move in the conversation. Like, it just gets stuck in one part, and then we have to listen to like a ton of anecdotes and a ton of random stories and a ton of like non-answers. It's so hard to listen to. I don't think I want to listen to this one again. But okay, so trials. I want to trial it up. I want to put you guys on trial.
Okay.
I think, Mantis, last I checked, you and I are still tied. Are you? Yes, we are still tied. We both have 33-58. Ryan, what are some things that you need to do in trials?
I'm so stupid. Sorry, I was on mute that whole time.
Oh, so were you talking and thinking that we were listening and just interrupting you?
And just yeah, completely ignoring me. And I was like, oh, this is cool.
Oh my god. Jesus. No, we didn't hear anything.
What I need to do, the plants harvest is the only one I don't have 3 stars in.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Me
Dan
too.
Battlegrounds currently has a night raid. We want to go towards the domes because they have they have all of the fertilizer, they have the moss, they have tons of what do you call it?
Mullein, great mullein.
Yeah, I call it mullion. She calls it mullein, although she used to call it mullion and I called it mullein, but we've switched. I think mullion sounds funner. So, although Stella Montes does have a lot of mullion in the
lobby.
In the lobby,
atrium.
they get a lot there. But all right, so night raid on Dam Battlegrounds. The plan is to go harvest. So you don't need to bring a lot of like grenades or anything too big, but we are on trios and we will likely get into fights with people. Trios is like a shoot on sight sort of scenario, so you do need to have grenades for fighting.
Sweet.
Okay. Which grenades should I bring?
Again, I think Snap Blast and Showstoppers and Trigger Nades are kind of the best options. And then I also bring a number of Seeker Grenades for Arc if I'm in situations where I just do not want to deal with them in the moment.
Have you been playing for a while already?
Yeah, I've been playing for about an hour, maybe, like in total of like playtime. Yeah, I think I've done 3 runs, maybe 4. Done about 4. Yeah.
Nice.
I got gooped up pretty good because I needed to like re-up. I had a bunch of runs the other day where I kept glitching out, and it was
it was very
infuriating.
hard to watch.
Jesus.
Oh my goodness. It's like it gets you stuck in a specific place and then rubber bands you back there over and over. It is painful. Like I watched a guy who the other day,
Oh shit, I need more ammo.
he shows the like he's streaming this, okay? He's streaming and he goes into a locker and he finds like a Bobcat blueprint. And then in the next one it's like a Tempest blueprint. And then in the next one it's like a Bobcat a Wolfpack blueprint. And then he finds an actual Aphelion. And then he finds a volcano, and like every time he finds one of these things, like on the very first one, he's like, oh my goodness, we have to get out of here alive. Holy shit, we got to get out of here alive. And he finds another one. He's, oh my goodness, we got to get out of here alive. Holy shit, we got to get out of here alive. And then he gets to the fucking extract and starts rubber banding and can't press it.
My God.
And then Ark come down and start killing him. And he gets downed, and but he gets it open. He eventually gets inside after rubber banding a lot. He's got like no health left walking up to the thing, and then starts rubber banding on the lever to pull it down. And it actually loads up and shows that it's finished, but stays there and doesn't move. And then he dies.
That is so fucking. I've been reading a lot of people are pissed off, saying they've lost millions.
Oh yeah.
Like some people have lost like so much of their shit, and they're like, "Are we gonna get reimbursed
My
for this
loadout
fucking nonsense?"
is $80,000. Just when I start, when I leave, my loadout is over $80,000. And so every time this happens to me,
that's ridiculous.
I am losing 80,000. So this is why it's so hard for me. Every time I fucking die, I'm losing so much shit. But I rarely die because of it, though. Like when I get attacked by people, the majority of the time I get ratted, I win. The majority of the time that I like end up having to fight people or fight Ark, I win. And so I go in like uber prepared to fight people and to fight Ark. But yeah, if I glitch, I lose so much, and then it takes me a while to get back to where I was.
Yeah, that would drive me fucking insane.
But I need a lot of Arc Alloy currently. That is my my main thing.
I'm getting batteries is what I'm looking for the most.
Okay.
Ooh, that's right. I need to donate
I need
shit to the
4
thing.
tick pods to finish the first page of my project, and I would like. I think that I'm pretty good. I've got everything else.
Yeah, I need 3 surveyor vaults.
Middle part,
Obviously,
probably.
we're probably not going to do that, but we can if we see a surveyor. I would like to get the vaults. I need 3 more. I need 10 more.
Let's
tick
focus
pods.
on harvesting then.
Yeah, of course. I need 10 more tick pods. I need 12 more pop triggers, and I need 2 more rusted bolts. So.
Have you seen what comes up next? It's pretty fucking annoying. The pages are pretty crazy.
No, I haven't looked into it.
It's like I'll say it. The next lot is 10 spotter relays, 3 expired respirators,
goodness,
20 wasp drivers, and 15 hornet drivers.
I wish
That's
you had
just
told me that. You
step
told me to
2.
keep a spotter relay, and I remember going through it the other day, looking at it, and I was like, damn, I really need to break this down right now, but she told me not to. So, and I kept thinking, I wonder if this is going to turn out to where I have to like have like 10 of these things or something. I do not want to keep just this one for that shit, but
yeah. And then it's like arc performance steel, shredded gyros, leaper pulse units 10, 5 bastion cells, like, and then you need magnetic accelerators, rocketeer drivers, and queen reactors for the step 4, and arc resin. And step 5 is just 3 Geiger counters, Exodus modules, bombardier cells, 8 of them, and then 3 matriarch reactors. So it's pretty tough.
well, it's a good time.
We can
'cause
do it.
We have to kill bombardiers, right? Or no, wait. Is it? No, we don't. Wait, do we have to kill bombardiers right now?
There's a quest when you get the new quest. One of the quests is kill a bombardier and bring back a few cells. I've got some cells.
But I'm saying for the thing, we don't have to kill bombardiers right now, right?
Oh, the
No.
project?
Yeah, for the
No.
project. No. Okay.
Let's just focus on harvesting plants. Otherwise, we'll get distracted by other trial things.
Okay. I'll be ready in literally like 10 seconds. Well, no, I mean, like, if we do see A surveyor, yeah, I do want to kill it, but
Yeah, that's easy. That's an easy kill.
yeah. I really like my new outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like this. This is as close as it gets to having a black outfit on this game.
The helmet's a bit much, I think.
I like the helmet.
I like Ryan's outfit.
I like Ryan's as
Yeah.
well. I like this one better. If I could get either one of that, if I could get Ryan's in black, I would like that, but I would probably pick this one first. I like the mohawk on the helmet.
Yeah, that is
I'm
cool.
a sand walker.
We all look
Reminds
like
me
we're
of
from Star
Dune.
Wars.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I would like this one. Looks like a forest trooper.
Yeah, it does. All right. Let's get to fucking. So we'll
Let's
head
do
in.
it.
To
Let's
hit.
do
sorry.
it. I'm down.
Let's get to
I am
fucking.
totally down.
That's
You
right,
paused
boys.
So
Let's do
weird.
it.
Here's plants all around here. Hopefully we find something.
Oh, we're right by the fucking hydroponic place. Let's fucking go.
Harvesting agave right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, make sure you look at the agave.
I just put a marker on like heading into plants, and then
Yeah, I put
we
it
can
on the
split
actual
up or
dome.
move around.
Well, so to the left of the
The
plant,
dome.
the left of the domes is where you and I found a bunch of mullion the other day. Where we like
Did
actually.
you guys bring stems?
I did.
Yes.
Nice. I didn't bring enough. I should have.
I think
I
I have
apologize.
4. I can give you 1 or 2. Oh, mullion.
No,
Let's
I've
go.
got 5. It's just probably need
Oh,
like
5?
15.
Sheesh! What the fuck?
What? You bring 15 stems?
Yeah.
For
I
a
bring
harvest
4,
run?
and I don't even think I need that many.
Actually, that maybe for a
Okay,
harvest for that.
yeah,
that
maybe
might
To
be
go
good
around the
choice.
whole map, dude, you definitely need.
It makes sense.
Well, hold
Yeah,
on.
okay.
Let's hold on. Let's actually like organize this if we can, and just like get in rows and spread out,
Gate.
so that we can kind of cover a lot more area and just like be able to.
All right, sorry, I'm breaching.
Oh my gosh, I heard that
Oh.
and I was like, whoa, fuck.
Wait, I hear there's people over there.
Wow,
And
people
over
are already
there.
dying. Let's kill him.
People are dying. Let's kill them.
Yeah, because they're taking our fucking plants, dude.
Yeah, the last time Alex and I were here, everybody we ran into was like, "Oh, we're at the domes." Okay. They were all like, "Yeah, we're here to get this shit as well." Also, just so you know, once you harvest the thing, you can drop it. You don't need to keep it. You don't need to have it. You just pick it
Just
up.
have to
Okay,
harvest.
I got moss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bro, they're killing them.
Okay. Let's Okay, let's go. Let's go. We gotta get to the dome.
Was that at the dome or was that at the water facility? It was ages away. Okay.
Yeah,
it was
tons
at
of
the dome.
people are gonna be trying to get to the domes, so we wanna be careful. There's almost definitely people here. We probably spawned closer than anybody else, but I'll go around to the other entrance. Just be careful going in there.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going in.
Me too.
Fuck, I got arc on me coming in.
Alright, shit.
Where at?
Fuck! I got pops hitting me. Guys, I got fucking... I'm getting hit with fireballs. Please, for the love of fucking God. Holy shit.
Oh, there we go.
Alright, collecting fertilizer.
Okay, we just made all the fucking noise in the world.
Let's just get in and get out.
Yeah, we gotta move to the next one as quick as possible.
Breaching.
There's rusted bolts here.
Oh, nice. I need them. Alright, I got 3 things of moss in here.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a few things as well.
Okay, you guys keep an eye on the doors. I hear people getting closer.
Yep, I hear ya.
Yeah,
An arc?
Yeah, Arc just saw somebody.
Oh, they're like right over here.
Yeah. Alright, let's
Okay, I'm just
let's try
harvesting
to...
the Malane in here.
Oh, there's a fucking gun case in here.
Nice.
El Toro.
Oh shit, I got
Exactly
shot.
right.
Right here, behind you, Tom.
Shit.
Got him. Nice, nice, nice.
I'm stuck!
Low. I'm super low.
I'm
I gotta
stuck too.
recharge.
Move.
Fuck! Behind me!
Sorry, I'm healing really quick. Oh, there's a
Yeah,
guy right
I'm
there.
healing too.
Oh, he went.
Got him!
he
He's
two-tapped me.
dead!
Nice,
He's
nice,
dead.
nice.
This guy's behind you guys. By me. Right
Right,
there,
just
right.
let me heal up. Whoa.
Fuck, he's
The
getting
fucking
he got me,
arc-
he got me, he
punching
got
me.
me. He's right here. He's
The
going to
fucking
pick up
arc
his
killed
friend.
me.
Ah, fuck. Oh, did they pick you up, Ryan?
Somebody defibbed me, yeah.
Ryan, come and get him! Come and get us!
No, go heal up.
Yeah, go heal up somewhere.
Hold-
They're gonna thirst us.
No, they ran out. Oh, they're right next to you, Ryan. They just ran over that way.
Where the fuck are you guys?
Over here.
I'm
over here.
outside.
Jump,
I'm
jump.
outside the other end.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
I'm here. There's arc out here. It killed me.
Okay, they're shooting the arc. Don't come in here. I'll come out.
I have to recharge quickly.
Oh, Hornet, watch out.
Mantis, pick me up quick. Before they come back.
Where are you?
I just came to where you were. I just came right up to you.
Okay. I'm gonna get killed.
No, you're not. Right. It's fighting Ryan.
Alright. Just fucking heal up, guys. Heal up.
Okay, there is a guy in there. I don't know if that's the guy who healed you or not, because he was shooting the arc.
Did
Yeah, I
they
think it
revive
was the
their
guy.
friends?
I don't think so. I think there's one
'Cause
guy
I
down
killed
in
one
there
of them.
still. Yeah, I downed one. You downed one. Ah, fuck.
I'm inside.
Let's just get in there.
Nice shot. Whoever that was.
That was my shotty.
Collecting moss. I think we got all the plants anyway so they can't get
Okay,
any.
did we kill the guy? He was down right up here. Fuck, they're coming in again.
Yep, here's one. Alright, fuck these up. Alright, I'm searching this loser. Oh, is there another one?
Yeah, I got it.
I
Alright.
searched. Both guys are completely gone. No
Oh,
loot
shit.
whatsoever.
There's just
Oh,
some
the guy who
bandages in
picked this-
here.
The guy who picked this up took it all. So the
I
guy who I
totally-
saw, he had no mask on or anything. And he had like a scarf around his neck.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah,
Alright.
I was looting this when they came in, so let me finish this up.
Okay, I'm
Can't believe
completely
we're all
full.
still alive. That's actually insane.
I know, that was
Alright.
fucking base, dude. I cannot believe that guy picked you up. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Holy
Let's
fucking
go.
shit, bro.
They
Yeah,
had to
we
have
we
need
loot
do
seen
him?
the
that.
next one.
They're broken paw. They're broken paw. Losers. Alright, let's go. Let's move to the
Well, they
harvesting.
weren't broken poor. The other. So wait, so we got all 3 of them. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I think they noticed that we got like ambushed and that it wasn't us attacking.
I didn't heal from the fucking like arc that was fucking me up already.
Yeah.
And so I was still fucked up when all that started.
I'm so glad I had my El Toro on me because I fucked that guy up so good.
Yeah. I one of them just came up from behind me and I didn't see him. And one of you threw a tagging grenade. Right?
No.
I didn't.
No? Okay,
It was
maybe you just
one of
marked
them might have.
I hear a clicker.
It's here.
Okay. Where's the other
Does anyone
fucking
need
dome?
any?
I need heals.
Okay, there's bandages in here and an anvil blueprint.
Oh wait, no I don't. I don't need heals. If you guys don't want the anvil blueprint, I'll take it to give to people for the question.
Yeah, you take it.
I'm
already
taking
got
it.
Oh, okay.
There's a seeker grenade I'm going to take as well and drop the moss.
Alright, let me check the map where the other fucking dome is, because we somehow missed it. We missed like 3 of them. Okay, so that's the one
Okay.
we just came from. So then we did, we missed others. They're over here.
Yeah, but... Okay, let's just keep going that way and look for plants. We should probably have just split up, but not in a trio, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that earlier, and say like, let's each just go to a separate dome so we can cover as much space as possible. But then I was like, wait, never mind. It's fucking trios, dude. Oh, the poppers are back in there. I'm gonna get them.
There's a bastion over here.
Fuck! Fuck you! Fuck! Never mind. Okay, I'm fucked.
Good
I'm
job.
gonna fucking die. Oh no, an arc is coming.
Fucking fireball piece of shit.
Bro,
Oh,
I
arc's
went to
in
go
here.
shoot the first one and it was already fucking flying at me.
Oh, I'm on fire. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
I got it.
There's arc coming
Oh,
to
there's
get me
more
as well.
arc outside too. I think I hear people coming.
I do too.
Where?
Mantis, there's a fucking pop right next to you.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know he was coming. I saw him in the other building. I didn't
They're
think he'd
coming
follow me.
from in there.
Okay. This has turned into a shit show.
What is turned into a lot of fucking fun. Oh, there's a fucking
snitch?
there's a snitch right above us.
A
Yeah,
snitch
yeah.
show,
Get inside,
am I
get
right?
inside. Nice.
snitch
nice,
show,
nice.
baby.
Well done. Okay, I'm breaching.
And there's a fucking bastion. Be careful.
Yeah, I know. I hear it screaming out there. Oh no, there's. Oh, that was you. Holy shit! You scared the fucking shit out of me coming from the other
Sorry.
side. No, not you, Mantis.
Shit! The bastion's looking in here.
Oh, it is. Oh fuck.
Okay, let's fucking get out of here. Let's just run.
No. I need to heal. I'm fucked. Also, I didn't search all this shit for moss in here. Did you guys?
I know Mantis got a lot, but I don't know if she searched all of them.
Fuck!
The side where Mantis. Oh no, wait.
There's raiders in here. There's raiders in here. I'm gonna
didn't
die
come
from
in
this
this one.
fucking arc.
Oh fuck. Okay. Hold on. I'm still not healed. Ryan, get over there.
Fuck! I'm fucked.
Does anybody have smokes?
I don't think so.
I'm dead.
That's alright. We'll
Are
get you.
the people shooting?
Oh, Bastion,
No.
Bastion. We're fucked. I'm dead. Okay, let's get out of the line of sight of the Bastion.
There's people in this dome. There were people in there, but I don't know if they're interested in killing us.
It doesn't seem like it 100%.
What the fuck? The
mark
fucking
the
arc
mark the
has
bastion,
actually
please.
ruined this game.
Quiet, quiet, quiet. Mark the bastion, please. Oh, I see those people. Okay.
I'm at the same place we died before, it feels like.
Yep.
Yeah, the dome that I was in, I was like, wait, we were never even in this one before. And I just realized right before you guys started screaming.
Are there still people in here?
I have no idea.
Oh, I'm going in.
No, stay still, stay still, stay still.
Time to heal. How is there so much fucking arc just non-stop?
Bro, it's actually insane. That's totally ruined our harvest journey.
It's
I mean,
been
we've done
kinda fun.
4,200 already.
Yeah, I just collected 3 more moss in this building here. And again, the one that I just came from, that wasn't even the one that we were in before.
Oh, rusted bolts.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't get the rusted bolts out of the other place either.
Oh, it lost its aggro. Oh, we got it back.
Oh,
it's
someone
looking
else
in
is-
here.
Oh my god. Oh, no one opened these.
Yeah, this desk is completely unopened as well.
There's fabric in
And
there if
it's-
anyone wants to make extra bandages.
I just got some extra grenades and shit too.
I think I might just take the fabric.
Fuck, my shield's at 40.
Okay, now.
Ryan,
So
you need
no
to
one's
charge
in
up
here?
your shield. Or wait, I'll give you a free charge if you need it.
Oh, moss.
I'll take it. Why not?
All right, be careful. People can hear that shit. That one doesn't pop
Awesome.
very loudly, so. Okay. All right, the one that I came from is over here. So we do need to go back into that one. And yes, I ran right past those other guys and they didn't seem to give a fuck. Okay, mind the bastion this time, please. Okay, those guys I do believe are in here.
This is where we came from. We've already done this one.
Yeah.
Tom, are you just wasting time?
No, these guys are here. I'm not shooting you, I'm shooting the arc. Watch my back for a second. I need to look at the map because I know the one that I came from. We were not in there. Okay, it's either this one or this other one, but I think it's the one that I just marked with the blue.
Was that one of us that said don't shoot?
No. Okay, it's back the other way. I've got showstoppers, so if the Bastion looks at us, we're gonna... I can just hit him with that. Let's go.
Dude, how are there so many?
Bastion's coming.
Come on, come on, come on.
I need to get these power cells.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Oh, Rocketeer up there. Oh, watch out.
Okay, oh my god. Where the
Oh.
fuck are we going, guys?
I was going to the blue one.
Is it still aggro or no?
Yes, but he's not aggro on us, so we can go. Oh, pop.
Fucking
Okay,
hell, I'm so
I got the
I'm
fireball.
almost out of my fucking shield at this point.
Yeah. I can free charge you. Oh wait, do you have a free charger?
No. Free charge me.
Well, you already... Yeah, but stop. Wait. It keeps charging me. Oh, there it goes.
You have to press the other trigger.
Yeah, I was. It turned yellow on mine, and so I thought it was going to recharge me. Okay.
Okay.
Let's just head to
Where
the
to
outer
now?
parts. And I think we already went into
should
this
we head
one
to
over
Old
here,
Battleground?
right? We already went in this one, right? Let's just double check. There's two domes here. One here and one here. There's a bunch of fabric in here.
Oh yeah, there's moss and stuff. We didn't come in here.
Oh, moss.
There is moss? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Personal best, let's go. Oh yeah, no, we did come in here. We just missed it. I remember grabbing the fucking grenades and shit out of this. Okay.
Maybe
so
it
then-
respawns.
Maybe. So
That-
there's
it could.
one more over here.
Look for plants outside too, guys. Have we not been in this one?
Somebody just
No.
died from where we came from. Those are the guys that were friendly with us. Yes,
Hopefully
we
they
did. We
can-
came from this one. Yes, we came from this one.
Was it?
Okay.
Do you know what
Yeah,
it
we
was?
have
Like
been,
around
yeah.
here?
I don't have any more defibs. I think it was the bastion.
Fuck, I don't have a defib either.
Yeah, if I had one, I would run over.
Okay,
there
we'll
and
just
help them.
revive. Yeah, we can't
Yeah,
help
they have
anyone else
teammates.
now.
They have teammates. That's right. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
there's
run
two
to
of
the
them.
outer parts then. If that is that what you guys want
I
to do?
put a mark for the Old Battleground area, which is kind of the direction we want to head in.
Okay, we have to run past all of the other ones and all of the fucking arc out there and everything. But okay, I was gonna say let's go to the outer parts to avoid all of it, but
Yeah, but we can go
I think-
around. That mark is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
to
Okay.
the battlegrounds. We
I'll
can
just
go like
follow you.
around here.
Oh my god, there's on us, I think.
Yeah, I guess kill it. Jesus Christ. What is happening?
it's a night raid. Of course, there's a lot of shit.
Okay.
I was just checking to
Breaching.
see if anything
Breaching.
respawned in here.
Nice. Do the breach one.
And I'm getting the pop triggers out of these things. We don't need fireball burners, right?
No.
Only for self-defense. Found some Elaine.
Let's go. Oh, I found a bunch over here.
It's in the water. I just found 3. Hell yeah.
I just got 2.
And mushrooms. Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Got another one?
Fuck!
What?
Only 5 minutes? Where's the extract?
Yeah, I was about to say, can one of y'all mark the extract?
Oh, shit. We're gonna have to go all the way to...
Oh shit, you scared the fucking shit out of me.
Yep. Let's just kind of head there then, because we are definitely not gonna have enough time to look all the way out by the battleground or anything.
We'll find a bunch along the way, I'm sure.
Yeah.
This is where last time we found a bunch. It was all around here, and over here where I'm at right now, like in this area. Ryan, can you go to that little island that I just marked? Oh wait, I keep thinking you're the fucking blue mark over there. Oh fuck. All right. Bye, bitch. Yeah, this is where we found a ton last time. Like where you're at, Mantis?
Yeah,
like
I found a
around
ton
there?
back where I was.
Not where you were, where we are right now. Like in this general area. There was a ton here last time.
I'm just doing a little look-see around these parts. Then I'm heading to the extract.
Oh, there's breachable shit here. How far are we from the extract? Oh, 158? Okay, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna breach this shit. Ooh, magnetic accelerator.
Okay, fuck. I can't keep leaving. I'm like 300 meters away now.
You say I can't keep believing?
Leaving.
Looting.
Oh.
Like leaving the area that we're meant to be heading to.
Okay, we're heading to the yellow
300.
marker, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting close to a leaper.
Bro, we
All
were
right, let us go.
cucked on this run, but it was very fun regardless.
It was a lot of fun. I'm putting my stims on.
Oh shit. I found a couple more down here.
Brian, hurry up and hit the fucking button.
Nice.
We got 1 minute left.
Oh shit, okay.
For whoever's closest, I'm 99 meters.
I think
I'm
you guys are
95.
the closest.
Yeah,
Huh?
we'll
You guys are closer than me.
Okay.
I'm heading out.
Okay, no, Mantis, you can keep looking for Molly and I'll get it. I'm getting attacked by the leaper right now.
Oh, there's not going to be any around here.
Yeah, I'm about to get fucked
Let's just
up.
kill the leaper.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm about to die.
Oh, I got it. No more games, fuck it.
Fuck. Fuck! Yeah, that got me. No, 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 don't do that, don't do that. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He just took all my fucking life.
Alright. I'm gonna start hitting buttons. Are you here, Mantis?
Go,
I'm
go,
going for
go,
it.
go, 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 go.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I am here, but
We
I'm
have
gonna
another
die.
guy in here with us.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. You got
I'm about
20
to fucking
seconds.
die. I'm about to fucking die. I died. He fucking punched me out. He fucking punched me out, dude. He fucking punched me out, dude. That motherfucker just punched me out, bro.
Wow.
What
He
the
fucking
fuck?
punched me out and looted my fucking body, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. He just punched me out and looted my fucking body. I just lost all of those fucking points, bro. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, bro. Holy fucking shit, dude.
I'm sorry. That sucks. Let's do it again.
Wait, did you get in, Mantis?
I got
She
in.
did. She did. She walked in as the guy's sitting there looting my fucking body, dude. Fuck!
Yeah, and I was just about to. I pulled my gun to shoot him, and then the doors closed.
Fuck! Fuck, dude. I just lost so much fucking shit, dude.
It's okay. Let's do it again.
God, that sucks.
I only got 100 XP on Damaged Raider, but I got 500 for knocking one out. $8,100 fucking points, bro. I'm gonna cry.
Yep.
I'm gonna fucking cry. We're never gonna get that again.
Yes, we will. That wasn't even a good run.
That was a very good run. The fact that we made it through that with trios and on a double XP and almost died like 4 times and then I die at the fucking end is fucking depressing, dude. Alright, we got 15 minutes left on the night raid. Let me try to remake all my fucking shit real quick. Fucking crazy, dude. Get
Bro, I
killed
swear
by
to
the
God.
Leaper right at the end, and then that motherfucker punches me out, dude. He fucking punches me out. I saw somebody in there, and I kept thinking, is that Mantis? I don't see a green dot anywhere. Where the fuck is she? And then he just walked up and punched me out.
What a fucking dickhead. I hope he got nothing.
Oh no, he got shit. Everything in my thing was like, I had complex gun parts, I had magnetic accelerators, I had level 4 anvil, level 4 Il Toro, I had the kinetic thing, the anvil splitter, the like.
Oh my
again,
God.
my stash again was $80,000 just leaving. Just $80,000 just for the loadout.
Okay, well, don't do that. You don't need to do that for these kind of runs. Like, it's unnecessary to take. I don't even know if I've ever taken that much on like a loadout stash. Like right now, I've got seekers, like snap blast, trigger nades, smoke bombs, and healing, 2 lots of recharges and 2 lots of batteries, and adrenaline shots. That's without my guns. It's my loadout's only 56 grand. Like, I don't understand why you need $80,000 worth of gear. What guns are you bringing in?
Il Toro 4 and the Anvil 4. But as I said, I had a splitter on it, and then I have 4 mods on the Il Toro as well.
So do I. I just don't have the Anvil splitter.
I'm taking a Bobcat this time.
Okay. Fuck him up.
I'm trying to debate if I want to take a... Oh, that's right. And I had 2 anvils. I found another anvil in the gun case. It was either an anvil or a Il Toro. I can't remember which one it was, but I had a second of my weapon. Yeah, I'm out of Il Toros. I'll just
Do
take
you want me to
the
bring you
anvil
in
with
one?
me. Is it a 4?
I can make it a 4.
I can make one real quick. I can craft it.
No, it's okay. I can do it.
Okay. And if you want to make it faster, that's fine. I'll bring a shotgun extender.
Oh.
What?
I have no I can't. I have no rubber parts.
Oh.
Wait, what were you
I
trying
can't
to
make.
do?
I can't
She's
make
gonna
mechanical
bring me an El
components to
Toro
upgrade
4.
the gun. I can rig you an El Toro too.
Okay, that works.
Okay, this is my last run.
Damn.
You got bullets and stuff?
Yep.
Okay, I'm ready for another round of harvesting. Is it still night raid?
Yeah, we're trying to get it. I'm trying to hurry. Do you guys have defibs?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you guys were lucky that I was the one that was up. So that I was able to just run over there and defib real quick so you can get the fuck out of there.
I can bring 2.
Yeah, 2 is all you need. Fuck, what was it? Oh yeah, that's right. Bandage it. It seems like every time I get above 100,000, like the game makes sure that I die. Okay. Oh, does anybody have like a noisemaker grenade or whatever? Not a noisemaker, but whatever it's called. I can bring a noisemaker.
A lure?
Yeah,
Lure?
a lure grenade. Yeah. I don't have any more.
I've got a bunch. I'll bring 3.
Okay. Well, you just need 1 really. Like a
It's okay.
just in case sort of thing.
Well, they come in stacks of 3, so fuck it.
Okay. I
Fuck
feel like
it!
I'm forgetting something important, but whatever. Let's go. I've never gone out with a Bobcat before. Never shot it before, never used it. Oh.
It's just like a really souped up like Stitcher.
Wait, I thought it was fully automatic.
It is.
Oh, okay. It's like a fully on. Oh wait, the Stitcher is fully automatic.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the kettle. I always mix those 2 up.
All right. Do we head around to the left? Do the outskirts head this way?
Yeah, sure.
Is that kind of where trees are? We need to head to the dome, so we'll just go around, I guess.
I feel like
They're
there's
probably
some.
going to be scooped up by then. Fucking rocks.
Oh yeah, I didn't bring stems.
Okay.
Trying to get out of your way. Oh wait, I need the shotgun.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why we're out here. We just went way too far.
Yeah, I was about to say we're getting too far towards like the edge of the map. Oh wait, no we're not. No, that's the drop down right over there.
Just heading in a little bit. I haven't found anything yet. Here's your gun.
Thank you. Well, that was weird. Oh wait,
What?
did you put mods on it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I meant to bring a choke, and I guess I forgot it. And so then I looked at it, and I was like, oh, I was gonna go put the choke on it, but it's already on there. How the fuck did that happen? But that makes sense.
We found any plants yet? What the hell? Okay, I'm heading to the scrapyard.
There's got to be some around here, right? There's normally tons around this thing. Like mushrooms and everything. Oh wait, is that some? Yep, here's some. Yeah, there's normally a ton around this thing.
What was that?
That wasn't me. Sounded like it came from up there.
Oh, there's some right here. Here's another one right here.
Yeah, there's, like I said, there's a bunch around this thing normally, so just search around this for a second. Mantis, I think you're too far out.
I'm right next to you.
I think I just saw some up there. I just saw something glow. It might have been the silver or something, I'm not sure. Okay, there's a Leaper, it sounds like. Yep.
Bro, I'm having more luck finding raider caches.
Yeah, we just went past 2 other spawn points on our way here, and so it'll likely... Oh, wait, roots. Those count, right?
I don't think so.
I have no idea.
If you have to dig them
well,
up, check it out.
We have 900 points right now, so... Seems like they count.
I've picked up 2.
I've got 1. Okay, we're heading towards the blue, so we gotta move now.
Okay. Yeah, let's go towards everything's at hydroponic, really.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Nice, yeah, the Bobcat shoots fast as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, prickly pear. Prickly pear.
Only if you harvest them off the plant does it count.
I don't think that's true.
Prickly pears don't count when you just pick them up off the ground.
Oh yeah, those didn't count.
Oh, some agave here. Come on, give me 1.
Nope. We're so exposed right now. If we get shot, we're super fucked.
Yeah.
Like, people could come from that building and just start fucking us up.
Oh god. I heard the gunshots and I was like, holy shit, he jinxed us.
Oh shit. Okay. Here, I brought a, oh no, wait. I don't think I didn't bring it, did I? Oh, I did. I've got a zip line.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Fuck, it's gonna get me. Okay.
Wait, what the fuck? Where is it?
It moved on. Alright, I'm gonna zip line from here.
Alright, ready?
Did it get inside the building somehow?
Yep, it's got us.
We're too far away, it's not gonna get us. Okay, so this spot here is where there's normally a lot. Like, all around the edges. Okay, quiet. There's... Your feet are so loud right now, man.
Well, we're going in.
Cool, found some birds.
Oh. Shoot it! What the fuck?
Just waiting for it to get close. Found some moss.
It was literally on top of you when I started shooting it. Oh, there's another one. There's another one.
That means we might be able to get lots of shit in here, or?
Yeah, definitely. I've got
nothing in the water.
2 fertilizers already. Yeah, I never find anything in the water.
Really?
Yeah. I think I just heard somebody coming from where we just came in. These are already open. Nobody opened the doors over here, right?
No.
To the lockers?
No.
Okay, so people
No.
did come in here.
They
which
haven't collected
means-
moss though.
Yes, which means that there are people around here likely, but they don't look like they're here for the shit we're here for, so. Yeah, I just got a bunch of fertilizer as well.
Okay,
Nice.
sweet.
And remember,
I've-
those
okay,
things can
let's
see
check
through
in
the
the-
holes, so be careful of the
Check in
snitch
the
seeing
water.
through the holes.
In the water is Mullane, but people might have already gotten it.
Yeah, people already
Yeah.
got it, I think.
Damn.
Okay, the thing is out there.
Snitch Rocketeer?
No, the thing that killed you guys earlier.
Bastion.
Yeah, the Bastion.
Sebastian.
Okay, ready to move to the next one?
Yeah.
Yep. Damn, we're gonna have to come back and get a better spawn.
Oh my god. Jump, please.
Let's mark the next one.
There's the Bastion. Wait, there's Molly.
Oh,
There's more right
Bastion.
there.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Okay, I just got 2 Molly.
Nice. Oh, fertilizer.
Oh,
I'm going
just got
around.
another
The
one.
Bastion's seen me.
Just got another Molly. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I'm getting seen.
From what?
A fucking hornet.
Oh, the Bastion's coming towards you.
Okay.
Shit, I'm dead.
Just get inside, get inside, get inside.
It's coming. Oh, okay, I'm in. Jesus, that was close. Fertilizer. Moss.
Bombardier's just fucking those people up there.
Oh, all this shit, earlier I kept dropping all of it, but I need it for fucking seeds. I should have been turning all of this shit into seeds every fucking time instead of dropping all of it. Shit, so stupid.
Well, there's fertilizer here I can't pick up. It's all just being left in a pile.
Where? Oh, okay. Looks like somebody dropped that because I didn't have
did.
to harvest it.
Yeah, I just said I did it, and I can't pick it up. Alright, so we're still at only 2,700.
Okay, well, there's more buildings the other way, so let's.
Which way? Where's
What,
the
there's
next
still
one?
more moss.
That's
out there.
my bad.
The one that you and I came in.
This one? Or is that one
the
we've already
door
been
that-
to?
The side that you guys are on is this side that we came from.
Came in through? Okay, so it's not that dome then.
It might be. I mean, it's hard to tell. Last time we kept going back and forth on the same side, and then turned out we were... Fuck, it's inside again. Fuck.
Yep, this is the one we came from.
I need help, I need help, I need help.
Woo! I'm taking the hits.
2 fucking hornets. There's a fucking, a snitch just caught us. We're fucked.
Alright, we good.
Okay, well, the snitch doesn't seem to have actually aggroed yet, so... Stay away from the holes in the ceiling. So yeah, I think we want to go out this door,
I killed the snitch. I mean, I'm hitting the snitch.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
Another one.
Got him.
Nice.
Was someone else shooting?
Bastion.
No,
Bastion's out there.
that was me.
Okay. We could kill that bastion.
Sounds like there's
okay.
2 bastions.
Oh shit. I think one might be a bombardier.
No, I just hear another one from like way up top. Yeah, there is one. Way up top. I'm just over here looking for Mullion. Are you guys fighting the...
yeah.
Thing?
Yeah, I was, but...
Fuck,
I don't know
I'm getting chased by Ark that was like a mile above me. It's now coming down. Ah, fuck. Another fucking hornet. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Where are you? We can't...
I'm right here.
Oh, you're outside.
Yeah.
Well, get inside.
Oh, I died.
Oh. I almost died. Shit, that fucking... That thing almost got me when I walked in. Nice. Oh shit!
Look out! Look out! Look out!
Alright, I'm nading it.
Same. Oh shit, there's a fucking hornet in here. Wow, he just really snuck in.
Just tried making himself at home. Okay, that thing's fucked up now. Nice.
He's almost dead.
Oh, I thought it blew up.
Rocketeer! Rocketeer! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Oh shit! Shit!
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Here, I've got blaze grenades. Let me hit that thing real quick. And
I'm hitting it with one as well. Where the
he
fuck
only
did it
needs
go?
one. He's right here. I got it.
He's almost dead.
Yeah, that should kill him. Okay, I hit him with another one.
God,
Dude,
they
I
are so
thought we-
dumb.
Yeah, he just walked right back. Get inside, get inside, get inside. Snitch, snitch, snitch.
Right, I'm just gonna throw a grenade.
No, he's almost dead. He's almost dead. Just shoot him.
Okay.
He's almost dead.
I'll go round. Got him.
Bye.
Get the fucking cells, guys, because you're gonna need it for your.
Oh, I definitely need them because I need to make my fucking guns again. Oh, Rocketeer. Fuck. Ah! He's aggro. He's aggro. Oh, shit. He's shooting in here. Fuck, dude.
I'm not gonna worry about this or deal with this.
Yeah, neither.
Well, do you have the lure grenade? Can you throw it to the other side so I can get the shit
Yeah,
out
I've got
of
a
this
lure
thing?
grenade. Just let me put it in there.
Oh, I think it lost aggro.
Did it?
Oh, no, it did not. What it just made? Huh. All right. Hitting it here.
Right, I lured him away for now.
Oh, he's coming back. Make sure to try to drop stuff instead of
I'm not
leaving
doing
stuff
that.
inside. Well, it makes it faster.
I can't drop anything. I don't know what you mean when you say drop things.
Okay, so you put it into your stash and then you drop it. So
I
that
can't. I don't have any space.
So you trade it out in order to do it.
Mm-hmm. Fuck, I don't have a shield anymore, but
I've got a spare one.
Do you really?
Yeah. Ryan, where are you? How many cells did you get?
I got one.
4 for the Bastion.
4? You got 4?
I said for the Bastion. I'm asking.
Yeah, for the Bastion, yeah.
I got 1.
Okay, here's a spare shield.
Oh, nice.
All right.
All right.
Fuck, I'm stuck. Okay, there.
All right.
Oh, here's a couple more parts over here. Oh, there we go. There's another one.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
I marked it for us.
Shit, we just gotta go straight there then.
Okay, I'm out of shotgun ammo. Fuck, I'm getting chased.
By what?
By what?
Arc. I can't even see it, dude. There it is.
Right, fuck, let's go, let's go, let's go. Not
Yeah,
a very
I'm
good score on our things, just 3,000.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to, we have to get to the hydroponic, like, we have to have a good spawn and do that.
Yeah, we got too fucked with the bastion.
Yeah.
And with the
fucking
hornets
bastion.
coming in.
It's worth it for those cells though, because you're gonna need them.
I really need them. With after losing my entire fucking backpack earlier, I need the mechanical components out of them.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
Rocket
no.
here.
Fuck!
War grenade. War.
It's okay.
War.
I've got one, but we can get a bit closer. Fuck, how do we get there?
There'll be stairs. Wait, maybe not. I don't like
There
that.
are.
They go out?
No, I'm having him chase me right now. So just
Shit.
do your thing.
Shit, I'm just trying to get there. Oh, dead person. Yes.
Oh, he's coming to you guys. What the fuck?
Oh shit, nice.
Did you hit the button yet?
No, can you hit the button?
Yeah, I'll hit it.
I got it. Do not let somebody fucking punch me out. If somebody punches me out this time, I will fucking kill you guys.
Yeah, I'm dead too. Alright.
I'm gonna die as well.
That's okay, we can hit the buttons while we're dead.
Throw the lure.
Okay.
grenade.
I am
yeah.
getting it.
Oh, that would have been super handy. Oh my god, come on, open. Jeez.
Okay.
Hit the buttons, hit the buttons.
Is
Go,
it
go,
open?
Go. Yes, open. Go,
Yeah,
go,
it's
go,
open,
go,
it's
go,
open.
go. Just don't
I'm
get
gonna
close to
die.
us or it'll kill us. Don't get fucking close to us. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't. No.
You've got to be kidding. What happened?
She
What
got
the
hit.
fuck?
She got down.
You fucking idiots!
It's over. The round is over.
What the fuck happened?
We thought you were coming. We started saying
you
go
couldn't see
way
me?
before. Well, no. But again,
You couldn't have waited?
I'm sorry. I tried getting off once I realized you got downed. Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried getting off of it as soon as you got downed. I thought we started saying go, and then when you said wait, is it open? I was like, oh shit. Fuck. But I thought because we're like down, we're gonna take so long to get it closed that you would make it there long before we would be able to crawl all the way in and do all of that. Also, I was worried about you getting in and the Rocketeer
And then
shooting
Rocketeer
you.
shooting, yeah.
Yes, and then
Yeah,
we
who
die.
cares? Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
No, it does. If it shoots at you and downs
You
you
said
once you get
throw a
in,
lure grenade, so I'm trying.
die.
I was out there busy trying to do that, and then all I had to do was try and run in, and I'm getting shot by 4 fucking arc and a Rocketeer, and you couldn't just wait for me to crawl in.
Again, I didn't know that you weren't coming yet. When I was saying
But
go, go, go,
it's
go,
like
go,
you
I thought
never
that meant
look. You never look at where anyone is on the map. It's crazy.
I can't look while I'm
You are
on the
retarded.
thing.
You don't know how to see where
No,
pings are
no,
on
no,
the
no.
map.
Listen to me. I can't.
I'm
look.
out of here. I'm going to bed.
Okay. Yeah, you literally can't look. My back is faced to her. I'm not able to turn that far when I'm on a. When you're
Oh,
on
when
the
you're
level.
on, yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Normally, when you hit the Rocketeer with a showstopper, it like crashes. Like it doesn't die, but it drops.
Yeah.
Like or like even most of the time it'll turn upside down if you hit it on one side. I should have tried hitting it again before it fucking killed me. I had another showstopper I should have thrown, but
Holy shit. I did not realize what time it was.
oh yeah, it is late.
Yeah. All right, well, I am going to get off.
All right, later, homie.
All right, later, man.
Oh, wait. Okay. If he comes in the chat, I'll tell him there. But I was going to tell him to send me his recording of things. I was going to tell you to send me your recording of the fight that we just had. Because that guy picking you up was just out of nowhere. And so, yeah, if you can send me the recording of what happened on your side, that would be fucking beautiful. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, he's gonna clip his dick. Shit. What's your favorite gun? Probably the Torrente in general. But like I generally go with the loadout of the Anvil and the Il Toro. Normally I'll take, yeah, the Anvil is normally for Arc and for humans as well. It does pretty well with humans too. But I take like a loadout that's supposed to have like a good like measure between, or I don't know how to say it, like a good medium, a good balance between killing humans and killing Arc. And so the Il Toro is mainly for killing humans. It's mainly for close proximity human shooting. And I even like rack it up for that. Like I put the shotgun choke on it, which the choke is not good for Arc. Like when you kill Arc with it, it makes it a little bit harder to kill them. But yeah, that's what I pretty much take every time. That time I took a Bobcat, and it was okay. I took a Bobcat 4 with an extended mag. It's just that it isn't. I took an extended mag 3, and it still just didn't feel like it was able to get like enough bullets out to do much. So I would use like 1 or 2 mags on like a Hornet. I would go through 2 whole mags, and then it just didn't do much, to where I had to switch to using the El Toro. Whereas like with the Anvil, I'm used to like hitting a wing, and I like shoot it once with the Anvil. Yeah, I shoot a wing once with the Anvil, and it just takes the wing right off. Whereas with the Bobcat, I can fire a whole fucking clip at a wing, and it barely does anything to it. How many bullets is that? Yeah, 35. You get 35 bullets, but it just, yeah, doesn't seem to do much. That's my first time ever actually using an Anvil, or sorry, a Bobcat. Yeah, earlier, the same thing. We got to the extract, and there was a leaper there. And so we were like really short on time on hitting the button. And so I just ran straight in through the leaper, like slid under it, hit the fucking button, and then got downed by the leaper. I was getting hit by the leaper and I think a hornet or a wasp at the same time. And so I got downed. And then the doors finally opened. I crawled in, and another dude walked in and just stood there for a second. And then as they were trying to pull the doors up, he just walked up from behind me and punched me out. I had a lot of shit on me too. I had a lot of shit on me that I needed. And lost all of it. It was very, very upsetting. We even killed a whole fucking team. It was wild. It was fucking crazy, because me and Ryan and Mantis all got downed. And then some random guy came in and fucking rezzed Ryan. And then him and his team, when me and Mantis and Ryan, like, we're all trying to, like, heal up and everything, I guess him and his team went and just, like, they fucking, the other 3 guys that we downed, those 3 guys went through and just fucking looted the shit out of them. We come back in a minute later to see who's in there, and nobody's there, and the 3 dead bodies that we left are all completely cleared out. So don't know what the fuck that was. It was weird as hell that this guy just randomly in the middle of our fucking gunfight while people are fighting and everything, they just came in and res Ryan and didn't say anything. Didn't say anything, just fucking resed him and took off. Fucking insane, dude. Fucking nuts. So yeah, earlier when I was telling him that I wanted him to send me a clip from his side, that's what it is that like me and Mantis and Ryan are all down, but then Ryan gets rezzed and then just runs over, picks us up, and did you react to Andrew Wilson on Rogan? No. I saw like 1 or 2 clips of it on Twitter, and it just didn't seem like anything like worth reacting to. It's like, it's cool that he got on. It's just it's not something that I would really have much to react to. Half done, nothing major so far. Yeah, it's it's cool that he got on. That seems dope for him, but just wouldn't be anything like I wouldn't be able to say much. I just realized I keep selling magnets every time I get more than a stack, and I probably shouldn't be. I need more than 1 stack of magnets. Definitely need more than 1 stack, so gotta start collecting those a bit more. Any IRL plans for 2026? No, I'm probably moving out of the United States pretty soon. Yeah, but all right, I gotta head out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, make sure you guys join the Discord so you can recommend content to me. If you want me to cover anything specific, you can send it there. We'll probably go over this at minimum, Wick versus Rob Noor, and then we will but yeah, make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. And then also follow me on Twitter. I've had a lot of posts over the last couple of days and doing a lot. There's specific content that is only on Twitter, not anywhere else. So make sure you follow me over there so that you get all of the tomfoolery. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Also, make sure to hang out for a second and leave a comment when the stream is over. It really helps boost us in the algorithm to where more people find the channel. And then hopefully, if you guys all leave comments and it pushes us more people will be here tomorrow. We'll have some newbies back in chat, which we have had a lot of new people over the last couple of days. So it's been nice to see a bunch of new folks. So make sure you leave a comment about the content, preferably. But Yeah, make sure to leave a comment so we can get the boost.